Chapter 601, The Guardians of Hogwarts, The Two Slytherins Most Suffered. Professor Snape, no, Headmaster Snape, please listen to my explanation, Aaron pleaded with a sheepish smile. This is just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Alecto Caro pointed at her brother Amicus's bruised and swollen face in disbelief. What kind of misunderstanding could leave someone so battered that his own sister can hardly recognize him? Aaron nodded seriously. Yes, a misunderstanding. Professor Amicus tried to use the Cruciatus curse on me, but my protector Abe intervened to stop him. As for why he ended up like this, well, Abe probably didn't expect the professors at Hogwarts to be so weak. Amicus felt a surge of anger and humiliation. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was blatant ridicule, and in front of so many people. If Abe hadn't ambushed him, disarmed him, and overpowered him, he wouldn't be in such a state. Wizards are not warriors. Even a resurrected Gryffindor might struggle against a dragon in hand-to-hand combat. Alecto, take Professor Amicus to the school hospital. Tend to his injuries, and I'll deal with this later, Snape ordered. Got it, Professor Snape, Alecto replied, glaring at Aaron before helping her brother out of the room. As for you, Mr. Gaius, Snape continued, whether this was a misunderstanding or not, your pet has caused significant harm to Professor Amicus. I admit there was harm, but significant is debatable, Aaron replied weakly. Abe is a well-trained domestic dragon I've raised since childhood. Amicus should recover in about 10 days to 2 weeks. Snape's expression darkened. You will be put in solitary confinement. Report to the headmaster's office at 9 o'clock this evening. Okay, Professor, Aaron said reluctantly, rolling his eyes. After Snape left, the classroom erupted in cheers as if they had won a battle. Please restrain yourselves, Aaron said, exasperated. I may have taught him a lesson, but as long as the Caros are still here, they'll have plenty of opportunities to make life difficult for the students. Can we drive them away? Seamus asked. Good question, but don't ask it again, especially in front of so many people. Someone might sell you out, Aaron warned. He had no plans to drive the Caro siblings away just yet. Their extreme methods were troubling, but who knew what kind of Death Eaters might replace them? It wasn't his place as a student to make such decisions. Seamus's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced nervously at the Slytherin students. Some of them were already looking at him with mocking eyes. In the school clinic, Madame Pomfrey fixed Amicus's tooth, applied some herbal medicine to reduce the swelling, and then sent him away. Severus, help me take revenge, Amicus demanded angrily. How can I help you? Snape retorted, equally angry. I warned you not to mess with him, but you ignored me. You're lying here because of your own foolishness, and you don't deserve any sympathy. It's not my fault, Amicus protested awkwardly. I thought being a professor would give me the upper hand. Snape laughed bitterly. What were you thinking? Why would a wizard who can give the Dark Lord a headache and trouble most Death Eaters be at your mercy? But he set a trap for me. I didn't want to harm him, Amicus insisted. Did you not want to, or did you not have the chance? Snape asked coldly. The moment you pointed your wand at him, he had every right to defend himself. A powerful mage like him wouldn't wait to be cursed before fighting back. Amicus was wrong this time, but he must be punished, Alecto interjected, and the dragon must be dealt with. Are you suggesting we kill it? Do you want to make me laugh? Snape sneered. I've been undercover for years, and you think killing a dragon is the solution? At Hogwarts for more than 10 years, I have always been serious about my words. I didn't expect that I would be almost forced to break my defenses by you two. What do you mean? Amicus asked, unconvinced. Ed, you don't think Aaron Gaius would hand over his pet so easily, do you? Even if he did, would the dragon willingly stick its head under the guillotine? If we drive this beast to a dead end, it will drive us to a dead end as well. Is this the case? Amicus asked, still skeptical. If his arrogance cannot be suppressed, the education reform will inevitably face many twists and turns. You don't need to remind me, Snape replied, taking a deep breath and thinking deeply. The Caro siblings exchanged glances and silently agreed not to disturb him. After a few minutes, Snape seemed to have thought of something and whispered softly, This is the only way. Is there a way? Amicus asked expectantly. It's not a solution, Snape said calmly. Notify the Ministry of Magic. I remember that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has an Office for Research and Control of Dragons, right? The Caro siblings looked at each other and smiled in unison. They had almost forgotten that the Ministry of Magic was under their control. Wouldn't it be easy to ask one of their own people to come over and help? Don't be too happy too early. Even if the law is on our side, the most we can do is drive that dragon out of Hogwarts. It would be impossible to kill it without the combined efforts of 10 powerful Death Eaters. It'll be good if we can get rid of it, Amicus said, his face twitching with excitement. He felt that his body had regained a lot of strength. Without the dragon, even if Gaius wanted to hinder their educational reform, he could only watch helplessly. Let me remind you one last time, you'd better restrain yourself when he is around. If you want to educate students, you don't have to be in the classroom. I know, Alecto said weakly. If Amicus hadn't tested the waters first, she might have been the one lying here now. Also, Amicus, you are not going to class this week. What? Recuperate well first, at least heal your face. Otherwise, no one will recognize you when you go out. I'll take the defense against the dark arts class for now and won't hold you back. Thanks, Severus, Amicus said gratefully. Who made me the principal? I have to be worthy of the Dark Lord's trust, right? After Snape finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. The Caro siblings respectfully watched him leave the school hospital. This time, they were convinced of Snape. He was not greedy for merit and knew how to think about his subordinates. He was definitely a breath of fresh air among the Death Eaters. On the other side, in the Slytherin common room, Clee found the witch who was punished by Amicus yesterday and led her to Aaron. Ellen is here to thank you. Don't you want to say something? Thank you, Senior, Ellen said, looking directly into Aaron's eyes and blushing shyly. Aaron put away the notebook depicting the magic circle and looked meaningfully into the grateful eyes of the junior Slytherin. I can help you vent your frustration, but it doesn't mean that you will be safe and sound in the future. You are a mixed-blood wizard. Although I have changed the atmosphere of Slytherin over the years, as long as you are good enough, no one will talk about blood. But the Caro siblings do not think so. If you want to protect yourself better, you have to find a way to make yourself stronger. Will the senior teach me? Ellen asked expectantly. No, I don't have that much time, but someone can teach you. Go find Zealin. She is your senior in the 6th grade and is also half of my student. She has learned my ways. Tell her my name, and she will teach you. But how much you can learn depends on you. Thank you, Senior, Ellen said, bowing respectfully. She then looked at Clee. Thank you too, Senior. Go back to the dormitory, Clee instructed. Clea patted Aaron on the shoulder. Rest up. Okay, Aaron replied, though his tone was less than enthusiastic. You really angered Amicus today, Clea noted. Didn't you ask me to do it? Aaron rolled his eyes. We coexisted peacefully until the contract expired. But now, they'll start targeting me. It's not like you would have ignored them if I hadn't pushed you, Clea retorted. I just wanted you to make up your mind. Sooner or later, you would have offended them. Does it really matter if it's sooner rather than later? There's no difference, Aaron admitted. It's just that more little troubles will inevitably affect your mood. But it doesn't matter. Choosing to tolerate them to avoid small troubles will still affect your mood. As long as you understand, Clea smiled. By the way, is everything going well with Hermione? I don't know yet. I'll contact her soon. But before that, I have to meet with our Slytherin head of house. It's almost time. Aaron shrugged, then led Clea out of the common room. Arriving on the 3rd floor of the castle, Aaron approached the ugly giant stone beast and spoke the command, Pure Blood. The stone beast jumped aside, and the wall behind it split in half, revealing a spiral staircase. Aaron climbed the stairs to the principal's office on the 8th floor. Here we go, Aaron muttered as he pushed open the familiar oak door and walked in with great strides. He also set up a soundproofing spell on the door. The office looked almost the same, except that Severus Snape now sat behind the desk, and a portrait of Dumbledore hung on the wall. Good evening, Professor Snape. It's not good at all, Snape replied coldly. I knew you would have a conflict with them, but this is only the 2nd day. Amicus used a curse to punish a new Slytherin student yesterday. You, as the dean, couldn't give her justice. I, as the prefect, couldn't turn a blind eye. Aaron argued. Snape's lips twitched. Couldn't you have discussed this with me in advance? I had to appease 2 Death Eaters without any preparation. Definitely next time, Aaron said nonchalantly. But Professor, you are their immediate superior. There's no need to lower yourself so much. Only by stabilizing them can we prevent the situation at Hogwarts from getting worse. Isn't it bad enough already? I don't know much about Muggle studies, but defense against the dark arts has become a dark arts class. What do you know? Snape said distractedly. Originally, Muggle studies was to become a compulsory course, but I convinced the Dark Lord that many pure-blood families would resent their children studying it. He reluctantly agreed to postpone the reform for 1 semester. Amicus and Alecto were supposed to be vice principals, but I worked hard to get them to give up that idea. You know the powers a vice principal has. They could change school rules and make punishments more cruel. Amazing, Aaron said, giving a thumbs up. You deserve to be the principal of Hogwarts. I can't delay it for long, Snape admitted. Professor, I have an idea, Aaron said, pondering for a moment before making a throat-cutting gesture. Why don't we just get rid of them? What? Snape was shocked. Are you crazy? It's a joke. I know killing them won't work, but what about the Imperious Curse? That won't work either, Snape said tiredly. Unless you can guarantee that the Dark Lord or other Death Eaters won't come to Hogwarts before the final battle, the risk is too great. Okay, you're the principal. I'll listen to you, Aaron conceded. Snape was silent for a moment, then said, I'm watching the school, but Harry Potter, you promised me you would protect him. Aaron raised his eyebrows and flipped a gold galleon into the air, catching it deftly. Hermione and I can keep in touch through this. Just contact? Snape inquired. Aaron was a little dissatisfied. When I'm ready, I'll leave Hogwarts to help them. Are you serious? Snape asked in surprise. But how could you? I only mentioned Harry occasionally, and I didn't hinder the Death Eaters, so it doesn't count as a violation of the contract, Aaron said lightly. Only I, the person who designed the contract, know how big the loopholes in the contract we signed with Voldemort were. The contract's restrictions on me are very simple. As long as I don't encounter the Dark Lord or Death Eaters, I can do whatever I want. When I encounter them, both sides will just be wary of each other and not interfere with each other. Overall, all conditions were in my favor. Prescient, Dumbledore's portrait praised. Shut up, you old bastard, Aaron cursed angrily at the portrait. If I had known that your end was approaching, I would not have signed that contract. Once Harry dies, I will be the unlucky one, but your plan just kills Harry, the savior. Are you sure you didn't target me intentionally? Dumbledore's portrait showed some guilt. In front of all the past principals of Hogwarts, please give me some face. Why? Aaron sneered. If it were a living person, he might have some scruples, but a mere portrait is just a byproduct of Dumbledore's thoughts, not even a dead person. Your plan is centered on Harry Potter, but Professor Snape and I are the ones who are most affected. He's a little better. He's basically gotten over it after killing you. But what about me? I really don't want to follow your plan, but even for myself, I hope Harry Potter can live a little longer, let alone Hermione still being on his team. But what about after finding those Horcruxes? The fragment of Harry's soul was strangled by Voldemort himself. He may not die, but I will definitely have to face Voldemort and his army. Chapter 602, Fawkes's Traces. Do you want to meet Grindelwald? I didn't know you would make such a contract with him, Dumbledore's portrait said weakly. Besides, based on my understanding of you, you will not sit still and wait for death. You will definitely prepare for the future battle thoroughly. Ha! You really think highly of me. I am prepared, but I am far from ready, Aaron spoke bluntly, counting on his fingers. I have to find ways to control the time and place of the decisive battle. I have to find ways to reduce the number of enemies I face. I also have to win over trustworthy allies and strengthen myself as much as possible. I have to consider these carefully. Still as rigorous as before, Snape raised his eyebrows. There is no way. If you are not careful, you may be completely destroyed. I'm sure I won't die, but I don't want to get stuck on any details, Aaron said patiently. He then looked at Dumbledore's portrait. "The reason why I am in such a predicament now has a lot to do with you, but there is a way for you to compensate me a little." "What?" Dumbledore's portrait asked. Aaron tapped the desk lightly and said pointedly, "Principal Dumbledore, don't you think there is something missing on this desk?" "No." "Stop pretending to be confused with me. Where is Fawkes?" "Ah, this. I need its feathers, tears, and even blood, but that phoenix disappeared after your funeral. I think you will be able to find it." Dumbledore's portrait hesitated for a moment. Phoenixes generally return to the wild after their master dies. "To put it bluntly, it's not that I don't know the written knowledge," Aaron said. "When Dumbledore's family members need help, the phoenix appears." "Aberforth Dumbledore? You know him?" "Then you have to thank Rita Skeeter. This gossip reporter uncovered a lot of dark history during your lifetime, including your relationship with your brother Aberforth, your mother Kendra Dumbledore, and your sister Ariana Dumbledore. Rita Skeeter wrote about their deaths in the newspaper." A clear look of embarrassment flashed across Dumbledore's portrait. He didn't mind what reporters said about him in the Daily Prophet. It didn't matter whether he was portrayed as good or bad. Those who knew and trusted him would not change their views because of a newspaper. But that didn't mean he didn't mind others talking about his family. That was a taboo he didn't want to mention. I should have taught her a profound lesson from the beginning. "It's too late to regret now, isn't it?" Aaron shrugged. "Let's get down to business. Where is Aberforth Dumbledore?" "He's in Hogsmeade. The Hogshead Bar? You also know?" "Well, it's a long story. I've been to the Hogshead Bar once before. The boss there is very similar to you, especially his eyes. He looks to be at least 100 years old. His magic power is also very strong, and he also raises several goats. There are indeed some irreparable rifts in my relationship with him, but I know that he still recognizes me as his brother in his heart," Dumbledore's portrait said shamefully. "I asked him to guide Harry when necessary, and he didn't reject." "That's very thoughtful," Snape said in a sinister tone. "I thought you would be grateful to me, Severus." "Humph, you should be grateful indeed. I still don't know how many insurances you have prepared for him." "To be precise, none. No one can help Harry directly. Not you, not Aaron, not Aberforth." "I don't care about any of this," Aaron said angrily. "Fawkes will go find Aberforth, right?" "Not necessarily," Dumbledore's portrait shook his head. "Aberforth Dumbledore does have some relationship with Phoenix, but he is not the master of Fawkes. In addition to Aberforth, there is another person who will win the Phoenix's favor." "Who?" "Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald." Hearing the name, Aaron blinked blankly. "Haha, Professor Dumbledore, are you kidding me?" Dumbledore's portrait remained silent, indicating his seriousness. "Okay, I understand." Aaron took a deep breath. "Grindelwald is still in Nurmengard, right?" "Yes, he's nearing the end of his life, and Fawkes will likely be with him for the last time. If you want to tame a phoenix, you should do it before Grindelwald dies." "Don't go," Snape said to Aaron seriously. "Even though that man has been imprisoned for decades, he is no less dangerous than the Dark Lord." Aaron nodded slightly, but kept his thoughts to himself. "Let me know before you go to find Harry and the others, and I will try my best to cover for you at school." "Forget it, Professor Snape. I won't show any flaws. You can rest assured of that," Aaron said calmly. "Come to my dormitory in 3 days, and I will tell you my plan." "What are your plans?" Snape asked in surprise. "I can't tell you everything right now, but it will definitely surprise you. Dumbledore's plan revolves around the prophecy, but my plan, just as Dumbledore guessed, is for the final battle." Snape pondered for a moment. "If you have nothing else to do, go back first. By the way, if anyone asks, just say that your detention tonight was to copy the school rules 10 times. "I understand." Aaron waved his hand, turned around, and walked out the door. After the oak door closed again, Snape took a deep breath and turned to look at Dumbledore's portrait. "You want him to go find Grindelwald?" "I just gave him a choice. It's up to him to decide whether to go to Nurmengard or not." "I don't understand," Snape shouted. "You should know better than anyone how dangerous Grindelwald is." "He is safe," Dumbledore's portrait said calmly. "The Gaius family hides many secrets, and even a small part of that knowledge is enough to shock the world. Grindelwald and I are among the few who understand that small part. Believe me, he will not harm the heir of the Gaius family." "Don't you think you're too confident?" Snape said, exasperated. "Grindelwald is more powerful, smarter, and more deceptive than you-know-who. His words are not credible at all. But this time is different. He knows I'm going to die and will not lie to me. I hope Aaron can go and meet him. If he goes, he will receive my last relic. If he doesn't go, there will be no loss," Dumbledore's portrait said meaningfully, completely unaware that Phineas, who was pretending to sleep next to him, was listening to their conversation with his ears perked up. Back in his dormitory, Aaron put Abe down and lay on the bed. His conversations with Dumbledore and Professor Snape had clarified his future plans. Helping Harry was necessary. Only through him could he find Hufflepuff's golden cup as soon as possible, but his own plan could not be neglected. A two-pronged approach would ensure nothing went wrong. System. Open the personal panel. Magic energy. Body, 10,260. Primary Magister. Mind, 10,260. Primary Magister. Total, 20,520. Intermediate Great Magister, a rare existence in the magic world. Talent, rare in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. Body increases by 2 points. Mind increases by 2 points. Items. Resurrection Potion. Can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic Carpet. Pensieve. Captain Jack's Compass. Magic Points. Alas, we still have 1.5 months to go before we can collect 10,000 magic points. After leaving Hogwarts, this time will probably have to be extended by 1 month. Aaron sighed softly, then opened the task panel. Find and destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. 1,000 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux found, and 500 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux destroyed. Rewards for completing the mission will be distributed directly until all Horcruxes are destroyed. There will be no penalty for mission failure. Accepted note. Horcruxes found. Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Harry Potter. Horcruxes to be destroyed. Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Harry Potter, Hufflepuff's golden cup, Nagini. Hogwarts Asylum. Protect students who are harmed by Death Eaters and reward 100 magic points for each student protect. TED. Rewards for completing tasks will be: Mission. Meet the previous generation Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Completion rewards 500 magic points. No penalty for failure. Do you accept? Aaron gasped as he read the second system task and sat up from his bed. System. You make me feel the warmth of the world. I really love you. Host. Don't be so disgusting. No. This is not disgusting. This is touching. These are words from the bottom of my heart. Aaron said ecstatically. It's rare to see such a full task panel. The system has mentioned before that tasks are closely related to the host's interactions. If the host stays at home and avoids worldly affairs, it will not trigger any tasks, the system explained. Aaron chuckled. I see. I was being short-sighted. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well, only seeing a small part of the sky. The second mission was a huge surprise, with rewards several times more generous than the first. He hadn't calculated the exact number of students at Hogwarts, but there were at least 300 to 400. Even if the number was halved, the reward for the second mission would still be substantial. He had never seen such an exaggerated reward. Although it hadn't been cashed in yet, his attitude towards the system improved significantly. 20,000 magic points. When have I ever been so rich? Aaron thought. With this wealth, becoming the god of magic might still be a bit far off, but becoming a Saint Magister was definitely within reach. He could also collect more Dark Spirit Stones, 12 talismans, ghost masks, and other items. The system seemed to understand Aaron's thoughts and, after a moment of hesitation, poured cold water on his excitement. Ahem, host, don't be too happy too soon. The students victimized by Death Eaters in the second mission have specific standards. Standards? Aaron's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Explain clearly. This means that only students who were seriously injured by Amicus Caro or Electo Caro meet the standards. If they are only injured by ordinary curses, they are not covered. Therefore, the host should not think this is an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Aaron sighed. He had thought he would gain at least 20,000 magic points, but now it seemed he might have to halve it, Have it again, and have it once more. In the end, it would be good to have 2,000 magic points left. Well, I take back what I said before. The system did make me feel the warmth of the world, but not enough to say the word love. This system knows the host is still so realistic, the system replied. Aaron smiled, not bothering to explain. 20,000 magic points had been reduced to 2,000, and his mood fell from the clouds to the ground. The gap was so big that he was already well educated not to swear. Aaron reluctantly calmed down and chose to accept the second task. As for the third task, he hesitated and did not make a choice. Meeting the Dark Lord of the previous generation for 500 magic points seemed too risky compared to the benefits. In his opinion, Grindelwald was not comparable to Voldemort. There were rumors that Grindelwald had lost all his magic power, but rumors could be misleading. After regaining his missing body's magic power, Aaron was confident he could fight Voldemort at his strongest. However, if the opponent was Grindelwald, it would be uncertain. Moreover, the missing body was still of great use to him, and he would not take it back before the decisive battle. In the Hall of Gods, Aaron's missing body lay on a chair, its consciousness immersed in the spiritual space. As his soul power was consumed, the sky of this illusory secret realm was divided into a large area, filled with various gorgeous scenes. Layer by layer, mysterious colors spread out and slowly disperse in different directions, perfectly blending with lakes, forests, snow-capped mountains, peaks, waterfalls, and seas of clouds, forming an ultimate beauty under the night sky. The paradise on Earth is nothing more than this. It's a pity that some creatures are missing, which inevitably mars the perfection, a dark ninja remarked as he approached, holding a photo frame of Phineas. It seems you have important information, the figure with the missing body smiled. Yes, it's related to Dumbledore's relics. I know about that. He gave Harry a golden snitch, Hermione a storybook, and Ron a deluminator. But I don't care about those things. You don't care? The ninja asked, puzzled. Ha! The figure with the missing body smiled contemptuously. No matter what secrets are hidden in his relics, the ultimate goal is just to guide Harry Potter to defeat Voldemort. This may be of great significance to them, but to me it is tasteless, a pity to throw away. To be honest, I wish they had spent more time on those relics. Phineas smacked his lips, unsure of what to say. While others are still searching for ways to defeat the boss, some are already preparing for the final battle. This is a gap in perspective, and it is normal to look down on those relics. Office, Snape remarked, his eyes scanning the room with a hint of skepticism. Aaron smiled. It's not about secrecy, Professor. It's about comfort and familiarity. Besides, I have something here that might interest you. Snape raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. And what might that be? Aaron reached into his trunk and pulled out a small, ornate box. He opened it to reveal a shimmering, emerald-green amulet. This is one of Salazar Slytherin's relics. I believe it will be of great interest to you. Snape's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly masked his surprise. Where did you get this? Let's just say I have my ways, Aaron replied cryptically. But that's not the only reason I called you here. I need your advice on something. Snape's curiosity was piqued. Go on. Aaron took a deep breath. I've been given a task to meet Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore left Fawkes to me, and it seems he believes Grindelwald won't harm me because of my lineage, but I'm not so sure. Snape's expression darkened. Grindelwald is not someone to be taken lightly. Even in his old age, he remains a formidable wizard. Why would Dumbledore send you on such a dangerous mission? Aaron shrugged. Perhaps he believes I can succeed where he couldn't, or maybe he thinks it's a test of my abilities. Either way, I don't have much choice. Snape was silent for a moment, contemplating the situation. If you must go, take every precaution. Grindelwald may not harm you, but that doesn't mean he won't test you. And remember, your life is more valuable than any mission. Aaron nodded, appreciating the rare moment of concern from his usually stoic professor. Thank you, Professor. I'll be careful. Snape gave a curt nod and turned to leave. And Aaron, if you do succeed, it will be a significant achievement. But don't let it go to your head. Power can be as dangerous as any enemy. With that, Snape left the dormitory, leaving Aaron to ponder his words. The task ahead was daunting, but Aaron knew he had to face it head-on. The legacy of Salazar Slytherin and the future of the wizarding world might very well depend on it. The next morning, Aaron prepared for his journey to Nurmengard. He packed his essentials, including his wand, the rabbit spell scroll, and a few potions for emergencies. As he was about to leave, he felt a warm presence behind him. Turning around, he saw Fawkes perched on his windowsill, looking at him with intelligent, knowing eyes. "Ready to go, Fawkes?" Aaron asked, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Fawkes let out a soft trill, a sound that seemed to fill Aaron with a sense of calm and determination. With the phoenix by his side, he felt a little more prepared to face whatever lay ahead. As they left Hogwarts, Aaron couldn't help but think about the legacy he was stepping into. Salazar Slytherin, Gellert Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore, these were names that shaped the wizarding world, and now it was his turn to make his mark. The journey to Nurmengard was long and filled with anticipation. When they finally arrived, Aaron stood before the imposing fortress, feeling a mix of fear and resolve. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to face the challenge that awaited him. Inside the prison, the air was thick with an oppressive silence. Aaron walked through the dimly lit corridors, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Finally, he reached a heavy iron door. Taking a moment to steady himself, he pushed it open and stepped inside. There, sitting in the center of the room, was Gellert Grindelwald. The once feared Dark Lord looked up, his piercing blue eyes meeting Aaron's. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, Grindelwald smiled, a smile that was both welcoming and unsettling. "Welcome, young wizard," Grindelwald said, his voice smooth and commanding. "I've been expecting you." Aaron swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the moment. "I'm here to talk, not to fight." Grindelwald's smile widened. "Good, because there is much we need to discuss." As Aaron took a seat across from Grindelwald, he couldn't help but wonder what the future held. But one thing was certain, this encounter would change everything. "Now you can tell me your plan," Snape said with some dissatisfaction. "Not yet," Aaron replied. "Then why did you ask me to come here in the middle of the night?" Snape demanded. "Be patient," Aaron said, taking out a bottle of magic potion from a cabinet. "Drink this first." Snape opened the bottle cap and sniffed it, frowning slightly. "A tranquilizer? I almost forgot. There are these two as well," Aaron said, placing 2 more bottles of magic potion in front of him. "Is this a euphoric potion and a palliative?" Snape asked, even more confused. "Why do you want me to drink these?" "Tranquilizers calm mood swings, euphoric potions put the user in a good mood, and palliatives soothe irritability and anxiety," Aaron explained. "Do I need you to remind me?" Snape's mouth twitched slightly. As a master of potions, he was well aware of their effects. "Professor, I am thinking of you," Aaron said seriously. "What you will learn later may make you too emotional, so drink first before we talk." "Are you underestimating me?" Snape asked. Aaron didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the corner and waved his wand. "Quick appearance." The floor shook slightly, and a keyhole appeared in the center. Aaron inserted a silver-black key into the keyhole and turned it slightly. The floor slowly parted from the middle, revealing stairs leading deep into the room. Professor Snape's pupils shrank, and after a few seconds, he picked up the tranquilizer and took a sip. When did you do this?" 4 years ago, Aaron replied. "Ha ha!" Snape took another sip of the tranquilizer. "Does that mean you dug a secret tunnel for yourself when you were 13 or 14 years old?" "It's not a secret passage, it's a secret base," Aaron corrected him seriously. "I suggest you finish the medicine now. Drinking it 1 mouthful at a time will be more troublesome." "I am measured," Snape snorted lightly and prepared to enter the secret passage. But as soon as he took the first step, he pulled his foot back. "You didn't set any traps on the road, did you?" "No," Aaron assured him. Snape's lips curved upward. "You're still too young. I admit that putting the entrance in the dormitory is secretive, but you still have to pay attention to safety. Wait until you finish visiting my secret base before you lecture me," Aaron said nonchalantly, then picked up a lantern and led the way. The secret passage was very smooth, with flames illuminating every few steps, so there was no need to worry about visibility. 10 minutes later, a door appeared in front of them. Snape stared blankly at the snake-shaped pattern on the door, his mouth wide open in surprise. It wasn't that he had never seen this door before, but because he had seen it, he found it incredible. You. Snape pointed at Aaron, his fingers trembling slightly. You gave Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. It would be the biggest waste if Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets were buried deep underground. I, a Slytherin, can put it to good use, and I believe Salazar Slytherin would be pleased, Aaron said confidently. Snape took a deep breath and decided to drink all the tranquilizer, euphoric potion, and palliative potion before entering this door. He didn't know what Aaron had transformed the secret room into, but it would definitely exceed his imagination. He also noticed that the original passage into the secret room was blocked by earth and rocks. The only way to enter this ancient secret room was through Aaron's dormitory. It would be great if it was like this, Aaron said, looking at Snape, who was drinking the potion. Who would have thought you were so crazy? What's more surprising is yet to come, so be mentally prepared, Aaron said, pushing open the door. I changed it into the Hall of Divine Sound. Besides me, you are the fifth person to come in. Snape stepped forward and walked in, but as soon as he entered the foyer, he stood there in shock. This was far different from the secret room in his memory. The space alone had expanded countless times, completely transforming into a fully functional palace. If it weren't for the huge statue of Slytherin right in the center, he might not have recognized it at all. In front of him, he would have doubted whether he was in the wrong place. How do you feel? Not bad, Snape said insincerely. It's really heartbreaking. The results of my several years of labor can only be rated as okay. Aaron shook his head speechlessly. Now that I'm here, it's time to meet your old friend. Snapped. Aaron snapped his fingers, and a shadow ninja emerged from the ground. Snape was startled. I remember that this kind of creature needs to wear that weird mask to control it, right? Sometimes what you know is just what I want you to know. The reason why people wearing the ghost mask can control the Black Shadow Core is because I integrated a small part of my authority into the mask. I can take back the power in the mask at any time if I want. Is this unnecessary? Snape was surprised, but also a little confused. No, Aaron smiled meaningfully. Imagine if you have two enemies. One of them needs to use a defective magic item to control the Black Shadow Core, while the other can control it without any external force. Perfectly controlling the Shadow Core, which one do you think is the greater threat? Snape. You are so stubborn. This is called stability. Aaron curled his lips and said, Go and call the two of them. No, call the three of them. The Shadow Ninja nodded respectfully, turned around, and blended into the darkness. After a while, Sirius Black and Alastor Moody came over in their pajamas. Aren't you allowed to sleep at night? Sirius complained, rubbing his eyes. He then felt an inexplicable light on his back and noticed the person standing next to Aaron. It was somewhat unexpected for the three of them to meet under such circumstances, but after just exchanging glances, they roughly figured out what was going on. Severus, why are you here? What else do I want to ask you? Aren't you dead? Snape asked coldly. Bella's death curse obviously hit you. I'm not dead, so you're disappointed, aren't you? Sirius said with a playful smile. The second before the curse hit me, Aaron protected my soul. After that, he gradually removed the magic power of the death curse from my body, and then he pulled me back from the world of the dead. What a pity! Snape shook his head regretfully. This can save you a life. God is so cruel. You, both of you, calm down, Moody interjected. And you're not dead either. Many Death Eaters said that you fell into the lake and your body was completely gone. Luck, pure luck. Moody forced out a smile with lingering fear. I was rescued by Abe, who took me to Diagon Alley, and Aaron performed surgery on me. You are really overflowing with compassion. Snape looked at Aaron speechlessly. I remember you are not that kind of person. To be honest, I didn't intend to save them. Humph. Mad-Eye is fine, but there is no need to save this stinky dog. He is a waste of air when he is alive, but he is definitely celebrated by the whole world when he is dead. Hearing this, Sirius was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, but thinking of the grievances Snape had suffered in the past and the burden he had to bear as an undercover agent, he still managed to suppress the anger in his heart. He saved me, but I also paid for it. I gave him 90% of the Black family's assets, and Mad Eye and I both signed a contract to obey his orders until Voldemort is destroyed. Prodigal son, Snape said dismissively. What does my success or failure have to do with you? It really has nothing to do with me. I just feel unworthy of the Black family. That's enough. Moody stood between the two of them distractedly. After Voldemort is defeated, I won't stop you from a life-or-death duel, but now is the time to work together. Let's put aside the past grudges. After hearing this, the two stopped arguing and turned away in disgust. Wait a minute, Snape suddenly thought of something and looked at Aaron uneasily. Did you show them my memory? Don't worry, I know what's appropriate, Aaron smiled. I only showed them 2 conversations. Between you and Dumbledore, I haven't revealed anything about Harry Potter, Sirius said. That's good. It's not the time yet, Snape replied. You all love playing riddles, don't you? Sirius retorted angrily. Can you at least let us know if we're going to die? Mad Eye might be able to handle it, but you might not, Snape sneered. Who would have thought? The person Dumbledore trusts the most is me, a Slytherin. Professor, I didn't bring you here to argue, Aaron interjected helplessly. It's almost time for the reveal. Here we come, a voice called out. Sorry, I was taking a bath. Snape was taken aback when he saw someone who looked exactly like Aaron appear before him. His eyes scanned the two of them, searching for any discrepancies, but they seemed identical, as if carved from the same mold. Hey, what's going on here? You don't really have a twin brother, do you? Snape asked, bewildered. Ha ha ha! Sirius laughed. So you don't know? I thought you, the teacher, would get some preferential treatment. Snape's forehead creased with frustration. Should I know? That's Aaron's clone, Moody explained, pointing to the duplicate. It's a very special kind of magic. The clone can exist indefinitely as long as it isn't killed or its magic power isn't exhausted. Chapter 6-4, Leaving Hogwarts? Signing a guarantee letter. In the Shenming Hall, Aaron, his doppelganger, Snape, Sirius, and Moody sat around a stone table. Professor Snape, Aaron began calmly, pouring himself a cup of tea, you spent more than 2 hours visiting my divine hall. What do you think? Amazing, Snape replied with heartfelt appreciation. You are worthy of being my student. It will really put your face on the line, Sirius interjected angrily. How many years have you been a professor? You have not only 1,000, but also 800 students. You won't only remember him, right? Okay, you are indeed an outstanding student of Slytherin, Snape retorted, looking at Sirius. Are you satisfied with this? Humph, Sirius replied, not to be outdone. As far as I know, the Dark Lord is also an outstanding student of Slytherin. If you are envious, just say so. I won't laugh at you. You. Okay, Moody interrupted, tapping his cane. Now is not the time for you to show your temper. Aaron, by bringing Severus here, does that mean you are going to take action? Moody asked. Otherwise? Aaron spread his hands. I plan to leave Hogwarts tomorrow to help Harry and the others find Horcruxes. Leaving tomorrow? Sirius was a little surprised. Isn't this too sudden? This is a decision I made after careful consideration. Staying at Hogwarts will inevitably lead to me being passive. But Hogwarts cannot disapparate. Snape frowned. There are also dark wizards and dementors monitoring outside the castle. If you want to leave, you can only pass through the teleportation array. That's such a waste. It's not difficult for me to leave Hogwarts, Aaron said lightly. The disillusionment charm and invisibility cloak would not be discovered even under the eyes of the dark wizards. As for the dementors, with his flying speed, he could get rid of them in the blink of an eye. After I leave, my doppelganger will stay at Hogwarts in my place, confusing Amicus and Alecto. In a sense, the main body and I are the same person, and no one will find any flaws, the doppelganger said confidently. Snape and the other 3 nodded in unison. None of them had the slightest doubt about this. Professor, I need your help with something after I leave. This is also the main purpose of calling you here today. What's up? Snape asked. Amicus and Alecto will harm students even more in the future. Even if you are the headmaster, it will be difficult to stop them. Hearing this, Snape opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Voldemort sent the Caro siblings to help promote education reform. If the progress was not satisfactory to him, the siblings would definitely be punished. In this situation, all he could do was save the students' lives, but some physical pain was inevitable. I hope that, Professor, you can pay more attention to the situation of the students. It is best to make a list of students who cannot persist. My doppelganger will find an opportunity to take these students to the Shenming Palace for protection. Snape hesitated. Isn't this too risky? What's the risk in this? Sirius sneered. Aaron told us before that the Temple of God's Calling would be a sanctuary hidden under Hogwarts. You have also visited. The food here is enough to feed hundreds of people for several years. The defense is impenetrable, and there is a large teleportation array. Even if this configuration is discovered, it can be easily evacuated. The reduction in the number of students will make the Caro siblings suspicious, Snape said patiently. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 are missing, but the disappearance of a dozen or even dozens of students is not a trivial matter. It's time to test you, the doppelganger said with a meaningful smile, then flicked a silver sickle on the table. If they come to you because of the missing students, I will know if they change the number on it. Is this reliable? Snape picked up the silver sickle and asked with some suspicion. Even if you know, how can you help me? Use this, the doppelganger said, tapping its temple with its index finger. Snape did not open his mouth to speak, but he could hear the voice clearly in his mind. This. Snape's pupils dilated slightly. What kind of magic is this? Long-distance spiritual communication, Aaron explained succinctly. I will guide you when the time comes, and you should be able to manage. It's a good idea, but... Snape hesitated. I'm afraid this won't last long. My memory is connected to my main body. I will control the delay according to the execution progress of the master plan. I can use the Sol Imperius curse if necessary. You make it sound easy, Snape remarked. The missing body shrugged, drew out a white wand, and pointed it at the table. Slytherin's locket and Ravenclaw's diadem appeared before his eyes. Slytherin's locket was found at 12 Grimmauld Place. Regulus Black desperately asked Creature to take it out more than 10 years ago. I found Ravenclaw's diadem in the Room of Requirement. I have to admit, Voldemort is very good at hiding things, and both are. Horcruxes, Snape said, unable to hide his shock as he looked at Aaron. Your efficiency would make Dumbledore feel ashamed. This is called skill, and of course, I don't deny that there is an element of luck. Tom Riddle's diary and the Gaunt family's ring have been destroyed. In addition to the locket and diadem, Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes are. The missing body paused for a moment and glanced around. The Python and the Hufflepuff cup. According to Dumbledore's plan, I only need to help Harry and the others find the cup, and then we can prepare for the decisive battle. I understand, which means I won't have to delay for too long, Snape said, breathing a sigh of relief. No, that was Dumbledore's plan, but not mine, Aaron said seriously. When it comes to that point, I will be the first to bear the brunt, so I need as much time as possible to prepare. Snape thought of Aaron's conversation with him and Dumbledore's portrait in the principal's office a few days ago, and his face became more troubled. After Harry's soul is wiped out by Voldemort, Aaron is likely to face an army of Death Eaters, and nothing he needs to prepare for is simple. How long do you need? Snape asked. Of course, the more time, the better. You know that's impossible. The shortest period is half a year, and the longest is 1 year. I'll try my best, Snape nodded heavily. Thank you for your understanding, Professor. When everything is settled, I will bring Harry Potter to you and ask him to kneel down and apologize. Ahem, Sirius coughed, dissatisfied. Harry's godfather is still here. If you weren't here, Harry would still have to kowtow. Sirius, we signed a contract. When will you realize this? Moody said tiredly. Professor, Aaron looked at Snape meaningfully. I will help them find the Horcruxes, but only after I am fully prepared will I destroy the locket, diadem, and cup. Do you want to control the timing of when Voldemort discovers that the Horcruxes have been destroyed? Yes, Aaron said unequivocally. I have interrogated the soul fragments in the locket. If more than half of the Horcruxes are destroyed, the Master Soul may notice something abnormal. Okay, I won't ask any unnecessary questions. All in all, my mission is to protect the students of Hogwarts. If there's anything else you need me to do, you can discuss it with my clone. He can communicate with me at any time. Snape couldn't help but look at the missing body again and sighed. It's really amazing magic. Then what can we do? Sirius asked. First, dig out the dormitory, the missing body said angrily. It has been several days, but you two have only dug out your own rooms. Don't you feel ashamed? We are not you, Sirius said guiltily. We don't have your ability to dig holes. Is that an excuse? Aaron cursed angrily. I didn't save you so that you could freeload. Okay, stop talking. Let's just speed up the progress, he said helplessly. The next day, Aaron returned to the dormitory after breakfast. Aaron packed his luggage, money, food, and necessary daily necessities into his backpack. Clea watched him with a hint of amusement. Are you leaving so early? She asked. Are you going to protect Hermione? Before I go to find her, I have some personal matters to take care of, Aaron replied bluntly. I don't trust Sirius and Moody. I need helpers I can rely on, loyal and capable ones. You could let your clones handle it. Aren't their abilities the same as yours? Clea suggested. That's true, but the clone's magic power can't be overused. It would be safer for him to stay at Hogwarts, Aaron explained. He grabbed her hand and said patiently, Don't be jealous. You are very important to me, but you come first, no matter what. Such sweet talk won't work on me, Clea said, raising an eyebrow and smiling. But I can pretend to believe you. After all, I am your fiancé. That's just the acquiescence of our parents and elders. In fact, Aaron began. Huh? Do you have an opinion? Clea interrupted. No, how could I? Aaron said sarcastically. Being able to marry a girl as knowledgeable, sensible, beautiful, and considerate as you is a blessing I must have cultivated over 8 lifetimes. It's good that you know, Clea said, satisfied. But Miss Clea, you are still 4 months away from adulthood, Aaron pointed out. Clea's expression turned serious. Then you have to wait for me and take care of yourself until then. If I find out that you and Granger... Stop it, Aaron interrupted, rolling his eyes. Do I really make you worry that much? Nothing is absolute in love. I have confidence in you, but I don't trust accidents, Clea said. I promise there will be no accidents, Aaron vowed. Your promises don't count, Clea snorted. She picked up Abe and sat on the bed. A lonely man and a woman in love in the wild are like dry sticks and a raging fire, ready to ignite at any moment. That's what the books say, especially since you haven't seen each other for so long. Aaron was silent for a moment, then laughed softly. It's not always good to read too many books. I can actually see a trace of nervousness on your face. Isn't it natural to be nervous about this kind of thing? Clea said, looking at Aaron with her beautiful big eyes. Your place in my heart is the most important. I can pretend not to care, but I can't lie to myself if I feel uncomfortable. Aaron laughed, his cheeks turning slightly red. Then I'll let my clone go instead. Is there any difference? Clea asked. Your clone is the same as your main body. It has flesh and blood, emotions, and a soul, but it lacks in magic power. I'm just complaining. If you really let the clone go, it would be irresponsible to Hermione in an emergency. Then what do you want me to do? Aaron spread his hands, asking Clea. It's very simple, Clea smiled smartly. Isn't Gaius best at contracts? Just write me a letter of guarantee. Aaron was stunned for a moment. When did you come up with this idea? Last summer vacation, when Ollivander brought Fleur to Gaius Castle, Clea said with a smile. Aaron took a deep breath. What do you want me to write? I'm ready, Clea said proudly. She stretched out her index finger and drew a few lines in the air, and blue, 3-dimensional characters appeared. The contract read, Aaron Darwin is not allowed to do anything that breaks the bottom line with any woman before Clea reaches adulthood, is not allowed to take the initiative to reveal his identity, is not allowed to put himself in danger, and is not allowed to. Aaron looked at the list of prohibitions, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Isn't the first one enough? Aren't the others a bit redundant? Different contracts target different people, Clea said righteously. I'm sure you can find loopholes in the contract, so it's always good to be more prepared. Besides, except for the first point, the rest I am thinking about your and her say, Fetty. If there is no problem, just sign. Of course, if you don't want to sign, I won't stop you. I don't believe it, Aaron thought to himself. He was now temporarily removed from the Gaius family, but Clea was still the daughter of the Darwin family. In other words, she could mobilize the power of the Darwin family. The Darwin family was the most measured among the 4 families. They would not cause any hindrance to Aaron's actions, but it would still be very easy for them to send a few people to monitor him. Among those monitoring him, there would definitely be Leon, a pure sister controller who would do anything for his sister's future happiness. Aaron Gaius. Aaron used his wand to sign his name under the contract. You can rest assured this time. Almost. Clea nodded with satisfaction, then kissed Aaron on the cheek. This is a consolation prize for you. You will definitely feel awkward making a contract, but I have released my man to find another woman. With this premise, I can't be considered stingy no matter how you look at it. Aaron was startled for a moment. He stretched out his arms to wrap her in his embrace, then slowly lowered his head and kissed her warm lips. After more than 2 minutes of passionate kissing, both of them were breathing heavily. Clea's face was flushed, and Aaron felt he was in danger of losing control at any moment. But before he could take the next step, his mind suddenly cleared. Fortunately, I just signed a contract. Aaron smiled awkwardly, but politely. If we did anything before you become an adult, it wouldn't be easy for either of us to explain it to our families. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you sign, Clea whispered regretfully, then shyly ran out of Aaron's dormitory. Chapter 605, Barely Legal Dragon Breeding License, First Stop Pighead Bar. Aaron put on his backpack and was just about to use the disillusionment charm on himself when a voice echoed in his mind. Have you left yet? Just getting ready to go. Then don't leave yet. Professor Snape contacted me through Silver Sco. He told me that people from the Ministry of Magic are here. Let them come, Aaron said nonchalantly. The Dark Lord isn't willing to fire me. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the voice continued calmly. The person who came isn't evil, but it's obvious they're not here for us. Aaron raised his eyebrows and looked thoughtfully at Abe, who was squatting obediently. You're so good. You really scared them. Go to the headmaster's office. They're waiting there. Aaron reluctantly put down his backpack, picked up Abe, and left the common room. Arriving in front of the huge stone gargoyle on the 3rd floor, Aaron recited the password and skillfully climbed the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Pushing open the oak door, he found Headmaster Severus Snape sitting behind his desk. Besides him, there were 4 other people seated on chairs to the left and right. Piers Sinix, Minister of Magic, whose photo had been published in the Daily Prophet more than once. Walton McNeil, representative of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Amicus Caro, and Professor Electo Caro. This setup is really serious, Aaron smiled nonchalantly. Good morning, Mr. Gaius. Sinix stood up and extended his right hand with a smile on his face. Good morning, Mr. Minister. Aaron shook hands with him, then looked at McNeil, who was sitting upright beside him. Long time no see. I remember the last time I saw you was 2 years ago. At that time, Voldemort had just been resurrected. Wait, Mr. Gaius, Sinix said with some restraint. Please don't say that person's name. What? Is the Minister of Magic also afraid? Aaron looked at Sinix sarcastically. Your previous minister made it clear that he would fight Voldemort. No, the Dark Lord to the end. So he died. Ahem, Snape coughed. Mr. Minister, let's not discuss this nonsense. I'm sorry, I remembered it wrong. These are troubled times. I have to be responsible for a series of reforms in the Ministry of Magic, and it's inevitable that I feel a little exhausted, Sinix said sheepishly. Former Minister Scrimgeour had to retire due to health issues. Let's get down to business, Sinix, Amicus pointedly said. Headmaster Snape asked you to come here to eliminate hidden dangers at Hogwarts. Yes, I almost forgot about the real issue. Sinix slapped his forehead in sudden realization, then looked at Abe in Aaron's arms. Mr. Gaius, I received a report that someone said you have a dragon at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, correct? Who reported it? That's not important. What's important is how to deal with it, McNeil said, knocking on the execution scythe. It hasn't drunk dragon blood yet. Snape and the Caro siblings were stunned for a moment and leaned back a little in unison. What they had said when they sent the message might not have been particularly serious, but McNeil, are you so brave? Can you kill that dragon? Roar! Abe jumped out of Aaron's arms. The moment he hit the ground, his size grew to about 3 meters. White steam spurted from his nostrils, blowing McNeil off his chair. Pfft! Cynic's face turned pale, and he sat in his chair in a daze. Unlike Death Eaters, he would be lying if he said he wasn't scared when a dragon came so close to him. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Aaron picked his ears with his little finger. "I don't think I heard clearly." McNeil was shocked, angry, and frightened. He immediately drew out his wand and confronted Abe. "That's enough," Snape shouted loudly. "Mr. Gaius, please calm down your pet and don't destroy my office." "Headmaster Snape, it's not that I don't give you." Abe's intelligence was not to be underestimated. Sensing danger, he instinctively took protective measures. "McNeil," Snape said, taking a deep breath, "put your wand away." "But, stop it," Amicus interjected, exasperated. "As if you could hit it with a wand." McNeil hesitated for a moment before slowly lowering his wand. "Now can you change it back?" Snape asked. "I'm afraid that's still not possible," Aaron replied helplessly. "A cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a dragon." "We're not here to execute it. It was just a joke by McNeil," Cynic said, winking anxiously at McNeil. "Right, McNeil? Say something." "That's right. It was just a joke," McNeil said reluctantly. He had hoped to use this opportunity to avenge an incident from 2 years ago, but now he found himself on the defensive. Abe stepped hard on McNeil's scythe, then quickly shrank and jumped into his master's arms. "What a magical creature," Cynic said, his face twitching as he half-heartedly praised Abe. He then changed the subject. "But Mr. Gaius, it is a dragon after all, and it is really inappropriate to keep it at Hogwarts." "My Abe has been very obedient for the past 6 years," Aaron said rationally. "He has helped me many times and has never hurt anyone." "Nonsense," Amicus retorted angrily. "My face still hurts." "That's a loyal protector. If you had a dog, it would also protect its owner from danger. I raise a dragon, so it can't be inferior to a dog." "Strong words," Alecto scolded. "Cynics, how do you want to handle this?" "Personally, and as a representative of the Ministry of Magic and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, I must say that a fire dragon is one of the most dangerous creatures in the magical world. It may not have made any mistakes before, but who can guarantee what will happen in the future?" Cynic said firmly. "For the safety of the hundreds of students at Hogwarts, I must give the order. Mr. Gaius, I hope you can take care of your dragon by tomorrow, at least keep it away from Hogwarts. If you can't do it, the Ministry of Magic can do it for you," McNeil sneered. "Can't you be accommodating?" Aaron pleaded. "I really can't." Cynic shook his head seriously. "I understand your feelings, but I must be responsible for the students." Amicus and Alecto exchanged pleased smiles. Getting rid of the dragon would be like removing a thorn in their side, making it easier to implement their educational reforms at Hogwarts. "Okay," Aaron said regretfully. "I didn't want to take this out, but now I have no other choice." He opened a white magic circle and pulled out a yellowed file bag. "Mr. Minister, I hope you make the right decision after reading this." "Death struggle," Amicus snorted disdainfully. "Our minister will not accept any bribes." Cynics, who was not aligned with the Death Eaters, would not give up his power or betray his principles. "Let him try, Amicus," Alecto sneered. "Otherwise, he won't be satisfied." Cynics opened the file bag and took out a piece of parchment. After reading it, his expression changed dramatically, and he looked at Ab with surprise. "This," Cynics' voice trembled. "Is this true?" "I wouldn't give a fake certificate to the Minister of Magic," Aaron said confidently. "If you don't believe it, you can verify it any time." Cynics hesitated for a moment, then his expression softened. "I haven't been here today. As for your pet, you must take good care of it." "What do you mean?" Amicus's heart skipped a beat, and McNeil and Alecto were equally confused. "I can't control this matter," Cynics said with a wry smile. "Are you kidding? You are the Minister of Magic," Amicus protested. Cynics did not explain, but placed the parchment on the principal's desk. "Snape, come and take a look." "Look? What are you looking at? It's not like I haven't seen it before," Snape muttered under his breath. Despite his irritation, he feigned curiosity and picked up the parchment. Amicus and Alecto, unable to contain their curiosity, hurried over to see for themselves. Half a minute later, the three of them exchanged shocked glances. "Now you understand why I can't control it, right? This dragon is sanctioned by the Magic Parliament. The British Minister of Magic only has the right to participate and vote in the Parliament. Besides the Magic Council, some senior officials from the International Ministry of Magic and even Sir Merlin vouched for its safety. Cynics explained helplessly. Everyone on this agreement held high positions and had terrifying backgrounds and connections. Even as the Minister of Magic, he had to be polite to them. Kicking Abby out of Hogwarts would be akin to a slap in the face. Offending one or two of them might be manageable, but if dozens of Voldemorts came after him, it would be a nightmare. Impossible. This must be a lie. Amicus broke down emotionally, finding it difficult to accept. Weren't you expelled from the Gaius family? How could you mobilize such a large amount of energy? Hey, don't get me wrong. Aaron waved his hand dismissively. This agreement was prepared 6 years ago. Not long after Abby was born, my parents asked some respected wizards to guarantee it. I've kept a low profile at Hogwarts all these years. If you hadn't been so aggressive, I wouldn't have needed to show my dragon-raising license. Amicus twitched the corner of his mouth stubbornly. You'd better not let me catch you. You'd better hope that time never comes, Aaron replied bluntly. Professor Snape, can I take Abby away? Okay, it's none of your business here, Snape responded. Goodbye, Aaron said, smiling at the group. He proudly picked up Abby and walked towards the oak door. After Aaron left, Amicus angrily threw a teacup to the ground. I'm so angry. Why should he get away with it? He has a good background, Snape explained, exasperated. We have to admit that some people's starting point is higher than other people's ending point. If he hadn't insisted on meddling in other people's business and violated the ancestral precepts of the Gaius family, the Dark Lord wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. He won't be proud for long, Alecto said. But before that, you two must restrain yourselves. At least when he is present, you can't deliberately embarrass anyone. Do you understand? Amicus and Alecto nodded impatiently. They had already suffered a loss once and weren't foolish enough to try it a second time. Back in the dormitory, Aaron gently put Abby down. The missing body was sitting on a chair, waiting for him. I'll leave the Hogwarts matters to you. I will find help as soon as possible, Aaron said. The missing body nodded. Have a good journey, but I personally suggest meeting Grindelwald later. It's not too late. Dumbledore said that Grindelwald's life is coming to an end. If I arrive late, one phoenix will be gone, Aaron said helplessly. But don't worry too much. I won't take back your magic power unless absolutely necessary. The missing person rolled his eyes. It's a last resort, he muttered, unsurprised. Pay more attention to the prophecy and inform me of any important information promptly. Additionally, when the time is right, try to win over a few professors at Hogwarts. The weakest among them are high-level magisters, and their combat power is not bad, Aaron instructed. He then put on his backpack, covered himself with the disillusionment charm and illusion, and strode out of the Slytherin common room. Aaron moved quickly, and no one on the road noticed his presence. He soon arrived at the castle gate. He didn't care about the spying eyes, as they weren't strong enough to see through his disguise. However, the few dementors floating in the sky made him frown. Aaron murmured softly, It shouldn't be a problem if you go faster. A rabbit pattern briefly appeared in his pupils before vanishing. What's that sound? One of the monitors asked, looking around with concern. Where does that sound come from? You're always so suspicious, another monitor replied dismissively. Look at the sky. Even these monsters aren't Inge. Maybe I heard it wrong, the first monitor conceded. Hogsmeade Village, Hogshead Pub. Aaron gazed at the wooden sign hanging from the rusty stand and sighed slightly. This was his first and necessary stop. He needed to meet Aberforth Dumbledore to understand how he had guided and helped Harry Potter. After all, Aaron would soon be joining Harry's team, and any misunderstandings could be detrimental. Additionally, Aaron held on to a sliver of hope. Although the chances were slim, there was a slight possibility that Fawkes, the Phoenix, might appear here. If he could manage to win over the Phoenix at the Hogshead Pub, he wouldn't need to seek out Grindelwald. The benefits of gaining Fawkes far outweighed the risks, especially considering the mere magic points involved. Chapter 606. This is not about money. The relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Aaron activated his detection ability, confirming that there were no customers inside the Hogshead Inn, and walked in. "Who's there?" The bar owner looked towards the door, wiping a glass in his hand. "That's a good stealth method. If this wasn't my territory, I might not have noticed you." "Aberforth Dumbledore?" Aaron asked. The bar owner put down his cup, a look of solemnity flashing in his blue eyes. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Aaron removed the magic concealing his appearance and revealed his true self. "I think you should remember me." "I have some recollection. You had a meeting with a group of students here 2 years ago," Aberforth said. "What brings you to me? Don't tell me you're here for a drink. There are a lot of Death Eaters in Hogsmeade, and you probably can't leave Hogwarts now." "They can't stop me if I want to leave school," Aaron said confidently. "I can tell," Aberforth replied. "So what's your purpose here?" "I'm here to find you. That old bastard Dumbledore said you would guide Harry when necessary, and I want to know exactly how." "Didn't Albus tell you?" Aberforth asked, his tone meaningful. "No, then I don't need to tell you. It doesn't matter. I don't have to know. Maybe there will be some surprises," Aaron said, waving his hand indifferently. He then transformed into the image of Gandalf. "I will join Harry's team as this person. If you have the means to spy on them and see this person, please don't get the wrong idea." Aberforth raised his eyebrows, amazed by Aaron's transformation skills. "Are you the Grand Magister?" "Junior Grand Magister. The girl who is acting with Harry is my girlfriend." Aberforth nodded thoughtfully. "The younger generation is to be feared, but this shouldn't be the only reason you came here, right?" "There are 2 more reasons," Aaron said bluntly. "I wonder if you have seen Fawkes." "The Phoenix?" Aberforth seemed to have figured something out. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Phoenix will indeed protect Dumbledore's bloodline, but I don't really want to see it. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's hard to tell, isn't it?" Aaron looked considerate on the surface, but secretly scolded Aberforth for his ignorance. "That's a phoenix, an ultra-rare species that can't be found in the entire magical world. You don't want it? I want it." Although he raised a holy dragon, which was dozens of times more powerful than the phoenix, it did not mean that the phoenix was worthless. Fawkes's tears were worth more than Aberforth's healing magic. But Aberforth rejected the phoenix, which meant that Aaron had to meet Grindelwald. "Why do I feel like you are scolding me?" Aberforth asked. "Nothing, it's just that you're overthinking it," Aaron said seriously. "Since the phoenix is not here, let's talk about one last thing. I believe you also know the current situation in the wizarding world. To fight against Voldemort, Harry Potter alone is not enough. In addition to prophecies, we also need powerful allies." "So?" Aberforth looked at Aaron playfully. "You don't want me, an old man who has lived for more than 100 years, to fight the Dark Lord, do you?" "If you can," Aaron said, smiling. "No," Aberforth refused flatly. "You are very good-looking, but your thoughts are too fanciful. I'm not asking you to duel with the Dark Lord. You can't beat him either. But you are Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore's biological brother. Based on this identity, our morale will be greatly improved as long as you come forward." Aberforth was stunned for a moment and looked at Aaron with more surprise. "Who do you think I am? Do I look like I'm advertising?" The price is negotiable." "Do you think I lack money? Otherwise?" Aaron's lips twitched slightly as he looked around the dilapidated bar. It was small, dirty, and messy, with a faint smell of mutton in the air, and the sun couldn't even get in. What's even more outrageous is that this bar only offers 2 drinks, butterbeer and fire whiskey. If he had enough funds, the place would be in better shape. The first thing he would do was hire someone to come over and clean it. No, he would tear the place down and rebuild it. "Ha! You are really interesting," Aberforth said with a smile. "It sounds like I'm not at a loss." "Of course it's not a loss. Just show up," Aaron said seriously. "Once the war starts, as long as he dares to show up, he will be coerced into joining the battle. The weight of a great magician is not small. I've had this bar for a long time," Aberforth said meaningfully. "It's always been like this." "Indeed." Aaron looked at the thick dirt on the wall and floor. "It's quite troublesome to clean up, but it's enough for me to pay 1,000 galleons. It's not about money. 2,000 galleons? Do you not understand human speech? Add 10 more sheep. I heard you, like goats." Aaron remained patient, but seeing Aberforth blowing his beard and staring, His confidence gradually weakened. This price is really not low. You can't be greedy. I won't help you no matter how much money you pay, Aberforth cursed angrily. I warned Dumbledore more than 10 years ago, but he insisted on believing that prophecy and dragged out the disaster. Now, my relationship with him is not very good, and helping him guide Harry Potter is the limit of what I can do. Well, Aaron smacked his lips. Past experience tells me that the price I offered doesn't seem to satisfy you. Even if you talk about it, I won't take action. Dumbledore believed in prophecies and believed that Harry Potter could kill the Dark Lord. As his younger brother, why not believe in Dumbledore? To be honest, I don't think prophecies are very reliable, but some things are indeed inextricably related to Harry Potter, and Dumbledore chose to believe in the prophecy after repeated verifications. That's enough. Since the outcome is already determined, why should I intervene? But since I decided to join in, the prophecy should change. Aaron sighed helplessly. The contract between him and Voldemort destined that a war would be inevitable, so he had to find a way to turn the siege into a melee, making it easier to fish in troubled waters. Aberforth, that prophecy said that one of Harry and Voldemort would die at the hands of the other, but this was only the ending, not the process. What do you mean? Is this the prophecy? We all joined forces and beat Voldemort to his last breath. At this time, Harry Potter steps forward and gives him the final blow. Aberforth Dumbledore. Where did you come from? You have such a rich imagination. This is the plan I prepared. Aaron shrugged. It's not imagination. Only by following this plan can my safety be maximized. Your safety. Your. Aberforth's expression changed from disdain to seriousness. What does this have to do with your safety? It's a big deal. It's all because of your brother who is tired of living. Aaron looked at Aberforth aggrievedly and briefly told him about the contract between him and Voldemort, as well as what happened after Dumbledore fell from the tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron felt like his hair was rising. Aberforth was staring at him, his blue eyes almost turning green. Why are you looking at me like that? Aaron took a half step back nervously. I'm not interested in men, and I'm even less interested in bad old men. Don't come over here. You said you have a potion that can revive people, right? Aberforth asked seriously. My magic potion can only resurrect people who have been dead for less than an hour. Aberforth's expression darkened. Give it to me, and I can promise to help. Oh? Aaron raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling like he had an advantage. You're not worth the price. I still have a vault in Gringotts. All my savings over the years. It's not about money. Aaron happily returned what Aberforth had just said. I don't want to say this, but it's impossible for me to give you the Resurrect Ion Potion. It's the last layer of protection for my life, and it won't be of any use to you. If you live long enough, the people you care about will have turned to dust, Aberforth said, his voice tinged with sorrow. I know, but... Aberforth hesitated, pain etched on his face, unable to find the words. It seems that person is very important to you, and you're not willing to give up even this slim hope, Aaron observed. She is Ariana Dumbledore, my sister, Aberforth said heavily, pointing to a magical portrait hanging on the mantelpiece. That's what she looked like before she died. Very cute, Aaron remarked, looking at the teenage blonde girl in the blue dress depicted in the portrait. But she's not as pretty as my girlfriend. Aberforth shot Aaron a hard look, anger flashing in his eyes. Rita Skeeter wrote in the Daily Prophet that Dumbledore had something to do with Ariana's death. Damn reporters, Aberforth spat disdainfully. But she was right. If Dumbledore hadn't brought that bastard Grindelwald back, maybe she wouldn't have died. Does this have something to do with Grindelwald? Aaron asked, feeling a pang of guilt. His next destination was Nurmengard, and he wanted to know more about the Dark Lord of the previous generation. It's all his fault, Aberforth said harshly. Dumbledore was involved too, and so was I. It's ridiculous. Any one of us could be the murderer. Can you be more specific? Aaron asked, pulling a bottle of vodka and 2 glasses from his backpack. He poured 2 drinks, handing one to Aberforth. Sometimes talking about it can help. Aberforth looked at Aaron deeply, then took a sip of the offered drink. When my sister was 6, she had a magical outburst. 3 Muggle boys saw her and bullied her, calling her a monster. This destroyed Ariana. She began to fear and suppress her magic, but she couldn't control it, which led to an obscurus? She became an obscurus, Aaron said, surprised. That's very dangerous dark magic. When it gets out of control, it causes massive damage, and obscurials rarely live beyond the age of 10. I could take care of her. She stayed stable with me, Aberforth said passionately. I could coax her to eat, sleep, calm down, and even help me feed the sheep. Albus couldn't do that. At that time, he was too absorbed in his own ambitions and accolades to care. Young and frivolous. It's understandable, Aaron said. But I can't forgive him, Aberforth said coldly. I took care of her until she was 14, but one day when I was away, she lost control and killed our mother. Well, to some extent, the Ministry of Magic's control over obscurials makes sense, Aaron conceded. Aberforth continued. After our mother's death, Albus came home. He asked me to finish my studies and stay to take care of Ariana in our mother's place. That sounds reasonable. If you hadn't graduated, you might not have been able to control the obscurus, Aaron noted. That's how he convinced me, and I believed him, even though he hadn't paid much attention to Ariana in years. He did well at first, but a few weeks later, that man came. Aberforth's expression darkened, and he drained his glass. Aaron refilled it, sensing they were approaching the crux of the story. Grindelwald, Aberforth said, his voice filled with venom. After Grindelwald came, taking care of Ariana became secondary. Two genius wizards were brewing a grand plan for the greater good. What did the feelings of a little girl matter to their plan? And then, Aaron prompted, then I had enough. I confronted Albus before Hogwarts started. They wanted to change the order of the magical world, give speeches to incite people, recruit followers, and make muggles. Aaron took a sip of vodka and nearly choked. Albus must have been out of his mind. Did he really think it was a good idea to have an obscurial travel with them, giving speeches all over the world? Was he hoping she wouldn't die quickly enough? Aberforth's face darkened. I couldn't stand it, but Grindelwald was furious. He saw me as an obstacle between him and Dumbledore. And then you started fighting, right? Aaron asked. I tried to restrain myself, but Grindelwald was the first to use the Cruciatus curse on me. Albus tried to stop us, but the noise and the light from our spells attracted Ariana. She probably wanted to help, but she couldn't control her magic, and that's how the tragedy happened, Aaron finished for him. Aberforth nodded, his voice choked with emotion. He avoided the bottle of wine Aaron offered and drank in despair. Now you know my relationship with them. After Ariana died, Grindelwald ran away. Albus got rid of a burdensome sister, and I was left with nothing. Maybe, Aaron said gently, trying to soothe Aberforth's mood. Dumbledore isn't what you think. Frankly, I don't like Dumbledore very much, but his character is still worthy of respect. He has always regretted, blamed himself, and even suffered because of this. Ha! Do you understand him as well as I do? Aberforth scoffed. I definitely don't understand him as well as you do, Aaron admitted. Albus may not have cared for Ariana as much as you did, but he would never treat his family as a burden. You know this very well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to his help for Harry Potter. It's just that your sister's death has always made you hold a grudge against him. Chapter 607, The Value of Hades, pulling Aberforth Dumbledore onto the pirate ship. Do you think I will help you just because you say so? Aberforth sneered. I may be old, but I'm not a fool. I won't join the fight against the Dark Lord just because of a few words from you. Are you not satisfied with the offer I made? Aaron asked. The only thing you have that interests me is that bottle of magic potion, but I know you won't give it to me, Aberforth replied. Aaron thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, What if I could let you see Ariana? Aberforth was stunned. Are you joking? My sister has been dead for almost a century. I know your Gaius family has a rich heritage and countless treasures, but resurrecting someone who has been dead for nearly 100 years is impossible. It's not resurrection, Aaron clarified. I don't have that ability, but I can let you meet her. Are you serious? Aberforth asked, surprised. I have a share of Hades, which is soil from the underworld. Using special summoning rituals and the relics or bones of the deceased as a guide, the soul of the deceased can be brought back to the living world for a short period of time, Aaron explained patiently. The deceased will not have the troubles or diseases they had during their lifetime. She will appear as an ordinary 14-year-old witch. You can talk to her, but she will return to the underworld when the time is up. Aberforth looked at Aaron in surprise, feeling a glimmer of hope. Ariana had always been a regret in his heart. If he could meet her, he could at least say sorry. A belated apology would be better than none at all. However, he didn't agree immediately. He thought that if he held out, the price might go up. Don't you agree? Aaron frowned slightly. That's right, almost a century has passed, and you must have let it go. Sorry to bother you. Just pretend I haven't been here today. Wait a minute. Aberforth hastily stopped him. How do I know if you're lying to me? Aaron's mouth curled up into a smile. He had finally taken the bait. We can make a contract. The Gaius family's contracts are absolutely fair and just. I can guarantee that everything I say is true. Aberforth hesitated for a moment. Can I only see one dead person? You're too greedy. Aaron couldn't help but roll his eyes. You've lived for more than 100 years, and there must be many dead people you want to see, such as your father, mother, teachers, relatives, and friends. But I only have one share of Hades, and it cost me a lot to get it. At most, I can let you see one deceased person. I understand, Aberforth said, taking a deep breath. Let's make a contract. Aaron nodded slightly, took out his wand, and wrote more than 10 lines of scarlet text in mid-air. Aberforth frowned as he read it. I have to obey your orders for a year? Aberforth asked. Not exactly a year, but until Voldemort is eliminated, Aaron explained. Just in case, I adjusted the time a bit. The remaining time after destroying Voldemort will naturally be forfeited. And I won't make you do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. You have the right to refuse to participate in plans that have nothing to do with fighting Voldemort. In other words, this is not a master-servant contract, or even an equal contract. Its value depends on the character of both of us. Won't you suffer from this? Aberforth asked playfully. The strong always have privileges, Aaron said bluntly. A great magister deserves such respect. If you were just a magister, I might not be so accommodating. Quite sincere, Aberforth smiled. By the way, what level are you among the great magisters? High level, Aberforth said with some pride. But after all, I am old, and I haven't. Aberforth hadn't fought with anyone for a long time, so the combat power he could exert was only slightly better than that of an ordinary mid-level great mage. Hiss! Aaron gasped. He had thought that Aberforth was at most an intermediate-level magister, but he didn't expect him to be so secretive. This time, he really made a profit. Are you surprised? Aberforth asked. Yes, you are much stronger than I thought, Aaron admitted. Albus Dumbledore is so good. He always attracts everyone's attention. Who would notice his younger siblings in this situation? I admit that I am not as good as Albus, but I have also fought against Grindelwald several times. If I were really mediocre, I would definitely not have grown taller than you. Aaron was speechless. Aberforth's logic made sense, but he had no response. Aberforth continued to look at the remaining contents of the contract, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You will hand over the underworld to me only after you destroy Voldemort? Pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. It's very fair, Aaron said confidently. First, I gave you the greatest respect. Second, I have to leave some protection for myself. At the same time, this is also pressure on you. Don't die before Voldemort is eliminated. You can't find Ariana in the underworld. Little fox, Aberforth muttered. That's ridiculous. Compared to Albus Dumbledore, I'm a scumbag, Aaron said shyly. The last clause is the punishment for defaulters, who must endure the Cruciatus curse for 1 hour. Can I sign now? Aberforth stretched out his finger, made a few strokes in the air, and left his name. The contract is complete, Aaron said with satisfaction. I will announce the first thing you will do next. So impatient? Aberforth asked. Of course, time is precious. Aaron smiled meaningfully and then took out a silver-black key from his pocket. Feeling the looming magic on the key, Aberforth realized it was a port key. Where are you sending me? Aberforth inquired. Hogwarts, my secret base. It is very safe, with adequate housing and food security. I left a clone and 2 toolmen who signed the contract there. I hope you won't make a fuss after seeing them. Aberforth was silent for a moment. Tell me what your purpose is. It's simple. Protect Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You can't even protect yourself, but you still have time to care about Hogwarts? As long as I follow my plan, Voldemort will be nothing at all. I am preparing for the future, Aaron said seriously. If I make a huge contribution to Hogwarts, it will be much easier for me to become the principal in the future. Hearing this, Aberforth blinked blankly. What? Be the principal? Aberforth looked at Aaron in astonishment. Are you crazy? You are the only heir to the Gaius family. It doesn't matter. I am a special heir. As long as I get married and have children, I have the right to choose my path and enjoy life to the fullest. Hogwarts is the nursing home I carefully selected. Aberforth looked confused and felt numb all over. It was incredible that the heir of an ancient wizard family would have such an idea. But when he thought about how he was still running a bar in Hogsmeade, he had no shame in judging Aaron. At least being a principal was more promising than being a bar owner. In Slytherin, you are considered an odd flower. I am definitely better than the principal, Albus Dumbledore, Aaron said confidently. Besides, what I just said should be kept confidential. Don't tell others. I still have this sense of propriety, Aberforth said, unsure whether to laugh or cry. If he said this, not many people would believe it. Aaron placed the key in Aberforth's hand. He glanced at his bar and activated the magic on it. After a while, Aberforth arrived at the center of the Hall of Divine Sound. Are you kidding me? Aberforth's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of secret base could be built like this? Of course, it's Aaron Gaius' secret base, Neon came over and said. Good afternoon, Mr. Aberforth Dumbledore. I didn't expect that the main body could really invite you here. Who are you? How did you get here? Aberforth demanded, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. That's funny. I didn't leave here, the figure responded with a light shrug. He briefly explained his relationship with the original body to Aberforth. I'm a clone, a real and thoughtful clone. Aberforth's expression twitched, and a wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred surged within him. Why hadn't he known about this magic earlier? If he had, perhaps a clone could have completed his studies while the original took care of Ariana, and the tragedy might have been averted. Don't be envious. You're old enough to stop thinking so wildly, the clone said, sensing Aberforth's turmoil. Before I introduce my secret base, there's something you should know first. He took out a green memory bottle and extracted part of the silver substance inside, pouring it into the pensieve. Whose memory is this? Aberforth asked, his curiosity piqued. Professor Snape's, the clone replied solemnly. Albus Dumbledore assigned you the task of helping Harry when necessary, but he certainly didn't tell you all the plans. Counting you, you are the 6th person to have seen this memory, besides me and Darwin's Cla, who is also my girlfriend. Besides Granger, do you have other girlfriends? Aberforth asked, astonished. There are 3 of them now, and they all know about each other, the clone admitted, a bit embarrassed. It's amazing, you can ride on 3 boats, Aberforth said with a hint of sarcasm. Aren't you afraid of capsizing? Correction, I stick to 3 boats. It's impossible to capsize. I have absolute confidence in this, the clone replied confidently. Are all the young people today having so much fun? Aberforth couldn't help but feel out of touch with the times. I didn't have the courage like you when I was young. I can't help it. This can only be blamed on my damn charm that has nowhere to go, the clone said without a hint of modesty. I could have relied on my looks to make a living, but I had no choice but to choose my talent. Later, I discovered that there is no conflict between choosing talent and relying on looks. On the contrary, it is more conducive to relying on looks to make a living. Aberforth was speechless. You are the most thick-skinned person I have ever met. Can I take that as a compliment? The clone asked seriously. The education I received since I was a child taught me that only by being thick-skinned can you survive in society. Well, in a sense, the education you received is really correct. I've always thought so, but that's not important. What's important is whether you want to see this memory or not. Of course, I want to see it, Aberforth said, walking to the pensieve. He slowly plunged his head into the basin and entered Snape's memory. The memories he saw were exactly the same as those seen by Sirius, Lupin, and Moody, with only 2 brief conversations. However, his reaction upon exiting the pensieve was much calmer. Albus and Snape, huh? I didn't expect things to develop like this, Aberforth mused. You don't seem too surprised, the clone observed. Do you think my more than 100 years of life have been in vain? My experience is beyond your comparison. That's not necessarily true, the clone retorted, curling his lips in disdain. He had been to 2 different worlds, after all. Although the time was shorter, his experiences were definitely no less than Aberforth's. Dumbledore has other plans, right? Aberforth asked. Yes, there is still part of it, but I don't intend to let you know. You have very complicated feelings about Dumbledore, and knowing that last part before the time comes may have some adverse effects on my plans. I'm not that impulsive, Aberforth said, clearly dissatisfied. I believe you, but I won't bet on it, the clone replied, his face expressionless. Aberforth could hold a grudge against Albus for the rest of his life because of his sister's death. If he knew that Voldemort's plan to kill Harry was also part of Albus's plan, who knows what this powerful wizard would think? Maybe he would just laugh it off, or maybe he would yell at Albus for being incompetent. It was not impossible that he might act rashly in his despair. Snap, he knows this place, right? Aberforth asked, changing the subject. Yes, I took him on a tour, the clone confirmed. A few days ago, I didn't bind him with a contract. Okay. Aaron, have you brought someone here again? Sirius emerged from the huge stone statue of Slytherin, looking at Aberforth with a puzzled expression. He looks a bit familiar. Of course he looks familiar to you, Aaron replied with a chuckle. This is Aberforth Dumbledore, the biological brother of Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's brother? Sirius was stunned for a moment, a clear look of surprise in his eyes. He actually has a younger brother? Is it that strange? I didn't know Regulus was your brother a few months ago. But this is too sudden. Sirius scratched his head. Wait, this is a good thing. With Aberforth joining us, we have a powerful ally. I remember you were supposed to be dead. What method did he use to save you? Aberforth asked curiously. Well, I just faked my death, and he brought me back from the brink. In addition to me, he saved Mad Eye, and he's here too. It seems you are kinder than I thought, Aberforth remarked. Then you really think too much, Aaron said with a smirk. But I don't mind if you think of me in a good light. Sirius, please introduce the Temple of Divine Sound to Aberforth and explain the purpose of this secret base. Chapter 608, Meeting Grindelwald. Who said he had lost all his power? Nurmengard. After leaving the Pighead Bar, Aaron flew to Austria without stopping. In the dark night, a black building stood tall, with incomplete and faded letters written on the dilapidated wall, for the greater good. Aaron looked at the entrance to the tower and felt a great pressure. He could see Gellert Grindelwald if he walked in, but getting out might not be as easy. 2 little figures appeared in Aaron's mind, one black and one white, both mini versions of himself. One exuded a cold aura, like a demon from hell, while the other was bathed in golden light, like an angel from heaven. There's no need to worry. He's just a powerless old man. Dumbledore also promised that he won't hurt you, the black figure sneered. Be careful, be cautious when making decisions, the little white figure said seriously. It's too late to retreat now. Listen to me, and you won't lose anything. But there won't be any gains either, the little black figure said seductively. A phoenix plus 500 magic points will take less time to fight. Grindelwald is not comparable to Voldemort. What if, the white figure began. There is no such thing as an emergency, the little black figure interrupted loudly, his aura overshadowing the white figure. Haven't you encountered enough what-ifs over the years? Which one wasn't a near miss? It's over once, the little white figure whispered weakly. There's nothing to be afraid of. You're already immortal, and he can't kill you. Even if you take a step back and retrieve your thought body, with the power of a mid-level great mage, you may not be his opponent. If you take another 10,000 steps back, even if you can't defeat him, you can still make it out of Nurmengard. But, the white figure started. Shut up! The black figure snapped, transforming into a red trident and piercing the chest of the white figure. The white figure screamed, his body turning into fragments and being absorbed by the black figure. Okay, don't hesitate any longer. If you hesitate, you will lose, the black figure declared. Done. Aaron gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, flying towards the entrance of Nurmengard. After walking through the long corridor, he reached a narrow stone room at the end. A rickety figure, huddled in the corner, with no color in his gray eyes, just like a helpless old man waiting for death. Aaron saw him through the barred window on the stone door. He was disappointed by the image of Grindelwald, but at the same time, he was relieved. In this state, doing anything to him would be bullying the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and Aaron was not that shameless. Good evening, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, Aaron greeted politely. After all, Grindelwald was once a famous figure and deserved respect. Who? Grindelwald asked hoarsely. Aaron Gaius, an ordinary man, Aaron replied. Ordinary men don't dare come here. Grindelwald stood up with difficulty and looked out through the crack in the window, but even these movements made him breathless. Even if you are a timid man, Aaron said mockingly, I am not afraid of your jokes. I hesitated for a long time in front of Nurmengard before deciding to come in. After all, I don't know if you will suddenly attack me. I am still young and have 3 beautiful girlfriends, but I am still a virgin. It would be unjust for me to fall here. Grindelwald was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! His fierce laughter echoed in the stone chamber. Aaron shrugged angrily and did not bother. After a while, Grindelwald's laughter stopped. As Dumbledore said, the heir to the Gaius family is indeed very interesting. You knew I was coming? Aaron asked. Not sure, but you're here anyway, Grindelwald replied. Aaron's expression changed slightly, not because of Grindelwald's answer, but because of his state. The hoarseness of his voice had lessened, and his tone was not as weak as before. A flashback? It was possible. After all, after being imprisoned for decades, it was normal for the body to be unable to hold on. Dumbledore is dead. Do you know that? I know. Grindelwald sighed deeply. He hasn't seen me for too long, and finally he told me that he will die in a year. Before he died, he still had the audacity to ask me to do a few things for him. His last request, ha! It was easy for him to say. Aaron's pupils widened slightly, and his gaze softened as he looked at Grindelwald. Dear, I thought I was the only one being morally blackmailed by Dumbledore, but I didn't expect you to be in the same boat. That old bastard is indeed a piece of work. Aaron said with deep understanding, Wait a minute, what did he ask you to do? Answer someone's question, Grindelwald said with a sneer, his voice dripping with undisguised murderous intent. Just to tell me that his death is imminent. I feel exhausted for him with the way he lives. He has lived for more than 100 years. It's decent enough, but to answer the question, who does he think I am? Where is the Phoenix? Aaron asked impatiently. This has nothing to do with the Phoenix. What he wants me to answer is the location of a wand, Grindelwald replied with a half-smile. Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you. Aaron inexplicably felt a chill and took a step back almost instinctively. Forget it. My intuition tells me that getting that wand is not a good thing. Humph. It's so boring, Grindelwald scoffed. Damn it. I don't want to get involved in anything that would amuse the Dark Lord. Aaron secretly cursed and continued to ask, Has Fawkes been here before? Of course. That was specially prepared for you by Dumbledore, Grindelwald smiled. The Phoenix seems a little resistant, but he thinks that only you can take care of it after he dies. Still a bit discerning. Aaron said with some pride. When it comes to taking care of magical animals, he's very familiar. He raised Abe to be fat and white. He never brought shame on his master when they got into fights. As for Fawkes' emotions, it doesn't matter. When it becomes his pet, he promises to treat it equally and will not let Abe bully it. He only needs to contribute a few tears occasionally. Then take it out quickly. Don't worry, I have some questions to ask you before that. Ask! What is your purpose? Ah. Aaron was stunned for a moment. What is my purpose? I can't even understand what you were talking about. I don't like people pretending to be stupid with me. That little kid Tom Riddle will never be able to play with you. But what happens after that? What are you going to do next? I want you to tell the truth. Aaron's face turned slightly red, and he said with some trepidation, If nothing else happens, after defeating Voldemort, I will go home and get a wife. Huh. Grindelwald's gray pupils widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Going home to marry a wife? How can the heir to a dignified and reclusive family be so unambitious? Hey, how are you talking? Aaron was rarely angry. Do you know how I grew up? The better the talent in the Gaius family, the heavier the burden on me. I have to travel far away every few years, and it is unknown whether I can come back alive. Speaking of this, Aaron suddenly thought of something, and his face became particularly ugly. After 4th grade, he traveled to Narnia. Now he is in 7th grade. 3 years have passed, which means that his next trip to another world is already on its way. It's all Voldemort's fault. If he hadn't been watching him, he wouldn't have been completely unprepared for the past 3 years. What's wrong with you? Grindelwald noticed the change in Aaron's expression and couldn't help but feel curious. I just thought of some bad things, Aaron said with a wry smile. In short, in our family, I can either be strong enough to become the god of magic, or I can marry a wife and have children to continue the bloodline. Only when I complete one of these can I truly be free. Even if I tell you, I won't understand. All in all, this is my destined mission since I was born. It sounds interesting, Grindelwald said, extent, a war within the same species. It's better to avoid it if possible. Grindelwald fell silent, contemplating Aaron's words. The room was filled with a tense quiet, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fireplace. Your perspective is interesting, Grindelwald finally said, his voice softer. Perhaps I have underestimated the younger generation. Aaron smiled, sensing a shift in the conversation. So about the Phoenix? Grindelwald sighed, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Very well, you have given me much to think about. The Phoenix is yours. Aaron's face lit up with relief and gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald. I promise to take good care of it. Grindelwald nodded, his expression unreadable. I hope you do. And Aaron, remember this conversation. The future is uncertain, and the choices you make will shape it. Aaron nodded solemnly. I will remember. Thank you for your wisdom. With that, Grindelwald waved his hand, and a magnificent phoenix appeared, its feathers shimmering with an ethereal glow. Aaron approached it slowly, extending his hand. The phoenix regarded him with intelligent eyes before gently nuzzling his palm. Take care, Aaron, Grindelwald said, his voice carrying a note of finality. You too, Mr. Grindelwald, Aaron replied, leading the phoenix out of the room. As he walked away, Aaron couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had not only gained a powerful ally in the phoenix, but also a deeper understanding of the complexities of power and responsibility. The path ahead was still uncertain, but he felt more prepared to face whatever challenges lay in wait. To some extent, it's a civil war among humans, Aaron remarked. Not everyone shares your perspective, Grindelwald replied playfully. It doesn't matter what they think. It's none of my business, Aaron said casually. Our family's ancestral precepts strictly prohibit us from participating in power disputes. To put it bluntly, no matter how the war develops, it won't affect us. We are just responsible for taking care of our own. I understand. I'm quite satisfied with that answer, Grindelwald said. What about Fox? I keep my word, Grindelwald responded. He opened his right hand and blew lightly. A ball of flame, the size of a quaffle, appeared above his palm. Within the flame, a baby bird bathed in fire emitted a clear chirp, which had a calming effect on those who heard it. What do you think when you see this? Grindelwald asked with a half-smile. Aaron blinked and smiled politely at Grindelwald, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, making the smile appear less sincere. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I'll be leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron turned and ran wildly. He pushed the speed power of the rabbit talisman to its limit, reaching the entrance in an instant. Great gift crab. Who said that Grindelwald had lost all his mana? Isn't this bullying an honest man like me? Just now, he clearly sensed a bright magical flame igniting within Grindelwald's body. His dry magic expanded at an incredible speed, pouring into every part of his being. This means that Grindelwald has become a wizard who can threaten him again, rather than a pitiful old man waiting to die. Chapter 609, Trying to Escape but Unable to Escape. Aaron looked at the exit getting closer and closer, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Grindelwald was much more powerful than him, but he couldn't leave Nurmengard. As long as Aaron passed through this entrance, he would be safe. However, no matter how hard he ran, he couldn't get any closer. When he was only half a step away from the entrance, the entire corridor began retreating rapidly, matching his running speed. "Damn it!" Aaron cursed under his breath. The rabbit pattern in his pupils grew brighter, and his speed increased. He easily crossed the half-step distance, but before he could celebrate, a powerful force knocked him back. Aaron fell heavily to the ground, watching himself get further and further away from the entrance. Out of sheer determination, he once again burst forth with speed that exceeded his limits. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew he had to stay away from the stone chamber where Grindelwald was imprisoned. "Interesting," Grindelwald chuckled, shaking his head. "But he's still a little immature." He knocked lightly on the wall, and a black aura spread outwards from him, instantly enveloping the entire Nurmengard. Before Aaron could react, he found himself in an endless gray-white space. Everything around him disappeared as if it had never existed. He wisely stopped, not because he didn't want to run, but because he didn't want to waste his efforts. Footsteps echoed from behind, each step seeming to crush Aaron's fragile heart. Grindelwald's body was no longer stooped. His waist gradually straightened, the wrinkles on his face reduced, and even his bald head sprouted white hair. "It seems you are well aware of your situation," Grindelwald said. "An illusion created by magic," Aaron sighed. "This cannot be hidden from my eyes, but being in an illusion means that the owner of the illusion is not far from me. It's not difficult for me to break this illusion, but only if no one stops me. Obviously, you won't give me this chance." "Smart," Grindelwald clapped his hands. "No wonder Dumbledore admires you so much. But pull it down. If he appreciated me, he wouldn't have lied to me. He said you wouldn't do anything to me." "Ha ha! If you had believed him just now, you wouldn't have run away." Grindelwald smiled meaningfully. "Your speed was impressive, so fast that I almost couldn't react. But unfortunately, the moment my magic appeared, the barrier at the entrance was activated. Although Nurmengard is a prison, I built it. I am the real master here, and I always have been." "The rumors misled me," Aaron said angrily. "Which bastard said that you lost all your mana?" "I don't know how it spread in the wizarding world, but the source must be Dumbledore," Grindelwald said firmly. "He felt that I would be much safer if I was not a threat. It's really ridiculous, as if those who want me dead could do anything to me. No one can kill me if I don't want to be killed." "What do you want?" Aaron asked. "I promised Dumbledore that if you came, I would give Fawkes to you." "But you didn't, and you still wanted to attack me. Don't get me wrong, I'm just interested in you. Dumbledore had many students, but none of them had such a special status as you, the heir of the Gaius family." "But bullies don't bully people like this," Aaron said, on the verge of tears. "I am just a student who has not graduated yet, and I am no match for a pinnacle magister." "Correction, it's the Holy Magister," Grindelwald said calmly. Aaron was stunned. "When Dumbledore died, his death helped me break down the barrier to the Holy Magister." "Beautiful," Aaron said, speechless. "Are all the Holy Magisters so good at playing these days?" With the magic power of a junior great magician, he could barely fight against the peak great magician, but the Holy Magister, if he didn't add the magic power of his mouth curled into a determined smile. "Let's see if you can back up those words," Grindelwald replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Aaron steadied himself, his grip on his wand tightening. The air around them crackled with tension, the atmosphere heavy with the impending clash of powerful magic. "Here we go," Aaron muttered under his breath, summoning all his courage and focus. Grindelwald wasted no time, launching a barrage of spells with swift, precise movements. Aaron countered with his own spells, the air around them shimmering with the clash of magical energies. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the walls of the room seemed to pulse with the force of their duel. Aaron's mind raced, trying to anticipate Grindelwald's next move. He knew he couldn't afford to make a single mistake. The older wizard's experience and raw power were overwhelming, but Aaron's determination and quick thinking kept him in the fight. "Impressive," Grindelwald remarked, deflecting a particularly powerful spell. "But you'll need more than that to defeat me." Aaron gritted his teeth, pushing himself harder. He conjured a series of intricate spells, weaving them together in a complex pattern. The air around him shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors as the spells intertwined, creating a dazzling display of magical prowess. Grindelwald's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. With a flick of his wand, he summoned a powerful shield, deflecting Aaron's attack. "Not bad, but still not enough," he said, his voice calm and steady. Aaron's heart pounded in his chest, but he refused to give up. He could feel the strain of the battle taking its toll on his body, but he pushed through the pain, drawing on every ounce of his strength and skill. "You're stronger than I expected," Grindelwald admitted, a hint of admiration in his voice. "But this ends now." With a final, powerful incantation, Grindelwald unleashed a torrent of magical energy. Aaron braced himself, raising his wand to counter the attack. The force of the spell was overwhelming, and for a moment, it seemed as though Aaron would be consumed by the sheer power of it. But then, something inside him clicked. A surge of determination and resolve flooded through him, and he channeled all his energy into a single, focused spell. The air around him crackled with raw power as he unleashed the spell, meeting Grindelwald's attack head-on. The room exploded with light and sound as the two spells collided, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations of the building. For a moment, everything was chaos, and then, slowly, the dust began to settle. Aaron stood in the center of the room, breathing heavily but still standing. Grindelwald was on the ground, his wand lying a few feet away. He looked up at Aaron, a mixture of surprise and respect in his eyes. "You did it," Grindelwald said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "You actually did it." Aaron nodded, too exhausted to speak. He had given everything he had, and it had been enough. For now, at least, he had proven himself. Grindelwald slowly got to his feet, dusting himself off. "You have my respect, Aaron. Few have ever pushed me to my limits like that." "Does that mean you'll let me go?" Aaron asked, his voice hoarse. Grindelwald smiled. "Yes, you've earned your freedom. But remember, this is only the beginning. There are greater challenges ahead, and you'll need to be ready." Aaron nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had survived this trial, but he knew Grindelwald was right. There would be more battles to come, and he would need to be stronger than ever to face them. As he turned to leave, Aaron glanced back at Grindelwald. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for the challenge." Grindelwald nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "Go, and make the most of the time you have. We'll meet again, I'm sure of it." With that, Aaron left the room, his mind already racing with thoughts of the future. He had faced one of the greatest wizards of all time and lived to tell the tale. Now it was time to prepare for whatever came next. Grindelwald's lips curled up slightly as he moved his arms forward. A shrill roar denly echoed through the gray-white space. The ground shattered instantly, and hundreds of boulders floated into the air, roaring toward the opposite side. Aaron decisively apparated to avoid the all-devouring torrent, but as soon as he reappeared, a crimson light struck directly in front of him. Boom! The curse almost brushed against his face, shattering a rock behind him. "Apparition is a good magic," Grindelwald lectured like an old-timer, "but whether it is apparition or disapparition, there will be a momentary sign. Being caught in that moment is a fatal danger. If you face someone stronger than you or someone with a strong fighting instinct, it's best not to rely on it." "You don't need to remind me," Aaron retorted stubbornly. "My understanding of apparition is definitely as good as yours." He had used precognition magic before apparating. Otherwise, he might not have been able to avoid the blow. "I think it is necessary," Grindelwald said meaningfully, and his whole body disappeared in an instant. Aaron's pupils shrank, and he followed with apparition. A bright red light hit the place where he had been standing, but nothing hit him. Aaron appeared behind Grindelwald and cast a petrification spell unceremoniously. However, the ball of white light was defeated by a red light before it could reach its target. The red light continued unabated and crashed straight into Aaron. He immediately raised his wand to defend himself. After blocking the spell, he did not dare to pause and rolled to avoid another spell from behind. "You said you didn't want to kill me?" Aaron's voice was calm as he looked at the shattered ground, but his heart was filled with raging anger. "This won't cost you your life," Grindelwald said calmly. The next moment, the two of them used apparition in tacit agreement and fought with teleportation in the gray-white space. Snap, snap, snap. Harsh sounds echoed one after another as the two figures continued to disappear and reappear in different directions. Each appearance was accompanied by a fierce exchange of spells. It was hard to tell the difference for more than 10 rounds, but compared to Grindelwald, who was calm and composed, Aaron was starting to lose his nerve. Apparition consumes a lot of magic power, and his magic energy couldn't sustain a war of attrition with Grindelwald. If it continued, he would definitely lose. With this in mind, Aaron turned on his precognition magic with all his strength. In the next few rounds of confrontation, he seized an opportunity when Grindelwald was close and cast an anti-apparition spell. While confining the space, a cruciatus curse hit him from the front. Aaron groaned, holding back the excruciating pain, clenching his fists and hitting Grindelwald. Grindelwald was surprised for a moment. Just as he was about to apparate, he found that the space was difficult to cross. "I see." He understood everything in an instant and hastily added a layer of defense to himself. At that moment, a flaming fist connected with the left side of his face. The iron fist of the fire dragon! Boom! The fire flickered, and Grindelwald was sent flying more than 10 meters before he stopped. He staggered to his feet, the left side of his face slightly swollen, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Beautiful! Grindelwald wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "To me, you belong to the second type, with a strong fighting instinct." "But it's still useless," Aaron said regretfully. "The gap in strength is too big." "Maybe," Grindelwald conceded. "If your magic power could be increased by 1 level, the punch just now could have destroyed at least half of my face. There are not many people in this world who can hurt me, but you are probably the only one under the age of 20 who can do so in a head-on battle." "Should I thank you for the compliment?" Aaron asked, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "That couldn't have been a coincidence just now, right?" "Precognitive magic," Aaron admitted bluntly. He knew he couldn't hide it from Grindelwald. "I saw your next move, but it's not always possible to counterattack based on that alone. That's why I traded injuries for injuries," Grindelwald replied with a smile. "I'm really curious about how your family raised you. Most people don't have the willpower to fight back under the cruciatus curse. It's time to start the next phase." "You're still here?" Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. "I injured the Holy Magister with the power of a junior Grand Magister. Doesn't that prove my ability?" "You have proven it, but it is not enough," Grindelwald said, waving his wand vigorously. A blue beam of light rose from the ground, summoning majestic waves of water. The ground beneath their feet transformed into a vast ocean, and before they could react, Aaron sank into the water. The ocean slowly rose, forming a huge square water prison. Water elements formed chains, imprisoning Aaron in the center of the water prison. Grindelwald watched with interest as Aaron struggled violently in the water. Water repellent spell! In desperation, Aaron cast the spell. A spherical barrier protected him, isolating all water elements and causing the chains to collapse completely. "Dumbledore told me something about you. Fire is ineffective against you. I want to see how you handle water," Grindelwald said, gently touching the water prison. The water element within began to rotate rapidly, forming a violent waterspout. Although he was clearly in the water, Aaron felt as if he were in mid-air, facing a typhoon that could destroy everything. The last person Dumbledore favored was Newt Scamander. Although I could have killed him easily, his luck caused me a lot of trouble. This time, Dumbledore is more optimistic about you than he was about Scamander. To be honest, this kind of appreciation makes me a little jealous, but you barely deserve it. Just say something when you can't hold on any longer, and I'll let you go immediately." Aaron remained silent, determined to endure. Chapter 610, A Threat That Is Not a Threat. After listening to Grindelwald's words, Aaron's forehead was covered with sweat. He felt surrounded by malice, much of it emanating from Dumbledore. The suction force of the waterspout grew stronger, and the barrier of the water-avoiding spell jingled, spinning crazily around the eye of the water. Aaron felt dizzy, but managed to hold back his nausea and stabilize himself. People fight for pride, and Buddha fights for a stick of incense. This time, even if he had to fight hard, he had to show that he was not someone to be bullied. The secret of Dragon Slayer, Shiranui type, Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. Aaron roared, releasing the magic power within him. Red gold flames enveloped his body, burning fiercely. The barrier of the water-repellent spell burst open, and the flames spread rapidly. The waterspout boiled and vaporized under the extreme high temperature, turning the entire water prison into a massive red-gold fireball. Grindelwald's eyes widened. He seemed to see a black dragon covering the sky above the fireball, its cold eyes making him tremble slightly. The red-gold flames turned into a whirlpool, and Aaron gathered strength at its center, driving all the flames like a golden arrow crashing into Grindelwald at extreme speeds. Grindelwald was shocked and held his wand in front of him, constructing a super defensive barrier. A violent explosion sounded, and shock waves of red-gold flames spread in all directions. The gray-white illusion space quickly retreated under the burning flames, revealing mottled walls and ceilings. Cracks appeared in Grindelwald's barrier, and the wand in his hand creaked and twisted slightly. Boom! After the fierce collision, a figure flew out, leaving a human-shaped mark on the wall. Ahem! Grindelwald patted the dust off his body and put down his trembling right hand that held the wand. Not bad. Really good. Just a little bit more, and you would have hurt me. Does the dignified Grindelwald need to show off like this? Aaron's face turned pale as he pulled himself out of the wall with difficulty. Seeing Grindelwald unscathed, his expression grew ugly. He hadn't expected that the dragon-slaying secret he unleashed with all his strength would fail to harm him. No, this is a compliment from the heart. Grindelwald pointed to the ground. There were 2 shallow lines in the dust connecting his feet. It is already an achievement for a junior great magister to make a holy magister take a few steps back, and I can tell you responsibly that even though I have just broken through, there are not many people at the same level who can beat me. Ha! Aaron smiled mockingly. Can you give me the phoenix? Grindelwald whistled, and Fawkes appeared in the air, making a clear chirping sound. Guess, will I give it to you? Grindelwald asked with a half-smile. Yes, Aaron said without hesitation. Wrong answer. I knew it would be like this. Aaron smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although I feel very unhappy, I still thank you for letting me see the gap between me and the Holy Magister. I'll remember this. You'd better hope to die before I can beat you. Otherwise, I'll kill you in minutes. Tsk, tsk, Grindelwald smacked his lips. Where did you get the courage to say such a thing? Aaron held up a finger and pointed upward. Grindelwald looked up, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw 6 huge magic arrays, red, blue, yellow, green, purple, and white, aligned in a row. The strong sense of oppression made him feel a hint of threat. Amazing. When did you do it? Just now, when you were focused on defending. You wouldn't have noticed at that time, Aaron said weakly. My ancestors told me that the superimposed effect of the 7-layer ultimate elemental magic array will not be better. More than just taboo magic, Aaron said, his voice steady. In other words, it's equivalent to the magic unleashed by a holy magister. Do you want to try it? 7th level? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. There's also a layer of dark magic under your feet to prevent you from avoiding it. I don't have high expectations, but I can delay you for a second or two, Aaron continued. As he finished speaking, a black magic circle appeared under Grindelwald's feet. Countless black hands emerged, writhing and grasping, making it difficult for him to move, as if he were trapped in a quagmire. You are really well prepared, Grindelwald smiled. But do you dare? This does pose a threat to me, but at most, it will hurt me a little. But what about you? You probably don't have any extra energy left, right? It is indeed gone, Aaron admitted bluntly. The previous battle consumed half of my magic power. I had to grit my teeth to create this 7-layer magic circle. So you can't threaten me. Yes, I can't threaten you, Aaron sighed softly. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, give me the phoenix, and I will remove the magic circle. I will treat everything today as if it never happened. The second option is to fight head-on. I activate the magic circle and escape from this prison with the phoenix. Grindelwald frowned slightly. I still want to ask, where did you get the courage? Aaron pulled up his sleeves, revealing a gray world tree symbol. I know that thing. As long as your family imprint still has a little color, I won't do anything to you because it is meaningless. Sorry, I'm used to it. Aaron smiled awkwardly and pulled up the other sleeve. On his arm was a white pattern of a holy dragon spreading its wings and roaring to the sky. The only strength I have left is to activate this mark. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. I heard that Voldemort has a dark mark. You don't know how to. I named it the White God Mark. But you are alone, and you can't call any helpers at all. I don't deny that there are only 3 people I can summon at the moment. None of them can rival Gellert Grindelwald, but there are still people who can take me out of here. If you say that, I'm a little interested. Dumbledore, Aberforth, Dumbledore, Aaron said meaningfully. Before coming to Nurmengard, I went to Hogsmeade and made a deal with him. The Phoenix will protect the bloodline of the Dumbledore family. As long as Aberforth comes, Fawkes will take us to Apparate and leave here. Grindelwald clapped his hands slowly. It sounds fine, but is the Phoenix really that important? It makes you think so deeply about it. No, to be honest, it's not necessary for me, but I have suffered such a big loss today, and I will not be reconciled if there is no gain. Understood. I choose the first option, Grindelwald said easily. But don't get me wrong, I don't mind meeting Aberforth, but I don't want to ruin this place. Aaron nodded slightly, then waved his wand, using the last of his magic to write a contract in midair. After you sign it, you can't lay a hand on me or Fawkes, and you can't prevent us from leaving Nurmengard. After I leave, I will remove the 7-layer magic circle. Before that, you cannot leave the scope of the magic circle. Those who violate the contract will suffer heartbreaking pain. No problem. Grindelwald simply wrote his name, Gellert Grindelwald. Call. Seeing Grindelwald sign the contract, Aaron collapsed to the ground in relief, breathing heavily. You look so good at pretending to be calm. I almost got fooled by you. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It's important whether you sign or not, Aaron said weakly. I don't want to take risks unless I have to. Where's the Phoenix? Grindelwald looked at Fawkes. He will be your master from now on. Fawkes let out a chirp, circled above Grindelwald, and flew towards Aaron. During the flight, the flames on its body gradually weakened, and its size shrank several times. Finally, it landed steadily on Aaron's shoulder like a parrot. I didn't like it very much before, but now, it's so beautiful. Aaron grinned, revealing a pair of big white teeth. He gently touched the red and gold feathers on the Phoenix's body and said, From now on, you will be called Abau. The Phoenix, Fawkes, was stunned for a moment and shook its head firmly in objection. Recognizing Aaron as its master meant it would be the little brother of that hateful dragon in the future. Although it felt a bit aggrieved, its living conditions would be secure, and it wouldn't be bullied at will, so it wasn't a total loss. But the name Abau was too vulgar, and it wouldn't accept it even if it were beaten to death. Good boy, it's just a title. Calling you Abau makes you seem friendly, Aaron coaxed. No, a cold voice interjected. Grindelwald looked at Aaron sternly and objected. It's called Fawkes. You're not allowed to change its name. Do you understand what I'm saying? Understood, Aaron swallowed hard. I promise not to change its name. You can leave, Grindelwald said. The barrier at the entrance has been removed. Goodbye. No, never again. Aaron waved his hand and walked out calmly. After taking care of Voldemort, I will find someone to collect the body for you. After Aaron left his sight, Grindelwald turned to look at the stone room. Come out, he's gone. The cell door of the stone room slowly opened, and Jeans walked out with a smile. What would he think if he knew that I was so aggressive because of your instructions? Grindelwald joked. After all, he is your future master, so why go to such trouble? I don't want to, but this is what the old patriarch means, Jeans explained. The young master now has no family protection and is completely on the opposite side of Voldemort. The family will inevitably feel worried, so he needs to fully understand the young master's strength. Now you understand? Grindelwald praised. If I had faced him when I was 17, I would have only had a chance to escape. Actually, what I learned is far from enough, Jean said helplessly. What do you mean it's not enough? Grindelwald frowned slightly. Aren't you satisfied with such an heir? If I had his talent back then, I would have completed the reform of the wizarding world long ago. And what about Voldemort? It's not that I'm dissatisfied, but how should I put it? Jeans held his forehead, a depressed smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Based on my understanding of the young master, I'm afraid you haven't tested his trump card just now. Grindelwald was silent for a moment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His magic power had bottomed out, and he was determined not to fall into unconsciousness immediately. My judgment will not be wrong, Jean said firmly. Young Master will not fight an uncertain battle. I am sure that from the moment he stepped into Nurmengard, he considered the worst-case scenario and was prepared to escape unscathed. But you saw what just happened. I don't think he could have done better. What the eyes see is not necessarily the actual situation. I arranged all the young master's training, and I dare say that no one knows his abilities better than me. But if he hadn't been in a hurry to escape, I wouldn't have known that he could explode with such speed, and I didn't even know that he had recruited Aberforth. All you can manage is his vacation, which is only for 2 or 3 months. Grindelwald disagreed. You can't control the rest of the time, can you? What you said makes sense, but he didn't summon his pet during his battle with you. I feed Abe when he is at home. I know his potential very well, and he can at least compete with a primary magister. He has also mastered a dark shadow army that shuttles in the shadows. I initially estimated that the number of people is at least 400 to 500, but this army did not appear at all just now. He also had a special bottle of magic potion that could instantly resurrect a person with full health after drinking it, but he didn't take it out. He didn't use the weapons specially made for him by Lord Alger, and he didn't even use some powerful magic. Wait a minute. Grindelwald couldn't help but interrupt. You mean he underestimated me? This is really interesting. He actually as to hold back when fighting me. He's really not afraid of death. Ha! Maybe it's like the young master said, as long as he doesn't want to, no one can kill him. He was very confident when he said this, and it must be true. I really feel sorry for Voldemort now. Not only is Dumbledore plotting against him, but he still wants to take advantage of him. Although the young master is young, he is quite calculating, Jean said with a meaningful smile. Dumbledore had prepared a script for Harry Potter and Voldemort, but he didn't expect the young master to step in midway. Now that the director is dead, the young master has naturally become the new director, and he can modify the script as he pleases. In fact, the young master did just that. He bribed some of the actors and brought in a group of new actors from outside the crew. He made certain changes to the characters and the storyline. How do you know all this so clearly? Grindelwald asked, looking at him doubtfully. Miss Clea occasionally delivers some news to the family, Jean said sheepishly. The Gaius family cannot participate in the disputes of the magical world, but it's always good to stay informed. Grindelwald twitched the corner of his mouth. What a beautiful job. Chapter 611, The Physical Incarnation of Hades. Division develops in the direction of the evil god. I've already done what you asked me to do, and I've tested this out. If I continue, I'm afraid it won't end well, Jean said respectfully. For this, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Gaius family, he added. Don't forget to agree to my conditions, Grindelwald reminded him. You can rest assured that Albus Dumbledore is already in that world. If you are willing, you can follow the guidelines of the contract to find him now, Jean's assured. Let's forget it, Grindelwald laughed. I have to die at Voldemort's hands so that he can rest assured. Jeans couldn't deny it. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his hair standing on end and instinctively stepped back. It's kind of vengeful, Grindelwald remarked, looking at the 6 magic circles shining brightly above his head. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Countless black arms flew out from the dark element magic circle and grabbed Grindelwald's legs, suppressing part of his magic power. At the same time, 6 magic arrays of different colors erupted with powerful energy. First, dense rock pillars emerged from all directions, pinning Grindelwald's body. Circles of brown rock walls rose up to restrict him within the scope of the magic circle. Then came the red flames that burned everything, the white frost that froze everything, the violent purple thunder, the green hurricane that tore apart the space, and the bright but deadly white light, all blasting into the rock wall. Boom! Nurmengard Prison shook violently, and a white shockwave was released with Nurmengard as the center. The black sky was instantly lit up, and the surrounding land seemed to be plowed by strong winds. Cough! Cough! Grindelwald coughed violently, red blood spilling on the ground. His clothes became tattered, and there were countless tiny wounds on his body, but his pale face was full of excitement. "This kid will definitely be a figure in the future," he said. "There is absolutely no doubt about this," Jeans agreed, waving his wand to clear away the dust in the air. "The young master is the most talented person in the Gaius family. I have never seen him suffer a disadvantage. I would rather suffer than let him have a better life." Grindelwald smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Poor Tom Riddle, I can already imagine his fate. The heartbreaking pain is not pleasant, but it should be nothing to the young master." "Okay, you can go," Grindelwald said, slowly walking towards the stone room where he was imprisoned. As he moved forward, his hair gradually fell off, his body became stooped, and his eyes dimmed. He squatted in the corner again, transforming back into a helpless old man waiting to die. "Do you need me to help you restore this place?" Jeans asked. "No, as long as I don't die, this prison will automatically return to its original state," Grindelwald replied. "Hiss!" Aaron lay on a piece of grass, gasping in pain. The moment the contract took effect, he felt unspeakable pain. Fortunately, the healing power of the horse charm reduced most of the damage, otherwise he might have passed out. "I guess Gellert Grindelwald also received my gift," he thought. Fox let out a low growl and started a bonfire next to Aaron with some branches in his mouth. Aaron touched its feathers and felt much more at ease. He opened his backpack, took out 2 pork elbows, threw a piece to Fox, and then started to chew on the other. The battle just now had consumed too much energy, and he urgently needed to replenish it. After briefly dealing with dinner, he took out the tent and got in. This tent had been enchanted with a traceless stretching spell, providing an internal space of about 100 square meters, including a kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and living room. It was equivalent to carrying a big house with him. However, considering that he would act as Gandalf next, he cleared everything related to Aaron Gaius in advance. "Don't follow me anymore," he told Fox, who looked at him in surprise, expressing confusion. "I have to go do something, and if you follow me, your identity will be exposed. Go to Hogwarts first," Aaron instructed. "My clone will meet you in the tower," Aaron said soothingly. "He will take you to my Shen Ming palace. Before I summon you, stay there and cooperate with my clone. Establish a good relationship with Abe. You will be good friends from now on, and he will not bully you casually." Fox nodded in understanding, then turned into a ball of flame and dissipated. The next day, Aaron opened his eyes and shook his head slightly when he saw the time displayed on the alarm clock. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. He had slept for a full 12 hours, and most of his consumed magic power had been recovered. "System, sign. Forget it, it's better to find a famous feng shui place to sign in," Aaron yawned, washed up, and walked into the kitchen. Breakfast was simple and unpretentious, a basket of steamed buns, a bowl of porridge, and a vegetable salad. It was quite tasty. Aaron ate while checking the task board. The missions of finding Horcruxes and protecting students had not changed, but the 3rd mission had been completed. Meet the previous generation Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald. Completing the mission rewards 500 magic points. There is no penalty for mission failure. Completed. Receive reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd system task and receiving a reward of 500 magic points. It's worth my efforts yesterday. With the addition of these 500 magic points, the total finally exceeded 2,500. The current total number of magic points of the host is 2,500, and it can be consumed in a wave, the system said seductively. "You don't need to remind me. You will only focus on the small amount of money I finally saved," Aaron snorted angrily. "Open the mall interface. Today is the time for you to get your wish." Okay, host. Magic category, sleep spell, 600 magic points, can make the opponent fall into sleep, blank, blank, at Heaven's Punishment, 2,000 magic points, using the resonance of one's own magic power and the surrounding magic power to create virtual life from items containing magic power. At Purification, 300 magic points, releases pure light, dispels darkness, malice, and negative emotions. Material category, blank. Catnip, 2 magic points. Cork, 1 magic point. At Black Soil, 100 magic points. The soil of the world of the dead. Feather, 1 magic point. Item category, Razum Mask, 2,500 magic points. The wearer can summon the Shadow Legion Blade Group. Note, collecting 10 masks can control the Shadow Kingdom. At Firebolt, 50 magic points. At Pig Spell, 1,000 magic points, causes the holder's eyes to emit destructive laser scorching light rays, and the distance of the long-range emission energy of the fire laser beam is unlimited. Sealing Jar, 500 magic points, with sealing ability, can seal up to 3 people. At Hades Division, 2,500 magic points. The energy component of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Tribe is the most powerful among the 5 Dark Spirit Stones. Hades Division, Samsara Bloodstone, Black Magnetite, Dark Moonstone, and Tatar Stone. One stone contains enough energy to destroy the barrier of space-time rifts. It is greater than the combined energy of the other 4 spiritual stones. It also has independent consciousness and strong temptation. Aaron placed an order for Hades Division and Hades without any hesitation. The 2,500 magic points instantly turned into single digits, which made him feel disappointed. Hades was the reward promised to Aberforth, and Hades would be his right-hand man in the future. Looking at the dark spirit stone in his hand that shone with a fierce blue light, Aaron resisted the thought of swallowing it. He walked out of the tent and activated it with his own magic power. Hades Division, reveal yourself. After the words fell, Hades Division slowly floated in the air, with red and black lightning flashing in the faint blue light. The majestic magical light dyed the sky dark purple, and the depressing atmosphere caused the birds in the forest to flee crazily into the distant blue sky. After a while, Hades Division turned into a burning red, and, when the flames dissipated, a handsome nobleman appeared. He wore a classical dark purple suit and a black top hat. His black hair and eyes gave him a simple yet melancholic temperament. Yes, I'm very satisfied with this appearance. It's just a little bit worse than me, Aaron said half-jokingly. Hades Secretary, please see the Dark Emperor, the man said, respectfully placing a hand on his chest and bowing. His voice was clear and magnetic. Yeah, Aaron nodded. The name Hades Secretary needs to be changed. Please give me a name, Dark Emperor. Don't call me Dark Emperor. That name is too middle of the road. Aaron laughed softly. Aaron Gaius, that's my real name. Isn't it better for me to call my master by his first name? The Hades Secretary asked cautiously. Trouble, please call me young master in front of outsiders. Yes, master. As for your name, Aaron thought for a moment, let's call you Yak. How about Yak Mearns? My subordinate likes this name very much, the Hades Secretary said, lowering his head. From now on, my subordinate will be called Yak Mearns. Do you know why I summoned your form? Aaron asked meaningfully. Yak was stunned for a moment and shook his head in confusion. Because you are the strongest among the 5 dark spiritual stones, I will summon at least 2 more forms of the dark spiritual stones in the future, and I need you to manage them. Regardless of good or evil, anyone who holds power needs a right-hand man, and I think you should be able to do the job. Yak Mearns will never disappoint his master. Aaron showed a satisfied smile. What level is your magic power now? The mid-level Grand Mage. I am still far behind the high-level Grand Mage. However, my subordinates have the confidence to confront a high-level Grand Mage head-on. Aaron was taken aback. A generous gift crab. This is a bit exaggerated, as if he is his loyal servant? That's no problem. He can accept it if it's more exaggerated. What magic do you know? Dark magic. My subordinates can control dark energy to attack, Yak said, opening his palms towards a plane. A dark purple shockwave shot out from his palm, shattering a boulder dozens of meters away. Then he shot 5 dark purple energy bombs from his fingers, creating 5 large craters in different directions. Not bad. Very good. The control of magic is excellent. Aaron clapped his hands. Is there anything else? Yes, Yak said. I can teleport instantly, control gravity to a certain extent, and swallow evil thoughts and souls. Wait a minute, Aaron interrupted. You mean swallowing evil thoughts and souls? Yes, master. I can swallow souls and strengthen myself with various negative emotions. This is one of the reasons why I'm stronger than the other 4 dark spiritual stones. How far can it be strengthened? Aaron asked thoughtfully. I don't know. I feel like there is no upper limit, but the previous generation of Dark Emperors never manifested my form. Aaron's eyes twitched. From his perspective, he understood why the Dark Emperor did this. If Yak had no upper limit, he could eventually surpass his master and possibly devour him. But Aaron had no such scruples because no matter how fast Yak grew, he couldn't surpass him, and he would never betray him. Swallowing negative emotions won't have any impact on people, right? This depends on the specific situation, Yak said thoughtfully. I treat the objects I devour as leeks, tempting them to slowly degenerate, harvesting negative emotions one after another. Anger, greed, jealousy, and fear are all attributes. When I tire of the food, I devour their fallen souls and turn them into walking corpses. Awesome, this is developing in the direction of evil gods, Aaron exclaimed, then warned, in the future, be careful with how you use his power. You can't devour souls at will without my order. Yes, my subordinates obey. Now that you have a body, help me with an experiment. Aaron walked up to Yak and placed his hand on Yak's shoulder. Yak disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he found himself in a vast space with a blue sky and green water. Sure enough, you were born because of me and can come in here, Aaron said, his excitement evident. Apart from his consciousness, living beings could finally enter the spiritual space. Aaron transmitted the basic information of the mind space to Yak's mind. How do you find my mind space? Aaron asked. It's clear and pure, but Yaka hesitated. Be honest, I know the flaws here better than you do, Aaron encouraged. It's beautiful, but this kind of beauty feels very unreal, Yaka admitted. I can't solve this problem at the moment, Aaron said bluntly. Unless there's a special opportunity, I'll probably have to become a god before I can turn it into reality. It's too deserted, and the regions are too closely connected. With all due respect, if the master wants to evolve this place into a real world, it would be better to set up some buffers between different areas. What's more important is that this is the master's own world, and he needs a palace that can show his status and dignity, Yak suggested. Well said. I'll leave it to you. In the past 2 years, I've only focused on creating beautiful things, but I've neglected a lot because of this, Aaron admitted. Is this really okay? Yak asked, somewhat uncertain. I knew you could do it from the moment you pointed out the flaws of this world, Aaron reassured him. What's more important is that apart from me, only the incarnation of Haiti Division can enter this world, and I have no other world designer. Hearing his master's affirmation, Yak no longer hesitated. The first task after his birth had to be completed beautifully to gain the master's attention. Chapter 612, Arranging an Undercover Agent, the third stop, St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic. Master, I need the support of your soul power. Without it, it will be difficult to harness the power of this world, Yak said. No problem. I won't be entering here myself, but my clone will cooperate with you. The two of you should discuss and try to make this illusory world as perfect as possible, Aaron replied, bringing Yak back to the real world. You should be able to come and go freely in my spiritual space, right? As long as you do not revoke my authority, I can enter at any time. However, I currently cannot bring anything in, Yak confirmed. Perfecting the geographical division of the spiritual space is a long-term task. It's not urgent and can be done before I become the god of magic. But there is a short-term task that you need to do right now, Aaron instructed. Master, please give me your orders, Yak said respectfully. Currently, the British wizarding world is controlled by the Dark Lord. I need you to infiltrate the Death Eaters and secure a high position, Aaron said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had never considered planting one of his own among the Death Eaters before. The danger was high, but Yak's magic was uniquely suited for the task. Dark magic, devouring evil thoughts and souls. Was there any dark wizard more fitting than Yak? Master wants me to go undercover? Yak asked, his expression puzzled. You are not just any undercover agent. You need to become the Dark Lord's right-hand man in the shortest possible time and have significant influence at the top, Aaron explained. That's not easy, Yak noted. That's why you need to showcase your abilities, Aaron said seriously. If you face any Death Eater one-on-one, your strength will overwhelm them, enthralling. This will be enough to make the Dark Lord take you seriously. Yak rolled his eyes. Gaining attention is easy, but gaining trust is difficult. Exactly, Aaron agreed. He snapped his fingers and copied the memories related to Voldemort from his mind, transferring them to Yak. After a moment, Yak came back to his senses. "Master, what's the purpose of showing these to me?" Yak asked. "Just be yourself. Voldemort appreciates genius, and you definitely meet his criteria. He is a half-blood wizard who advocates pure-blood supremacy. It would be best for you to pose as a pure-blood wizard. You also need to create a tragic past, something that makes him see his own shadow in you," Aaron explained. Yak suddenly understood. "Master, you are so clever. That's not all. He will definitely try to recruit you. You can agree to help him, but do not immediately swear allegiance," Aaron continued. "Why is that?" Yak asked, curious. "Geniuses are often arrogant. Not immediately pledging loyalty will make him appreciate you more, and you can also gain some privileges. After that, you need to demonstrate your wisdom and ability by offering constructive suggestions that will benefit the Dark Lord's rule but will take time to implement. When necessary, you can eliminate a few despicable individuals to establish your authority. You can devour evil thoughts, so you should know who to kill and who to spare," Aaron advised. Yak's lips curved into a smile. "I understand what to do, Master." Aaron smiled enigmatically and then opened a red magic circle in midair. Suddenly, countless gold coins fell from the magic circle, piling up into a hill in the blink of an eye. Funding for your activities. You need a wand. You need to learn magical knowledge and history. You need to understand the current state of the magical world. You need to create a believable identity, and you need to live a life that appears frustrated but bohemian," Aaron said. Yak didn't refuse. He knew the importance of money. After storing all the gold coins in his own dark space, Yak bowed respectfully to Aaron and disappeared. Watching Yak leave, Aaron felt a bit uneasy. He wondered if he had gone too far in his plans against Voldemort. Even Dumbledore might not have been as ruthless. But when he thought of Grindelwald's terrifying combat power, he cast aside his doubts. A madman with only half. Aaron, a wizard with 1 foot in the realm of the holy, knew he had to take things seriously. He was confident he would win in the end, but making more preparations could reduce potential losses. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out a gold galleon. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest, Harry, Hermione, and Ron huddled around a radio, listening intently. The broadcast listed the names of newly captured half-blood or muggle-born wizards by the Ministry of Magic. The trio looked tense, fearing they might hear the names of people they knew. Fortunately, by the end of the broadcast, they hadn't heard any familiar names being taken to Azkaban or worse. "How long will this kind of life continue?" Ron asked warily. "I'm really afraid of hearing my parents' names one day." "They'll be fine, definitely," Harry reassured him, trying to comfort himself as well. "Wait a minute," Hermione said, looking surprised as she took a galleon from around her neck. The number on it had changed. "Aaron has sent a message." "Thank God, there's finally news," Ron said, relieved. "I hope the locket is still in Gandalf's hands, otherwise we will have waited all these days in vain." "Didn't we decide to find Gryffindor's sword?" Harry reminded them. "Plans and actions are two different things. The fact is that we are still standing still," Ron replied. "Don't make any noise," Hermione snapped, glaring at the two of them before beginning a long-distance spiritual communication. Have you found the Horcrux?" "Can you please stop talking about Horcruxes?" Aaron chuckled. "I haven't seen you for more than a week. You could at least ask how I am." "Shouldn't you care about me first?" Hermione teased. "Okay, I'll worry about you first. How have you been these days?" "What do you think? Death Eaters are chasing us wherever we go, and we have to change places every few days. And you? You were at Hogwarts. Those Death Eaters didn't give you any trouble, right?" "Don't worry, they don't dare," Aaron said confidently. He had already dealt with Amicus Caro. As long as they had any sense left, they wouldn't cause trouble. "Ask about my sister." "Ginny," Ron and Harry said almost simultaneously, smiling at each other in understanding. Hermione rolled her eyes at them, but still asked, as she wanted to know too. "Ginny, Neville, Luna, are they okay?" "They're okay for now. As long as they behave, there's no reason for the Death Eaters to punish them. But you know they aren't the most disciplined people, so it's bound to happen sooner or later that they make mistakes." "What did he say?" Ron asked nervously. "They're okay for now, but it's hard to say in the future," Hermione said solemnly. But he's at Hogwarts, so he should be able to protect them. I hope so, Harry said helplessly. They couldn't protect themselves now. They couldn't do anything except worry. They could only count on Aaron. Let's get down to business, Hermione continued. Has Slytherin's locket been found? Found it, Aaron said seriously, though he was lying. Gandalf realized it wasn't a simple item, but he only thought it was an ordinary dark magic object. If I hadn't asked, he wouldn't have thought about the Horcrux. Found it, Hermione said excitedly to Harry and Ron. It is indeed in Gandalf's hands. Hurry up and ask Gandalf if he has destroyed the Horcrux, Harry urged. Hermione nodded and asked immediately. Aaron hesitated for a moment, but decided not to let them know that Gandalf could destroy the Horcrux. Delaying time was also one of his purposes. No, Gandalf does not have the ability to destroy Horcruxes. After all, the locket is a relic of Salazar Slytherin. It has powerful magic and is difficult to destroy. The awakening of Voldemort's soul fragments at critical moments makes the Horcrux even more indestructible. It may require special methods or special props to destroy it. With a hint of disappointment in her eyes, Hermione turned to explain the situation to Harry and Ron. Gryffindor's sword, Harry said through gritted teeth. We must find it. But Dumbledore didn't tell you where the sword is, Ron said, sounding dejected. Godric's Hollow, Harry replied. That's the most likely place. We'll set off after we've rested. But, be quiet, Hermione interrupted. We can talk about it later, okay? I have good news for you, Aaron continued. What good news? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Gandalf will help you. What? Hermione stood up, both surprised and elated. You mean Gandalf will help us find the Horcruxes? You could say that. It took a lot of effort to convince him, Aaron said patiently. It will be much easier for you with his help. When will Gandalf come? Hermione asked eagerly. Within a day or two. He needs to prepare some things. Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Hermione couldn't hide her excitement. However, Harry and Ron's expressions were a bit uneasy. They couldn't hear Aaron's voice, but Hermione hadn't avoided them when she spoke. Despite their slow reactions, they understood that an old wizard would join them. Gandalf, Ron murmured. Can he be trusted? Trust him, Harry said, but he is quite old after all. Dumbledore wasn't young either, Hermione said, clearly dissatisfied. Having reliable reinforcement at this time is just what we need. That's not what I meant, but... Harry hesitated. My wanted posters are everywhere now. It will be dangerous for him to follow me. Are you worried about that? Hermione was incredulous. Gandalf is willing to help us destroy the Horcruxes. This kind of behavior is essentially declaring war on Voldemort, and he won't stop until the end. How can he be concerned about the danger of helping you? Moreover, he was invited by Aaron, and it would be too embarrassing to refuse. That's okay. Harry nodded with a wry smile. It's just a day or two. We'll wait. On the other side, Aaron put away the gold galleons used for communication, folded up the tent, and packed it into his backpack. I've notified them in advance. It's time to go to the next stop, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Aaron transformed into the image of Gandalf and walked in openly. Hello, sir. May I help you? Asked the receptionist in the waiting area. I'm just here to visit 2 old friends, Gandalf said kindly. Who do you want to visit? The receptionist looked a bit embarrassed. This is my first time meeting you, so there are some things I need to understand clearly. If it's convenient, please fill out a form with your identity information and the identity of the patient you want to visit, so I can take you to the corresponding ward. I remember there weren't such cumbersome rules before, Gandalf remarked. This is a new rule from the Ministry of Magic. It's mainly for strangers. Please understand. Gandalf thought for a moment. Is it to confirm the wizard's bloodline again? I didn't expect they would extend their reach to the hospital. The receptionist's face changed slightly, and he remained silent, indicating his agreement. Don't worry, I will cooperate if necessary, Gandalf chuckled. He walked up to the receptionist and looked directly into her eyes. A purple gaze flashed in his eyes, and the receptionist was momentarily stunned. She then put down the form in her hand and became extremely enthusiastic. Mr. Gandalf, please come this way. The dean will be very happy to know that you are here. There's no need to inform him. He's busy, and so am I, I'll leave after seeing the patient. Please don't disturb me during this period. Okay, sir. After passing the waiting area, Gandalf walked up the stairs with a cane. He passed the equipment accident department on the first floor, the creature-induced injuries department on the second floor, the magical bugs department on the third floor, and the potion and plant poisoning department on the fourth floor. He didn't stop until he reached the spell-damaged D department on the fifth floor. Arriving at a permanent ward, Aaron pushed the door open and closed it behind him. The room was dimly lit, with two beds positioned side by side. A man and a woman lay on the beds, staring blankly at the ceiling. Their eyes were devoid of any recognition or awareness. "Who are you?" an old woman demanded. She wore a robe, held a red handbag, and had a hat adorned with a stuffed eagle. Her voice was wary, and her grip on her wand tightened. "Augusta Longbottom? You must be Neville's grandmother. Your presence here confirms that I'm in the right place," the stranger replied calmly. "Who are you?" Augusta repeated, her voice growing more insistent. She had already drawn her wand, ready to defend her family. "I've never seen you before. Only my son and daughter-in-law are in this ward. You can't be here to visit them." The stranger, who resembled Gandalf with his long beard and staff, frowned slightly. His blue eyes shifted to Frank and Alice Longbottom, who lay motionless on the hospital beds. "I'm here for them," he said softly. "Are you joking?" Augusta's voice was filled with anger. "My son and daughter-in-law have suffered unimaginable trauma. They pose no threat to anyone. How can you say you're here for them when they are condemned to spend the rest of their lives in this state?" "Please, Mrs. Longbottom," the stranger said, raising a hand to calm her. "You misunderstand my intentions. I mean no harm to them. Also, it would be better if we kept our voices down. On second thought, I'll handle it myself." With a swift motion, the stranger tapped his staff on the floor. Pure white energy spread out, enveloping the entire ward. "What did you do?" Augusta asked, her voice tinged with fear. "Don't worry," the stranger reassured her. "It's just a small barrier. No sound can escape this ward, and anyone outside will only see you talking to yourself with your son and daughter-in-law." Chapter 613, Treating Longbottom and His Wife. After waking up, their mentality collapsed. Augusta looked at Gandalf in confusion and asked calmly, "What are you going to do?" She had lived most of her life, and although her strength was mediocre, she had good judgment. The barrier created by Gandalf made her realize that the person in front of her was not someone she could contend with. Unable to defeat him, and with her way to seek help blocked, she simply gave up resisting. "If I said I was here to treat the Longbottoms, would you believe it?" "I don't believe it," Augusta replied coldly. "A stranger suddenly breaks into the room of two patients who are mentally incapacitated, even beyond the help of doctors, and claims he wants to cure them. No matter how you look at it, it sounds absurd." "That's true." Gandalf snapped his fingers and returned to his original appearance. "You." Augusta was shocked and looked at Aaron in disbelief. "Allow me to introduce myself. Aaron Gaius, a friend of Neville Longbottom. You may have heard of me." Augusta nodded blankly. "Neville has mentioned you more than once. But wait, you must be joking. Aaron Gaius should be at Hogwarts right now." "It's not difficult for me to create a substitute," Aaron said, half-truthfully. "What you just saw was a necessary disguise. I don't want the mysterious person to know that I left Hogwarts." "Then you came here, really to save my son and daughter-in-law?" Augusta asked with a glimmer of hope. Over the past 10 years, she had tried various methods to recover her son and daughter-in-law, but failed every time. Even Dumbledore was helpless. As time passed, she had to accept her fate. But Aaron was different. She knew the background of the Gaius family. What was difficult for therapists might be nothing to them. "I need helpers, people who can fight the Death Eaters," Aaron said bluntly. "There is no one more suitable than former members of the Order of the Phoenix. Both Longbottom and his wife were Aurors, so their strength should be considerable. After being captured, they endured the torture of the Cruciatus Curse, rather than reveal any secrets of the Order of the Phoenix. They are strong-willed and fully meet my requirements." "You want help?" Augusta frowned slightly, but soon thought of something and whispered, "Is this what Dumbledore meant?" "No, this is my idea. Dumbledore has a careful plan to defeat you-know-who, and Harry is acting on this plan. I need help for my own plan. I want to accumulate as much strength as possible for the final battle. Augusta didn't fully understand what was happening, but wanted to find out. However, thinking of her son and daughter-in-law, she suppressed her curiosity. Are you sure you can cure them? Of course, otherwise why would I be here? But before that, you need to do something. What? Augusta asked. Aaron smiled mysteriously, then took out a piece of paper and drew up a contract. I need to be compensated for saving them. I heal them, and they work for me until I destroy the mysterious man. This is very fair, Augusta said immediately. Just go ahead and treat them. I will persuade them to agree. You don't need to persuade them. If they don't agree, they will just continue to lie in the hospital bed, Aaron said lightly, causing Augusta's face to turn pale instantly. Ha, just kidding. For Neville's sake, I'm willing to make some concessions. I won't force them to help me if they don't want to, but they can't leave this ward until everything is settled. Aaron shrugged and added, leaking the news would do no good to any of us. Additionally, this contract in my hand is prepared for you. I didn't expect you to be here. Augusta was stunned for a moment, then took the contract and read it. A confidentiality agreement. You cannot reveal what happened today to anyone without my permission. Sign it, and you can witness the treatment process. Before Aaron could finish speaking, Augusta signed her name on the contract. Can the treatment begin? Augusta asked nervously. Yes, Aaron replied with a reassuring smile. He then walked over to Frank Longbottom's hospital bed. Wait a minute, Augusta interjected, her voice filled with concern. If the treatment fails, they won't be in any danger, right? You can rest assured, Aaron said, calming her fears. I have a bottom line when it comes to these things. I am confident that I can cure them, but I need to do some research first. He rolled up his sleeves and placed his hand on Frank's forehead. Immediately, a soul was pulled out by him. Unlike Sirius, Frank's soul was particularly dim. Augusta was both frightened and relieved at the sight. The extraction of the soul was unbelievable, but it also gave her hope for healing. How is it? She asked anxiously. As I expected, Aaron replied. Excessive physical torture has affected the health of his soul. Their souls have almost lost their vitality, similar to a person being dragged down by disease. I understand, but how can I save him? Augusta asked eagerly. For others, this might be an unsolvable problem, but for me, healing the soul is not difficult, Aaron said calmly. He had the soul power of the sheep talisman and the healing power of the horse talisman at his disposal. A sheep pattern appeared in Aaron's pupils, and a transparent soul power emerged from his hand. As the soul power was injected into Frank's soul, the dim soul gradually became brighter, and Frank's body showed signs of pain. Wait, my son, what's happening to him? Augusta asked, alarmed. He's just recalling some painful memories, Aaron explained patiently. After all, he was suffering from the Cruciatus curse before lying on this hospital bed. Give it a moment, he will be fine soon. More than half a minute later, Frank's soul returned to normal levels. Aaron quickly returned the soul to Frank's body. Frank took a sharp breath and sat up with a roar. You damn beasts! I will never give in. You can't get anything from me. However, when he finished cursing, he realized there were no Death Eaters around. Instead, he saw his mother and a handsome young man he had never seen before. He was confused. What's going on? He asked. My son is finally back, Augusta cried with joy, hugging him tightly as if afraid he would slip away again. Thank you, Mr. Gaius. Thank you very much, she said with sincere gratitude. You're welcome. My help isn't in vain, Aaron replied modestly. Mom, what happened? Why have you aged so much, and why am I here? Shouldn't I be tortured by Bella and the others using the Cruciatus curse? Frank was full of doubts. Then he thought of something and asked hurriedly, Where is Alice? Where is Alice? Next to you, Aaron said. Frank turned to look at the other hospital bed. His wife was staring at the ceiling in confusion, as if she didn't recognize anything. This is St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. You and your wife were tortured by the Cruciatus curse. Oh, and almost 16 years have passed since that day, Aaron explained. 16 years? Frank's eyes widened in shock. Is this true? Augusta nodded vigorously. Thanks to Mr. Gaius. If it weren't for him, who Who knows how long you would have been lying in that hospital bed. Frank found it difficult to accept the changes, but his mother's appearance had indeed changed a lot, and he had to accept this reality. Mr. Gaius, since you can save me, can you also save Alice? Frank, Augusta said gently, let Aaron rest for a while. Healing you consumed a lot of soul power. I'm not as tired as you think, Aaron said with a smile. He walked over to Alice. This time, a horse pattern appeared in his pupils, and blue-purple healing energy enveloped Alice. After a while, her face regained color, and the confusion in her eyes dissipated. Ah! A sharp scream came from her mouth as she began to recover from the trauma. Frank held Alice in his arms, trying to soothe her. Calm down, Alice. It's all over. We're safe now. Alice, still trembling, looked up at him. Mrs. Longbottom, I don't want to spoil the moment, Aaron interjected with a sheepish smile, but there will be plenty of time for family reunions later. I'll call Neville now. At the mention of her son's name, Alice's eyes filled with tears. Is my son okay? She asked, her voice trembling. Aaron snapped his fingers, and 7 boys in wizard robes appeared before them. Alice immediately recognized Neville and reached out to touch him, but her fingers passed through the image. This is an illusion, Aaron explained with a sigh. My memory is pretty good, so what you see is Neville Longbottom from 1st grade to 7th grade. As for what he was like before he was 11, I really don't know. And now, Alice asked, her voice filled with hope. He's still at Hogwarts and is about to graduate, Aaron replied. Alice managed a rare smile. That's okay. We can still catch up with his graduation ceremony. Aaron's expression turned serious. The situation may not be as good as you think. Hogwarts is now under the control of Death Eaters. The joy of their reunion vanished, replaced by a sense of dread. What happened? Why does it feel like the whole world has changed while I slept? Alice asked, her voice filled with unease. Because we slept for too long. 16 years. Frank exclaimed. Miss Augusta, please explain to your son and daughter-in-law what has happened over the years and the current situation in the British wizarding world, Aaron requested. Give me half an hour, Augusta said, and then she began to recount the major events that had occurred during their hospitalization. Frank and Alice listened patiently, their expressions constantly changing. When they learned that Dumbledore was dead and the Death Eaters had taken over the Ministry of Magic, they were nearly overwhelmed with shock. Augusta continued, detailing the policies enacted by the Ministry, the current state of the Order of the Phoenix, and finally, why Aaron had helped them. This is the situation, Augusta concluded, spreading her hands helplessly. The situation is grim, but most people have not given up hope. As long as Harry Potter is alive, we have hope of defeating you-know-who. Frank and Alice exchanged glances, and then turned their attention to Aaron. Although it's a bit abrupt, you must know something, Alice said. I do know a lot, Aaron replied with a smile. I know Dumbledore's plan, Harry Potter's actions, and the method to defeat Voldemort. But if you want to know, you must join my plan. Of course, you don't have to join. You can just sign a contract and stay in the hospital bed peacefully until the dust settles. I'll just pretend I haven't been here today. What's your plan? Frank asked. Kill the Dark Lord, Aaron said lightly. I signed a contract with him, and we will not interfere with each other until Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter die. But once these two are gone, I have to give him the secret of immortality. My bloodline is very coveted by him, and he will definitely not let me go. I am not someone who just sits around and waits for things to happen. It is necessary to prepare in advance. We'll join, Frank and Alice said in unison. They realized that instead of continuing to act crazy, they might as well go out and give it a try. If they won, they could contribute their strength. If they lost, it was better than living in ignorance. Wise decision, Aaron said with satisfaction. You two can rest assured that my plan does not conflict with Dumbledore's plan. I just need to make some adjustments in the final part. Are we the only two joining? Alice asked cautiously. Is there anyone else? In addition to you, officially joining are Sirius Black, Alastor Moody, and Aberforth Dumbledore. There are also some who have joined informally, but I am not in a position to tell you. Can you tell us Dumbledore's plan? Frank asked. Okay, but Aaron waved his wand and created a contract in midair. The Longbottoms looked at each other, understanding the gravity of the situation. They wrote their names decisively. Quickly, Frank said. Sirius and the other Maves had a lot of questions before signing. They were afraid I would set traps for them. You saved our lives, and besides, our goals are the same, to defeat the Dark Lord, Frank continued. In this case, we have nothing to hesitate about. And you are Neville's friend, Alice added. You are definitely not a bad person, so we naturally believe you. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, feeling touched. Compared to Sirius, Moody, and the others, these two were exceptionally reasonable people. Chapter 6:14, The Repentant Percy and Cedric's Awakening. I've seen your sincerity, and I can promise that I won't make you do anything you don't want to do, Aaron said, taking out his wand. Next, please extend your arms. I need to set up a small mark. Frank and Alice were momentarily stunned, but then rolled up their right sleeves. Aaron tapped his wand, and a warm white light enveloped their arms, soon forming a holy dragon pattern. The White God's Mark, Aaron explained with a sheepish smile. It's similar to Voldemort's dark mark. You'll be able to sense it when I need you. Next, I need you to go to a place where Alastair and the others are. You will learn part of the truth there. Don't act rashly before official action is taken. Just cooperate with their work. Where? Frank asked. What job? Alice inquired immediately. You'll know when you get there, Aaron replied, taking out a silver-black key and tossing it to Frank. Port key. You know how to use it. Frank hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Augusta. Mom, Go, Augusta said with a relieved smile. You two have always been the pride of the Longbottom family and the pride of Neville and me. Don't worry about leaving me. Frank and Alice exchanged glances, grabbed the silver-black key, and activated it with magic. The next moment they disappeared and reappeared in the Shenming Palace. Aaron waved his wand at the empty hospital bed, transforming it into a dull replica of the Longbottom couple. Let's leave it like this for now. You shouldn't be able to tell the difference unless you look closely. Mrs. Longbottom, although it is inappropriate to say this, I still think you should not go home after leaving the hospital. Find a safe place to hide. I understand, but Neville... Augusta hesitated. Neville has always depended on me. If he can't find me, he will be very worried. Just leave a message. Neville is old enough to be on his own. He will understand. I could also give him some hints before he leaves Hogwarts. Then it's fine, Augusta agreed. Aaron nodded, transformed into Gandalf again, removed the barrier in the ward, and slowly walked downstairs with his staff. I almost forgot system. Sign in. The host signed in at St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic and received 2 magic points. Ha! Sure enough, we are back before the liberation. Aaron smiled to himself. After spending a significant amount of magic points, he only had single digits left. However, Jock Moens's ability is quite good. It should bring surprises to him. As dusk fell, Aaron set up a tent in the wild. While looking at the stars through the skylight, he pondered who he could use now. Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom, Sirius Black, Alastair Moody, Aberforth Dumbledore, and Arc Mourns. 3 great magisters, 3 high-level magisters. This lineup is not bad, but it just has a little more twilight. We still need to find 2 young ones. As for the pretty ones, we can't use the pretty ones. Clea will go to the Shenming Palace from time to time. It would be embarrassing if she saw her. Thinking this, Aaron took out Captain Jack's compass. The pointer on it turned a few times and stopped in one direction. After a while, the pointer pointed in another direction. It's just the 2 of you. One owes me his life, and the other, just give him a chance. The next day, Aaron, disguised as Gandalf, followed the compass's direction to London. He knocked on the door indicated by the pointer, and a red-haired man wearing glasses answered. He was neatly dressed but had an air of, keep away from strangers. Percy Weasley? Percy looked Gandalf up and down, frowning slightly. He didn't remember such an elder, and there was no such boss in the Ministry of Magic. What do you want from me? Percy tried to be as polite as possible when dealing with strangers. Gandalf looked at him with a half-smile. I just came here to ask you a question. Which do you choose between family and power? What did you say? Percy asked coldly. Are you here to sow discord? I'm Sem, not here to sow discord. You are. Okay, just say yes. Gandalf shrugged nonchalantly. Then Percy Weasley, can you tell me your choice? There is nothing wrong with liking power, and there is nothing wrong with working hard for ambition. What is wrong is looking in the wrong direction. Don't tell me you seem to know me very well, Percy cursed angrily. Please leave. You are not welcome in my home. Boom. Percy slammed the door shut, but it was stopped by a staff. What do you want? I don't want to do anything to the old man. Tell me your answer, and I'll leave immediately. Percy looked at him coldly, but gradually he fell into silence, and his expression became extremely conflicted. This has nothing to do with you. I have no reason to answer your question. It really has nothing to do with me. I came here specifically just to give you a chance, Gandalf said calmly. I think you know the current situation of the Ministry of Magic. In your capacity, it's easy to gain power. Just sell your parents. Shut up. Percy immediately pulled out his wand. Gandalf was unmoved and continued. But you didn't do that, and I don't think you would do that either. Knowing that it is wrong, but still going all the way for the so-called illusory power is not a wise decision. You are confused now, and you are lying to yourself every day. You chose to help Cornelius when he was the minister, and you still chose to help him when Scrimgeour was the minister. These two choices gradually alienated you from the Weasley family, and you even had to draw a line between you and them. But now it's Cynics sitting in the minister's chair, and you know what he is, and if you continue to choose power, you're going to have to stand against your family. Shut up. Percy pointed the wand at Gandalf, and a light blue light shot out from the tip of the wand, but it was blocked by a barrier as soon as it reached him. Who are you? Are you sure you want to ask me this question at the door? Come in. Percy opened the door reluctantly. He couldn't do it without opening the door. After the test just now, the old man's strength might be higher than his own. Gandalf took off his disguise as he walked into the door. Aaron? Why are you here? Percy was stunned for a moment, and then said with a look of anger on his face, Are you here specifically to play tricks on me? It's so sad that the senior said that. Aaron sat on the sofa nonchalantly. What good does it do me to trick you? I'm here specifically to help you. Help me? You were just helping me when you were so sarcastic? I need to know your choice. Aaron smiled. If you choose power, I will turn around and leave without saying a word. No matter how the relationship between you and the Weasley family deteriorates in the future, it will be your own fault. I didn't make a choice just now. But you hesitated, got angry, and finally took action. This shows that the position of family in your heart is higher than that of power, and it is not too late to repent. So what? Percy said coldly. I'm still working for the Ministry of Magic, and I'm avoiding my dad every day. I'm afraid he will see me. Senior, don't be so stubborn in front of me, Aaron said, exasperated. You want to escape from the Ministry of Magic and protect your parents, brothers, and sister, but you can't let go of your pride. Hearing this, Percy's expression turned gloomy. Was it necessary to be so straightforward? Did Aaron know what it meant to be tactful? How can you help me? I can get you to join in the fight against Voldemort. Don't say that name, Percy interrupted hastily. Okay, I can let you join the team against the Dark Lord. The Order of the Phoenix? Percy frowned. Are you mistaken? The Order of the Phoenix fell apart after Dumbledore died, and their situation is quite bad. Not the Order of the Phoenix, but my team. Yours? Percy was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Stop joking, okay? How old is Aaron and he hasn't graduated from school yet? Who would follow him? Aaron considered the situation carefully. Recruiting students like himself seemed risky. They might have talents, but expecting them to fight against the mysterious man was akin to sending them to their deaths. I'm not joking, Aaron said, looking seriously into Percy's eyes. Join or not? Percy hesitated. Senior, I'm only giving you this one chance, Aaron said meaningfully. Take advantage of it. I'll join, Percy finally decided, collapsing weakly onto the sofa. I'm really crazy to join your student army. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to let students join, Aaron clarified, taking out a contract and placing it on the table. Sign it. Percy picked up the contract and glanced at it, his expression darkening. You can't leak any information to anyone in any way. I have no objection to that, but what is the difference between obeying your orders before defeating Voldemort and a contract of betrayal? Do you think I would sign such a contract? This is a necessary guarantee. To a certain extent, the contract is more reliable than the loyalty curse. The contract also states that I will not make you do anything you find difficult. But signing this contract is equivalent to handing over leadership to you, Percy said, somewhat unconvinced. Hey, senior. Aaron laughed softly. You don't want to compete with me for leadership, do you? Percy blushed, but didn't deny it. He believed his leadership abilities were better than Aaron's, even if his strength wasn't. Senior, not counting you, I've signed this kind of contract with 5 people. The weakest among them is on par with Mr. Weasley, and the strongest is over 100 years old. Do you think you can suppress them? Percy's eyes widened. Are you serious? Of course. Do you think it's fun to lie to you? Aaron replied. Percy hesitated, but eventually wrote his name on the contract. Congratulations, you made the right decision. You will be glad for your decision in the future. Believe me, this will be enough for you to brag about for a lifetime. I just hope I don't get tricked too badly, Percy said with a wry smile. Believe me, the task I assigned you is definitely the easiest. Several other people need to participate in combat missions. As for you, just take care of logistics and order. Percy rolled his eyes. Who are you looking down on? After all, I am an outstanding graduate with 12 certificates, and I am not considered weak among magisters. I left a mark on the arms of the 5 people before you. When I need them, they will gather around me and fight the mysterious man head-on. Percy, don't mind if your voice was a bit loud just now. Aaron threw a silver-black key to Percy. Portkey? Percy picked up the key in surprise. Where does this lead to? The Hall of Divine Calling. You can understand it as the headquarters of the fight against the mysterious man, Aaron explained, as he transformed back into Gandalf and walked slowly towards the door. After you go there, someone will arrange your work. I'll leave first. I have to find an outstanding Hufflepuff graduate. After leaving Percy's house, Gandalf covered himself with the disillusionment spell, picked up the compass, and flew in the direction pointed by the pointer. Half an hour later, he found Cedric alone by a river and approached him. Good morning, Mr. Diggory. Sir, I don't seem to have seen you before. Is it convenient to talk? Aaron got straight to the point. Just here. There is no one else. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Cedric smiled. How to defeat you-know-who. The smile on Cedric's face instantly faded. Who are you? Senior. Gandalf. I transformed directly into Aaron. Long time no see. Cedric shook his head, speechless. You came to me and turned into an old man? There's no need to look for you, but it would be bad if others saw me. You should be at Hogwarts at this time, Cedric said, raising an eyebrow. You just mentioned you wanted to defeat the Dark Lord? Yes, Aaron eyed with a shrug. It's a big project, and I need to recruit some people. So, I'm lucky enough to join? Cedric asked, his eyes narrowing with determination. During the Triwizard Tournament, he had nearly lost his life to Voldemort. The memory of that encounter and the hatred it stirred within him were still fresh. Alone, he had no means to seek revenge, especially after Dumbledore's death. Do you trust me that much, Cedric? Aaron inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I've seen your strength firsthand. If you've come to me, you must be well prepared, Cedric responded without hesitation. Aaron felt a surge of satisfaction. Cedric's readiness and awareness were far ahead of most others. Isn't Mr. Diggory here? He asked. Cedric shook his head. My parents traveled abroad and received the bad news about the fall of the Ministry of Magic before they could return. We decided it was safer for them to stay abroad. As for me, my wizarding bloodline is relatively pure. As long as I don't cause trouble with the Ministry of Magic, they have no reason to target me. I see, Aaron said, touching his chin thoughtfully. It doesn't matter. I came here specifically to find you. Sign the contract, Aaron instructed, using his telekinesis to float the document in front of Cedric. It's not that I don't trust you, but everyone else has signed. If you don't, you'll stand out. All right, Cedric agreed, taking the contract without hesitation. Chapter 6 5 The sense of urgency brought by a magic wand. Gandalf joins the team. Give it to me, Grigorovich, Voldemort demanded, pointing his wand at Grigorovich, who was hanging upside down in the air. The wandmaker looked terrified, his limbs clinging tightly to his trembling body, his face flushed and streaked with tears. I didn't lie to you, That wand was stolen many years ago, Grigorovich pleaded. Lie, Grigorovich. Voldemort's voice was icy. This is your last chance. If you lie to me, you know the consequences. I swear on my life, Grigorovich cried in fear. It was really stolen. Voldemort's eyes narrowed as he delved into Grigorovich's memory. In a dark corridor, the short and stout wandmaker hurried with a lamp, quickly reaching a room at the end. Under the light, sawdust and gold powder floated in the air. A handsome blonde young man was in the studio-like room, squatting on the windowsill with a joyful expression. The young man waved his wand, hitting Grigorovich with a stunning spell, and then leapt out of the window, leaving behind a loud laugh. Voldemort exited the memory, and Grigorovich, realizing what had just happened, looked even more terrified. Who is the thief? Voldemort asked in a low voice. I don't know. I never knew. I've been trying to find him all these years, but I've found nothing. Please, no, don't kill me. Trash, Voldemort spat, furious. You should be lucky that I can't go to Ollivander. That's why you can save your life. Harry woke up suddenly, his scar aching faintly. He was drenched in cold sweat, feeling extremely depressed. What did you dream about again? Hermione asked, glaring at him angrily. I thought your head didn't hurt anymore. No, I just took a nap, Harry said guiltily. Hermione had warned him more than once that he couldn't read Voldemort's mind, but he couldn't control his sleep and dreams. I advise you to tell the truth, Ron said, exasperated. We really want to pretend we don't know, but it's too obvious every time you dream about the mysterious man. Harry glanced at the two of them resentfully. It's still Grigorovich. Voldemort seems to be looking for a wand. The wand originally belonged to Grigorovich, but it was stolen a long time ago. A wand? What is he looking for a wand for? Ron asked, confused. The wand in my hand has magical power. It prevents Voldemort from killing me, Harry analyzed rationally. Judging from the importance Voldemort attaches to that wand, it must be very powerful and can definitely counter the power of my wand. No, we have to stop him before he finds it. But how do we stop it? Hermione poured a glass of cold water on Harry's hopes. We don't know any information about that wand, let alone where it is. We have no way to get ahead of him. Harry calmed down, feeling a growing sense of despair. He understood that Hermione was right. Voldemort had found a way to kill him, while he was only taking small steps towards finding the Horcruxes. As long as Voldemort found the wand, Harry would be in grave danger. He still needed to find 3 Horcruxes besides Slytherin's locket, which might only be destroyed with Gryffindor's sword. This meant he had to find 4 things. The difficulty ratio was 1 to 4, and this wasn't even the hardest part, Voldemort's main soul, which was simply Hell Mode. Where is Gandalf? Isn't he here yet? Harry said irritably. We've been waiting for 2 days and can't wait any longer. Hearing this, Hermione looked at him with some embarrassment. I know you're anxious. We really need a strong helper. That's right. The place where the locket is kept is so dangerous, so the rest of it probably won't be anywhere near safe, Harry retorted, exasperated, when he heard heavy footsteps and scraping sounds. Quiet, someone is coming. I remember I used the earplugs to listen to the spell, Hermione whispered. I also used the Muggle-repelling charm, the disillusionment charm, and every protective spell I could think of. Logically, no one show'll be able to hear or see us. Maybe it's just a coincidence, Ron suggested calmly, though his words did little to ease their anxiety. You two stay here, Harry said, drawing his wand. I'll go out and take a look. No, Hermione immediately stopped him. If it's a Death Eater, the protective spells I set up should hold them off for a while. If you go out directly, you'll be a sitting duck. Is anyone there? A kind and gentle voice called out. It's Gandalf. That's his voice, Harry said, his worry replaced by joy. He opened the tent and stepped outside. Hermione and Ron followed, finally seeing the legendary Gandalf. He carried a backpack, wore a gray wizard robe and pointed hat, had a long gray beard, and held a staff. A belt around his waist held a cigarette stick. He looks like... Ron began in surprise. Dumbledore, Hermione finished. Another Albus Dumbledore. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Gandalf's eyes paused on the 3 of them, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, all present and accounted for. Sir, thank you very much for coming to help, Harry said politely. I'm just here on someone else's behalf. Gandalf replied nonchalantly. I want to give Gaius some face, but let me be clear. When we encounter Voldemort— Don't say his name, Ron interrupted hastily. Seeing Gandalf's amused expression, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Sorry, but his name is like a curse. Mysterious man, then, Gandalf said indifferently. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Gandalf dared to call Voldemort by his name. This alone made him seem very reliable. Actually, finding the Horcrux is secondary. Aaron asked me to come here primarily to protect his girlfriend, Gandalf said with a meaningful smile, noticing the blush rising on Hermione's cheeks. Don't be shy. I'm talking about you. He paid a very high price to convince me. There aren't many people in the world he values as much as you. I believe you'll have a happy life after marrying him. Hermione blushed and nodded, feeling steam rise from her head. Saying this in front of Harry and Ron, didn't he know how sensitive girls could be? Sir, Harry interjected, where is the Horcrux, Slytherin's locket? I sent that to Aaron, Gandalf replied without hesitation. Even though the Death Eaters control Hogwarts, they wouldn't dare withhold a package from Gaius. The Horcrux won't have any negative impact on him, right? Hermione asked worriedly. No, don't underestimate your future husband. The remnant soul of a mere mysterious man won't affect him at all. Now, where was I? Meeting a mysterious man, Ron reminded weakly. When you encounter Voldemort and his Death Eaters, don't count on me. I once signed a contract that prevents me from using force against others. I can only protect her, Gandalf said, nodding towards Hermione. Harry glanced at Ron, wondering if this was sexism. Ron shook his head slightly, understanding his friend's concern. This wasn't about sexism. They just didn't have a boyfriend with a powerful background. Sir, are Horcruxes really difficult to destroy? Harry asked. Gandalf looked at Harry deeply and replied seriously. It depends on the Horcrux. The diary was just an ordinary object, destroyed by Voldemort's own curse. The Gaunt family ring, a relic of Slytherin, had powerful magic and was destroyed by Dumbledore with Gryffindor's sword. Destroying Slytherin's locket will be just as challenging. The man kept his soul fragment inside the locket. I used many methods, including fire, lightning strikes, toxins, and even curses, to stop it. Can we only find Gryffindor's sword? Harry murmured. Maybe. Dumbledore must have his own intentions, Gandalf said, looking slightly moved. Gryffindor's sword can definitely destroy Horcruxes, but it is completely useless to him. However, for Harry, it's the only option. Regardless of whether he can find Gryffindor's sword in the end, it will definitely consume a lot of time. In this case, there is no need for him to stop it. Boo, he didn't tell us where he hid the sword, Ron said, sounding depressed. These days, Harry only thinks about Godric's Hollow. Then go find it. Isn't this too hasty? We have no clue that the sword of Gryffindor is in Godric's Hollow. There are still some, Harry said stubbornly. Godric Gryffindor, Gryffindor's sword, and Godric's Hollow. There must be a connection between these three. Ron's mouth twitched slightly. This reasoning seemed too far-fetched. However, it was hard for him to raise any objections. After all, they had no other target except Godric's Hollow. By the way, can you let me go in and sit down first? Gandalf pointed to the tent. It took a lot of effort to find you. Of course, please come in. Harry smiled awkwardly but politely. He was so focused on talking that he had forgotten Gandalf was also an old man, over 100 years old. Gandalf walked into the tent and frowned unconsciously. This tent had also been cast with a traceless expansion spell, but the interior space was relatively small. The bathroom and kitchen were quite shabby, and it was barely enough to squeeze in 3 people. You live in this miserable place? Gandalf looked at Hermione with some distress, making her feel flattered. It's okay, Hermione whispered. What's okay? You're a girl, living with these 2. Well, Harry interrupted, embarrassed. Mr. Gandalf, Hermione is in another compartment and we sleep separately. That's not okay. This tent is worth 3 hands at least. Gandalf was very angry. It's okay for you 2 rough guys to live in it. Don't you feel ashamed to let a girl suffer with you? We didn't bring this tent out, Ron said, showing an aggrieved expression. Gandalf was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Hermione in disbelief. Yours? It's not mine. It's Mr. Weasley's. The tent originally belonged to Perkins, but when he didn't want it during the Quidditch World Cup, it was picked up by Mr. Weasley. Ha ha! Gandalf smiled tiredly. I was wrong. This tent shouldn't be three-handed. It must be at least 4 or 5-handed. The conditions are a bit poor, but we have been avoiding the pursuit of Death Eaters, so it would be nice to have this thing. Alas! Gandalf sighed deeply and said helplessly, I brought a tent. You can pack up and move it over. How big is it? Ron asked. Almost 10 times as big as yours, and my tent has separate toilets, bathrooms for men and women, and several bedrooms. Most importantly, there is a lot of fresh food in the kitchen. We'll move right now. Ron couldn't hide his excitement and started dragging Harry to pack. He didn't care about the bathroom, but food was their biggest concern these days. Although they packed up all the food when they left number 12 Grimmauld Place, the 3 of them had been eating for more than 10 days and were almost out of supplies. Fortunately, Gandalf came. Otherwise, they would have had to eat dirt in 2 days. Aren't you going? Gandalf asked, looking at Hermione. All my things are in my bag. No need to pack them away. Hermione sat down easily. How did you find us? I obviously set up so many protective spells. The spell is good, but your magic power is too weak. Gandalf twirled his fingers, lit the cigarette holder, took a beautiful puff, and exhaled white smoke. Can you please stop smoking? Hermione frowned. Haha, don't mind. My tobacco is made from a mixture of magic potions and rare herbs. It is not harmful. On the contrary, it can help you relax and recover your magic power. Contrary to what you might think, it can refresh the mind and strengthen the body, Gandalf said with a smile. In the eyes of a great magician who is much more powerful than you, your protective spell is no different than non-existence. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, looking at Gandalf with newfound respect. We've packed everything up and are ready to move, Harry and Ron announced as they approached, each carrying 2 bags. The tent hasn't been packed yet, Ione exclaimed, rolling her eyes at the 2 of them in exasperation. The 4 of them stepped out of the tent, and with a wave of her wand, Hermione set to work. The inner and outer tents, poles, windproof ropes, ground nails, and other components all rose into the air, folding and bundling themselves automatically. One by one, they neatly placed themselves into the bag under Hermione's direction. Chapter 616, Exchange of Information, the Symbol of Gellert Grindelwald. A few minutes later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered Gandalf's tent. As Gandalf had mentioned, the tent was fully equipped, spacious, clean, and tidy, with abundant supplies. Compared to the places they had been staying in recently, which were more like slums, this was a significant upgrade. They hadn't had a proper meal in days. Low-key luxury with connotation, Gandalf said contentedly, taking a puff of his cigarette. After all, I'm getting older. I usually don't feel bad about indulging myself when I go out. This is so enjoyable, Ron said enviously. As soon as I heard that, I knew you never enjoyed it, Gandalf replied with a chuckle. Ron felt like he had been stabbed in the chest but couldn't argue. It was true that he hadn't enjoyed much luxury, but it wasn't his fault. The Weasley family was notoriously poor. I live in room 1. Don't come to me unless it's important. Gandalf pointed to the nearest bedroom and then to the room with the number 2 on the opposite side. Miss Granger, you live in room 2. It has a separate bathroom and hundreds of storybooks for entertainment, which should be more suitable for you. Thank you, Hermione said sheepishly. As for you 2, Gandalf looked at Harry and Ron, his tone less cordial. You'll be in the innermost room, number 3. There's a magic circle set up there, so you can hear sounds outside more clearly, which is convenient for keeping watch. This is a bit of a different treatment, Ron muttered, his mouth twitching slightly. Not only do we have to share a room, but we also have to be responsible for vigilance. What did you say? Gandalf asked sharply. Nothing, Ron quickly replied. All right, put your things away, and then gather in the lobby. We need to exchange information. Mr. Gandalf, do you have any information? Harry asked eagerly. All he knew was that they needed to find Horcruxes. The mission sounded clear, but in reality, they were completely in the dark. He had been holding on to the idea of Godric's Hollow, but if Gandalf had any other clues, it would mean everything to him. I'll tell you after I've tidied up the room, Gandalf said, walking slowly towards the hall. You're too impatient, Harry, Hermione teased with a smile, then turned and walked towards her room. Can I not be in a hurry? Harry muttered. Just be patient a little longer, Ron sighed, patting Harry on the shoulder before walking past him with his luggage bag. 10 minutes later, the three of them walked out of their rooms and onto the fluffy carpet leading to the hall. Gandalf was sitting on a sofa. There was a stove on the table in front of him, with a blazing charcoal fire inside and a copper kettle clattering on the stove. Sit down wherever you like. Gandalf glanced at the copper kettle, and the hot water inside flew out automatically, filling 4 teacups. The three of them looked at each other and then sat across from Gandalf. Sir, Harry asked excitedly but anxiously, what do you know? That depends on what you want to know, Gandalf replied enigmatically. Although I failed to destroy Slytherin's locket, I did manage to communicate with the soul fragment inside it. What? Ron's face paled as terrible memories surfaced. You mean the locket can confuse people, just like the diary? Confusing people's hearts? Gandalf waved his hand dismissively. That's just the basic operation of a Horcrux. Its real purpose was to kill me, but it underestimated my abilities and failed. Ron shrank back. Well, Harry, I suddenly feel that it's not necessarily a bad thing that we didn't find the locket. Harry was non-committal and asked curiously, what happened? The locket conjured up all the powerful enemies I had encountered before, trying to devour my heart when I was scared or nervous. Maybe it thought it could nourish the fragments of its soul that way. Is it so dangerous? Hermione looked worried. Then Aaron? Don't worry. Gaius's willpower is on par with mine, Gandalf reassured her. Gandalf spoke calmly. If it were the main soul of the Dark Lord, he might be a little afraid of it, but if it's just a fragment of the soul, it would be kind of him not to cripple it. It seems that is really possible, Harry said with a relaxed smile. The Dark Lord's main soul has been unable to do anything to him several times, let alone a soul fragment. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Did you get any clues from communicating with it? I successfully figured out what the Dark Lord's last Horcrux is. Hearing this, Harry was overjoyed, excitement almost written on his face. He and Dumbledore had only identified 5 Horcruxes, a diary, a ring, a locket, a gold cup, and Nagini. As for the 6th one, they speculated it could be a relic from Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. But Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw were both famous magicians, and their relics were numerous. Without knowing what they were, finding the real Horcrux among them would be extremely difficult. What is it? Harry asked immediately. A crown, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, Gandalf said lightly. Intelligence and talent are the greatest wealth of mankind. That crown can enhance people's wisdom. It is the most precious treasure Rowena Ravenclaw ever created. I have to congratulate you 3 Gryffindors. The relics of 3 of the 4 founders of Hogwarts were contaminated by evil spirits, but Gryffindor managed to escape. I don't think this is anything to congratulate, Ron said angrily, pursing his lips. Where is the Ravenclaw diadem? I don't know. What? Ron's eyes widened in shock. You only got a Horcrux name? That's no different from what we were doing before, looking for Horcruxes without knowing where to find them. Ron, Harry sighed softly, this is already a big help. Right. One more thing. If the soul fragments in Slytherin's locket didn't deceive me, the main soul of the Dark Lord might notice if more than half of the Horcruxes are destroyed. We wanted to destroy half of them, but now it's only a third, Harry said bitterly. This has nothing to do with me. Anyway, the locket was found. My suggestion is to find as many Horcruxes as possible and then destroy them together. The 3 of them exchanged glances, but none of them had any objections. On one hand, this could catch Voldemort off guard, and on the other hand, it was for their safety. If Voldemort knew someone was undermining his foundation, he would go mad. Any other clues? Hermione asked. Yes, Aaron showed me Dumbledore's plan. But you can't tell us, right? Harry looked at Gandalf, hoping to see a hint of surprise on his face, but the other remained calm, as if he had known Harry would say this. There's a reason for that. What reason? What reason did you tell me? Harry asked, suppressing his anger. Aaron, Lupin, and Gandalf all knew about Dumbledore's plan, but the main executor of the plan was kept in the dark. There was nothing more ridiculous than this. You should know better, Gandalf said meaningfully. You seem to have never cut off the connection between you and the Dark Lord. Harry's face twitched, and he fidgeted like a deflated ball. I did that to facilitate my understanding of the Dark Lord's movements. I believe this, Gandalf said, picking up a cup of tea and drinking it slowly. But you can't guarantee that the Dark Lord won't give you false leads, and you can't guarantee that he won't pry into your thoughts in turn. You have already suffered a great loss and lost your only relative. Doesn't this teach you a lesson? Harry was speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he stubbornly said, "He seems to be unable to read my thoughts." As long as he didn't believe what he saw in his mind and wasn't deceived by Voldemort, then it shouldn't matter if he knew Dumbledore's plan. What's more important is that he really needed a definite direction now, instead of just running around. Hermione tugged on Harry's arm. "Stop talking nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense," Harry replied, seriously. "If he could read my mind, we would have been caught long ago. There would be no way we could have escaped until now." "It makes some sense," Gandalf nodded slightly. "But are you sure you want to take that gamble? Reading your thoughts may be difficult, but it might not be impossible for him. Once you lose the bet, Dumbledore's plan will be completely ruined. What will you do then?" Hearing this, Harry opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Planning is important, but ensuring that the plan does not fail seems even more crucial. "Wait a minute," Ron suddenly interrupted. "You can tell us Dumbledore's plan. We don't have to tell Harry, but we can guide him on what to do and what not to do, ensuring the plan goes smoothly." "Ha! What do you think I'm here for?" Gandalf chuckled. Ron was stunned for a moment, his face turning red with embarrassment. It seemed he had been too bold, trying to take over Gandalf's role right in front of him. "Harry Potter, I can tell you very clearly that Dumbledore's remaining plans do not specify the exact locations of the Horcruxes. His plan is for you to find and destroy at least 5 Horcruxes, which will be a counterpoint to Voldemort." "Don't say his name," Ron interrupted nervously. Gandalf ignored him and continued, "This will be the final fatal blow to Voldemort. But before that, Dumbledore placed his hope on you, the prophesied one. He believed that you could find and destroy enough Horcruxes, and only in this way could his plan proceed smoothly." Hearing this, Harry fell silent, his expression calming after a long time. "That's all I can say. So, what have you gained these days?" Gandalf asked. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes shifting in embarrassment. "Okay, your expressions tell me the answer." Gandalf sighed slightly. "You don't have to feel embarrassed. I didn't have any expectations. In addition to Godric's Hollow, we have been studying the legacy left by Dumbledore," Hermione said, trying to redeem herself. "He gave me The Tales of Beetle the Bard. I've already read it and found some clues." "Beautiful." Gandalf gave her an appreciative look. "What did you find?" Hermione took out the story collection from her bag and opened one of the pages. In addition to the original content, there was a simple pattern on it, a triangle with a circle inside and a thin line in the middle. At first, I thought it was an eye, but then I realized it wasn't. The ink marks are not printed on the book but drawn on. This is not a rune, and I can't find it in the phonetic table. This symbol may be a clue. Gandalf's pupils shrank. He recognized this symbol. It was once considered the symbol of Gellert Grindelwald. Even now, quite a few people in the wizarding world knew it. "I seem to have seen this pattern somewhere," Harry murmured. Luna once wore this symbol." "Mr. Gandalf, do you know it?" Hermione asked. "Well, I know something. This pattern is Grindelwald's symbol." "Grindelwald?" Ron was stunned for a moment and asked cautiously, "Is he the Gellert Grindelwald I know?" Gandalf nodded. Grindelwald was a dark wizard of the same era as Dumbledore. After being defeated by Dumbledore, he was imprisoned in Nurmengard prison, and there are rumors that he has died. "That means he might still be alive, right?" Harry asked, showing a bit of eagerness. "What? Do you want to go find him?" Gandalf looked at him with a half-smile. "If you want to die, you can go. I don't know how powerful Voldemort is, but he would not be a match for Grindelwald in his heyday. Voldemort only occupies the British magical world now, but if there is a problem in Nurmengard, the international magical world will be in chaos. So, no one dares to go to that prison." Harry fell silent. "Besides Grindelwald, there must be someone else who knows the meaning of this symbol, right?" Hermione asked in time. The tension in the air began to ease. "Of course, many people know about it, But I'm not one of them, Harry said with a hint of disappointment. Christmas is coming. I hope Luna will go home for the holidays. We can ask her then. You could also go directly to the Lovegood house. Luna's father must know about this mark, Gandalf suggested. We will, but first we need to visit Godric's Hollow, Harry replied. At that moment, a thought struck him. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden snitch. Sir, can you help me with this? This is a relic Dumbledore left for me, but I have no idea what information it holds. Chapter 617, Dumbledore's Gifts, More Than Meets the Eye. Gandalf curiously took the golden snitch from Harry's hand and inspected it carefully. He was eager to uncover the secrets hidden in the relics Dumbledore had left for Harry. Using his sub-eye, Aaron could only see a thin layer of white light on the snitch's surface, and deeper within, a thick black mist. As he pondered this, he noticed a small part of the light drifting towards Harry Potter. Can you tell? Harry asked eagerly. Yeah, Gandalf nodded, looking intrigued. Dumbledore cast a spell on it, and only you can remove this spell. But I've tried many methods and can't open it at all, Harry said, frustrated. No, you may have misunderstood me, Gandalf said meaningfully. Only you can absorb the magic on this golden snitch. Harry blinked blankly, not understanding. Hermione, however, grasped Gandalf's meaning. You mean that as long as Harry carries it with him, the secrets on it will automatically emerge? Not only that, Gandalf continued, Harry's own magic power will gradually increase. Dumbledore had long anticipated his own death and consumed part of his power to subtly enhance the potential of the Son of Prophecy. Additionally, there is another treasure hidden in this golden snitch, but I can't determine what it is. Hearing this, Harry felt a mix of emotions and took back the golden snitch with trembling hands. He had previously complained that Dumbledore didn't tell him anything, but now it seemed Dumbledore had left him the best care and protection. What about this? Ron excitedly took out a silver lighter and opened it with a click. The light source in the tent was sucked in, and when he turned it on again, the light returned to its original position. This is the deluminator that Dumbledore left for me, but it seems to be just for turning off and on the lights. Gandalf took the deluminator, traced the lines on it with his long fingers, and then smacked his lips in surprise. Not bad, its alchemy is just a little bit worse than mine. I know it's valuable, but it should have other uses, Ron asked expectantly. You are right. This deluminator is actually a portkey, Gandalf said, glancing at Harry. It can guide you to find Harry Potter when needed. Ron's eyes twitched slightly. That's it. It feels useless. Moreover, I feel an inexplicable malice from the word portkey. Could it be that I would leave the team while searching for the Horcrux? But the value of this alchemical product really depends on the power of the user, Gandalf added. What do you mean? Ron asked, puzzled. Watch carefully. I will only demonstrate once, Gandalf said and turned on the deluminator. Countless light spots were sucked into the deluminator like a storm, and all the light disappeared in an instant. The surrounding environment was replaced by black light and shadow, and nothing could be seen except each other. A barrier created by light and shadow. As long as the barrier is not broken, nothing that happens inside will affect the outside, Gandalf explained. My Merlin. Ron was stunned and swallowed hard. Sure enough, I am the most handsome boy in Gryffindor. Compared with this treasure, the golden snitch and the collection of stories are simply weak. Gandalf turned on the deluminator again, releasing all the light, and they returned to the tent. Hey, Ron said, I want to experience it again. It's not fair. Hermione looked at Harry and Ron resentfully. Dumbledore left Harry his power and Ron his treasures. What I have in my hands is an ordinary collection of stories, not even worth half a galleon. Don't be envious, Ron showed off in a sinister manner. Dumbledore is really nice to both of us, but don't you also have a boyfriend who loves you? If you need it, Aaron can definitely get you something better. You? Hermione took a deep breath and said coldly, Don't make fun of him. Ron smiled sheepishly and said, I won't dare to do it next time. The deluminator is like a pearl cover, ed in dust, Gandalf said. Its true value is revealed only when used by someone who understands its potential. Gandalf sighed regretfully. It may never function in your hands. Ron felt a pang in his chest, but the deluminator in his hand quickly soothed the pain. He might not be able to create a barrier like Gandalf, but perhaps his descendants could. Dumbledore knew how to distribute things. Harry Potter needs power, Ron Weasley needs wealth, and as for Hermione, you're so outstanding that he didn't even know what to give you. Gandalf forced a smile, cursing Dumbledore for his partiality. It was unreasonable to give more care to poor students while neglecting the good ones and increasing their burden. That's it, yes, Harry said awkwardly. What Gandalf said still makes sense. You're really good at comforting people, Hermione said angrily. By the way, I almost forgot something. Gandalf patted his head. Miss Granger, Aaron specifically asked me to bring you a gift. Aaron's gift? Hermione was moved. Before she could say anything, Gandalf took out a white plaid scarf. Ron reached out curiously to touch it, but Gandalf hit his hand back with a cigarette rod. This is not for you, Gandalf snorted. You can't even touch it, Ron asked. No. Isn't it just a scarf? It's not like I've never seen one before. This scarf is worth more than the deluminator in your hand, Gandalf explained patiently. The main material is scales from a dragon's heart, and it's not an ordinary fire dragon. Originally, he planned to make a breastplate, but considering it wasn't suitable for girls, he changed it into a scarf. Wearing it can resist wind and cold, reduce fire damage, and even defend against the killing curse in critical moments. This is too exaggerated. Ron couldn't believe it. He still felt that the deluminator was more valuable, but the scarf was obviously more practical. Hermione gently took the scarf and put it around her neck. How do you feel? Gandalf asked. Very warm. It's also very beautiful. It's worth it to me. Gandalf quickly corrected himself. It's worth bringing it to you. Hermione smiled contentedly. Thank you, Mr. Gandalf. You're welcome. If you have nothing to do, go and rest. If you're hungry, go to the kitchen to find something to eat. We leave tomorrow for Godric's Hollow. Sir, Hermione stopped Gandalf, who was walking towards the bedroom. After a moment of hesitation, she said seriously, Harry has something to ask you. I'm fine? Harry looked at Hermione in confusion. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Have you forgotten? Hermione gave him a quick wink. That dream. Harry suddenly realized that he didn't want Gandalf to know the connection between him and Voldemort, but that wand was related to his life and fortune in a sense, and he couldn't care less. Sir, it's like this. Harry quickly told Gandalf what he saw in his dream. You mean that the mysterious man captured Grigorovich and wanted to find a wand through him? Gandalf looked strange, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to know what Voldemort was looking for. When he was in Nurmengard a few days ago, Grindelwald had said that Dumbledore asked him to tell someone the location of a wand. If nothing else, that person would be Voldemort. Damn it! Dumbledore had thought about Voldemort's death every step of the way. He even arranged the wand he wanted to use, and the actor he hired was a big shot like Gellert Grindelwald. Yes, sir. Do you know that wand? Harry asked. How could I know? Gandalf denied expressionlessly, then changed the subject. But I'm sure that even if he gets the wand, he won't pose a threat to you. What's the basis? Ron asked. If the mysterious man really cracked Harry's wand, he can become the savior against the mysterious man in the prophecy, and he won't rely on a twin wand, Gandalf interrupted. He relies on love, Harry smiled bitterly. Dumbledore told me many times. What he said isn't entirely accurate, Gandalf rugged. But I can add some context for you. What kind of context? Harry asked. The word love can seem abstract and has many forms. There's the love between a husband and wife, the friendship between friends, the care from relatives, self-love, kindness to the world, and so on. But the most reliable form is a mother's love, which never runs dry. Harry fell into deep thought, something stirring deep within him. Gandalf's words resonated, but he still doubted that maternal love could defeat Voldemort. Voldemort was a powerful mage, nearly in the Holy Realm, while Harry was just a young wizard. Even if his mother poured all her magic into him, the gap seemed insurmountable. The blood protection charm will expire when Harry reaches adulthood, Ron reminded, somewhat embarrassed. So what, Harry Potter, you need to have some faith in yourself. That wand of yours, it cost less than 10 galleons. Do you really think you survived all those dangers just because of a twin wand? Gandalf said with a meaningful smile. He then picked up his staff, and walked to his room. What does he mean? It's so confusing, Harry said, still puzzled. I think he knows what wand the mysterious man is looking for, Hermione said thoughtfully. Even if he doesn't know where it is, he definitely knows who stole it from Grigorovich. Hermione, Ron said, a bit exasperated, I know your intuition is usually spot on, but even if you're right, what can we do if he doesn't want to tell us? It's just a guess, Hermione admitted. Let's put the wand issue aside for now. We need to go to Godric's Hollow. It would be great if we could find Gryffindor's sword, Harry suggested. The next morning, the early sunlight streamed into the tent. The three of them emerged from their rooms, looking much better than the day before. Their clothes were clean and they seemed more refreshed. It's so comfortable to sleep, Ron stretched. I always thought we couldn't sleep well because we were on the run. Now I realize it was just the bed. We're still on the run, Hermione said sternly. We can't forget our situation just because the conditions are better. I know, Ron waved his hand dismissively. You sound just like my mother. It smells so good, Harry took a deep breath. I smell meat. And the sweet aroma of cappuccino, Hermione murmured. Is it time for breakfast? Ron asked, already heading towards the dining area. They're all here, Gandalf greeted them. You have a good nose. What are we eating? Ron asked eagerly, his eyes darting to the covered plates on the table. The aroma made him swallow involuntarily. Gandalf raised an eyebrow playfully and began uncovering the dishes. Tomato braised pork ribs, beef stir-fried with green onions, fried pumpkin, vegetable salad, milk, and juice. That's enough, Ron said sheepishly. Thank you so much. Don't worry, these are all for me, Gandalf said calmly. What do you want to eat? Ron was stunned. Then what do we eat? Of course, you eat whatever you want, Gandalf said confidently. You're staying in my place, but that doesn't mean we eat together. The three of them exchanged looks, speechless. Gandalf wasn't creature, he had no obligation to serve them. Providing ingredients in a kitchen was already generous. We can manage on our own, Harry said, forcing a smile. Hermione, you stay and leave them alone. This doesn't seem right, Hermione protested. Aaron asked me to take care of you, and he paid me a reward I couldn't refuse, Gandalf explained. What about us? Ron asked weakly. He only paid for Miss Granger. As for you two, well, you know what buy one get two free means, right? Gandalf said with a smirk. They looked at each other, feeling so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. The difference was too stark. Hermione hesitated for a moment. I'd better help them. No, I can cook, Harry gritted his teeth stubbornly. The disparity in treatment made him feel particularly uncomfortable, but at this moment he had to thank the Dursleys who had mistreated him for more than 10 years. Thanks to them, his cooking skills were passable. It's not that serious, Gandalf said, curling his lips. You also have breakfast, but it's not as lavish. Do we have a share? Ron asked suspiciously. I have principles. Even if you two share one meal, I won't let you starve, Gandalf said, snapping his fingers. A few more plates appeared on the table. Pizza, stuffed cakes, bread, and boiled water. But if you want to eat well, you'll have to make it yourself, or it depends on my mood. Thank you, Gandalf. You are a good man, Ron said, shaking his hand and almost shedding tears of gratitude. Chapter 618, The Goal of Apparition, Trip to Godric's Hollow. Aaron, also known as Gandalf, was taken aback by Ron's attitude, especially when he noticed Harry looking very impressed. This left him even more confused. Little did he know that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been struggling to prepare 3 meals a day. The food they brought was barely edible, and they were often left starving. In comparison, the pies, pizza, and milk provided by Gandalf were a significant upgrade in their food quality. Hermione also relaxed a little, thinking that these provisions would keep Ron and Harry satisfied. However, when it came time to eat, she realized she had underestimated the temptation of delicious food. The aroma in the air made her mouth water. Although her manners prevented her from feasting, she ate quickly. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, chewed their food slower and slower, as if they were nibbling on steamed buns, while Hermione and Gandalf enjoyed a full banquet. In comparison, Harry and Ron lost their appetite. Are you okay? Gandalf asked kindly, looking at Hermione, who had finished her breakfast. Yeah, Hermione nodded hurriedly. This is better than the food in a 5-star hotel. How can they compare with me? Gandalf said, not modest at all. He then looked at Harry and Ron, whose faces were twitching. Have you finished eating? It's done, the two said in unison. Then get ready to go. 10 minutes later, Gandalf folded up the tent and put it into his backpack. Harry, Ron, and Hermione waited for him to finish cleaning up. After eating and drinking, they all felt much more relaxed. Okay, let's go, Gandalf said, minding his own business and walking out of the woods. There are rest teams everywhere now. It's best not to stay in one place for too long. Wait a minute, Ron said with some confusion. Aren't we supposed to apparate? A good idea, but it's best not to do it unless necessary, Gandalf replied with a half-smile. Have you really mastered apparition? Almost, Ron said with some pride. The three of us have basically mastered it. To be precise, Harry and I have mastered it. You are still a little bit behind, Hermione said, exasperated, but even a small mistake can cause splinching. Can you stop saying frustrating things? Ron rolled his eyes at Hermione, feeling that she was trying to undermine him. Splinching is just one of the visible risks, Gandalf said slowly. Apparition is the most convenient magic, but the farther the distance, the greater the consumption and the greater the risk. The consumption is nothing. As for the risk, Godric's Hollow is only 200 kilometers away from here, Harry said. The three of them were adult wizards, and they could still apparate for 200 kilometers. I said, that's just one of the risks, Gandalf emphasized. It would be unwise to apparat directly. Harry Potter, you are now the most wanted criminal in the Ministry of Magic. The reward of 1,000 galleons is enough to keep an ordinary wizard family happy for several years. Money is very attractive. In the eyes of quite a few wizards, you are like a walking gold galleon. They could also take this opportunity to curry favor with a mysterious person. Also, the key to apparating is purpose, determination, and calmness. I believe you are determined and calm. But what about your goal? I've never been to Godric's Hollow, and you probably haven't either. These words caught the three of them off guard. Indeed, they only knew the name of the place, but nothing about Godric's Hollow. Apparition requires focusing on the target, then making up your mind to occupy the space imagined in your mind, and the final movement of the transfer must be calm. Apparating to a place you have never been to, simply based on the place name, is not just risky, it is practically suicidal. Even Dumbledore would not dare to do that. Gandalf noticed the change in their expressions. The three of them continued their discussion. More importantly, Godric's Hollow is no. Tea as safe as you think, Gandalf warned. What do you mean? Harry asked nervously. Everything you can think of, the Dark Lord may have already considered. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but we can't rule out the possibility that he has set up an ambush there. Harry, Hermione took a deep breath. It's possible, and it's not a small chance. Then are we still going? Ron swallowed hard. I can't imagine being surrounded by a group of Death Eaters right after we apparat. We have to go, Harry said firmly. Then be well prepared. Gandalf reminded them. Before apparating, read about the situation in Godric's Hollow in the book and find your target. Prepare some Polyjuice Potion if possible. It would be safer to change your appearance. If you don't have Polyjuice Potion, use an invisibility cloak. But there are three of us, Ron frowned slightly. The invisibility cloak can only cover up to 2 people. Miss Granger can follow me. As long as the Dark Lord himself doesn't show up, ordinary Death Eaters won't detect my disillusionment charm. Then shall we also? Ron began. No, Gandalf interrupted Ron's fantasy simply and neatly. It's not very friendly to an old man like me to cover the consumption of 3 people. You and Harry can use the invisibility cloak. Ron sighed. A goblin named Gornock was killed. It is said that the Muggle-born Dean Thomas and a goblin who escaped with Tonks, Cresswell, and Gornock were also there. The pair may have evaded capture, and if Dean heard the broadcast or anyone knows his whereabouts, please contact his parents and sisters. A Muggle family of 5 was found dead in their home. For the next period, the 4 of them continued to move camps while listening to the radio. As always, there was no good news. People died every day. Some were arrested and some were escaping. Tonks and Dean managed to escape, right? Harry pondered. At least for now. Gandalf sipped his cigarette. Since you listen to the radio, you have to be mentally prepared. You won't hear any good news for a long time. I just don't want to hear bad news, Ron said, looking troubled. Hermione, can you contact Aaron and ask him to take care of my sister? There's no need to say that. He will take care of Ginny and the others, Hermione said confidently. As long as they don't violate school rules, Snape can't do anything to them. It's hard to say. Gandalf shook his head slightly. As far as I know, Ginny Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood all participated in the battle at the Department of Mysteries. From this alone, it can be seen that they are not law-abiding people, and it's only a matter of time before they get into trouble. Not very comforting, Ron muttered resentfully. It's okay to get into trouble, as long as they don't get caught, Gandalf continued, then changed the subject. But you can trust Aaron. He won't let them be punished too severely. Speaking of which, how are you preparing? Almost ready. Apparition will definitely be successful, Harry replied. I'm not asking about apparition. Gandalf looked at Harry meaningfully. Godric's Hollow is a village where wizards and muggles live together. It is neither too big nor too small. There are at least hundreds of people there. You're not going to ask them one by one where Dumbledore hid Gryffindor's sword, are you? That's not the plan, Harry said bitterly. I've locked onto several targets these days. One is Dumbledore's house, another is the house where I survived, and the graves of my parents. And Bathilda Bagshot, Hermione reminded. Who? The author of this book. Hermione took out A History of Magic and pointed to the author's name embossed on the cover. She has been living in Godric's Hollow. She is also the person Dumbledore was most familiar with. Maybe he entrusted the sword to her. Then add Bathilda Bagshot, Harry said sincerely. The author of A History of Magic was not very young. Dumbledore would not have entrusted the sword to such an old lady. As It fell, Harry and Ron disappeared, cloaked in invisibility. As I said before, don't act rashly when you arrive, Gandalf warned patiently. The apparition location is the small square in the center of the village. Don't get it wrong. Understood. Harry's voice filled the air, followed by a bang as they apparated. Are you ready? Gandalf asked Hermione. Ready. Gandalf nodded slightly, raised his staff, and cast a disillusionment charm on her. Then he raised his arms and said, The attendant appears. You know what to do. Actually, I can do it myself, Hermione said helplessly. She had noticed that Gandalf had been overly protective of her lately. Of course you can, but it's safer to follow me. All right. Hermione grabbed Gandalf's arm and was drawn into the suffocating darkness. When they opened their eyes again, they were in the snow-covered square in the center of Godric's Hollow. A war monument stood in the center, surrounded by several shops, a post office, a bar, and a small church. Sir, Harry whispered under the invisibility cloak, Ron and I are right next to you. Don't move around in a hurry, Hermione whispered. It's snowing here. We have to be careful to eliminate the footprints. Don't go to so much trouble, Ron said dismissively. There's no one around. We came here specifically in the middle of the night. Sir, what do you think? Wait a moment. Gandalf tapped his staff, activating a detection spell. A three-dimensional model of Godric's Hollow appeared in his mind, showing the village's layout and its sleeping residents. It's a little strange. In my perception, there don't seem to be any Death Eaters here. Perhaps we came at the right time, Ron suggested. Can we take off the invisibility cloak? It's really uncomfortable being crowded. Yes, but don't stray too far from each other. If there's an emergency, we need to retreat quickly. Ron immediately pulled off the invisibility cloak and handed it to Harry. Hermione also removed the disillusionment charm from herself. Seeing Gandalf sigh, she quickly explained, Aaron gave me a chance to make a mistake. I thought it might be safer to be visible. Aaron, indeed, being invisible could lead to accidental injuries. But with Hermione Granger here, even if the Death Eaters found her, they couldn't do anything serious because of the contract. So where do we start looking? Ron asked. There, Harry pointed to the back of the church, where rows of tombstones stood. He was sure his parents' graves were among them. The others exchanged glances and didn't object. After all, James and Lily's graves were here, and this was probably the first time Harry had come to pay homage to them. Gently pushing open a narrow gate at the entrance, the four of them carefully entered and then separated to read the inscriptions on the tombstones. This person's surname is Abbott. Could they be related to Hannah? Ron asked. It could also be an ancestor, Gandalf said. Godric's Hollow is the birthplace of Gryffindor, and many wizarding families have ancestors from here. Hermione stopped in front of a tombstone. She wiped off the snow and said with some surprise, "This is the mark from the story collection." It seems so. Harry walked over and looked at the pattern. Although it was badly weathered, he could vaguely make out a triangular pattern, an incomplete circle, and a thin line. "Does Dumbledore want us to dig this grave?" Ron asked, touching his chin. "This is impossible." Gandalf rolled his eyes. Dumbledore still has some dignity. He wouldn't hide things in other people's graves. "Perhaps there are other clues?" Hermione suggested, examining the inscription on the tombstone. "Ijig. It should be Ignotus Peverell." "Judging by the weathering of the tombstone, this person lived at least hundreds of years ago," Gandalf said lightly. "Remember this name and look it up later." "Okay, let's go find my parents' tombstones first," Harry said, turning to the next row of tombstones. Not long after, he stopped, head in front of a tombstone, staring blankly at the inscription. Tears silently streamed down his face. James Potter, born March 3rd, 1960, died October 31st, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30th, 1960, died October 31st, 1981. "What a pity," Gandalf sighed, then opened the wine bottle at his waist and poured some onto the ground. "Human life is always too fragile." "There is another sentence here." Ron pointed to the bottom of the tombstone. "The last enemy to be destroyed is death." Chapter 619. Nagini, disguised as Bagshot, successfully infiltrates the top ranks of the Death Eaters. "The last enemy to be destroyed is death," Harry muttered, frowning. "Why does it feel like the Death Eaters have the same purpose?" "You may have misunderstood," Gandalf said, patting him on the shoulder. "This sentence has two different meanings. One is the fear of death, and the other is the calm acceptance of death. Death Eaters are the former, and your parents should be the latter." "Let's go, buddy," Ron comforted. "It's time to go to the next stop. Only by finding Gryffindor's sword can we avenge them, right?" "Wait a minute," Gandalf said suddenly. "Someone is watching us." "Who is it?" Harry asked, suddenly alert, his hand moving to his pocket to draw out his wand. "There seems to be only one person," Hermione said, looking in the direction of the church in surprise. "It's an old lady. She waved to us, as if asking us to follow her." "Could it be Bathilda Bagshot?" Ron guessed. "If Dumbledore asked her to give the sword to us, then she must have known that we would come here." "It's possible. Let's go and have a look," Harry decided, turning to walk out of the cemetery. The old lady was stooped and bloated. She staggered in the snow, walking very slowly. Harry and Ron followed her closely, but kept a few meters apart. Further behind them, Gandalf and Hermione followed cautiously. "What's the matter, sir?" Hermione asked nervously. "Something is very wrong," Gandalf murmured. "If Dumbledore really arranged a task for her, she only needs to wait at home. There is no need to come out in the middle of the night, especially in heavy snow." "You mean there's something wrong with her?" "Don't tell them yet," Gandalf advised. "Why?" "First of all, this is just my guess. Secondly, it's easy to alert the enemy. Let's follow her first to see what she's up to, and then make plans." "But is this dangerous?" Hermione asked worriedly. "Harry will not die. Voldemort wants to kill him personally to fulfill the prophecy. You are safe, and I will do my best to protect you, but Weasley is hard to say. Please be more careful." "You're Bathilda, right?" Harry asked tentatively. The old lady nodded slightly and then waved for them to follow her. A few minutes later, Bathilda led them down a path, through a deserted garden, and then turned into a gate. She picked up a key, opened the inner door tremblingly, and invited them in. Gandalf passed by the door, his nose twitching slightly, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He noticed the smell emanating from Bathilda's body, a mix of old musty odors and spoiled food, very unpleasant, especially with a hint of the stench of death. Her eyes were dull, and there were intermittent blood vessels and age spots under her wrinkled skin, with hard-to-find corpse spots hidden behind her hair. "Interesting, really interesting," Gandalf murmured, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. He held Hermione's right hand tightly with his left. "Don't run around, okay?" Hermione nodded blankly. She could see a dignified look in Gandalf's eyes, but was sensible enough not to ask any further questions. Bathilda took off her hood, revealing thin white hair. With small, shaky steps, she approached a candle and took out a matchbox with trembling hands. "Let me do it," Harry offered, walking up to her. He easily struck a match and lit the candle. By the light of the fire, he saw a photo on the table in the corner. The photo showed a handsome young man with blonde hair, exactly the same as the man he saw in his dream who stole Grigovich's wand. Harry felt a surge of excitement. This time, he had really come. He wasn't sure whether he could find Gryffindor's sword, but at least he could get information about this person, and then find the wand that Voldemort longed for. As long as he could take the lead, it would have been easy for Voldemort to kill him. "Miss Bagshot, who is this man?" Harry asked, picking up the photo. Bathilda didn't respond and ignored Gandalf while holding the candle. Hermione and Ron slowly walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. "You come with me. The others stay here." Bagshot made a strange noise to Harry. "Bathilda is calling you, Harry?" Hermione asked, her voice tinged with concern. "It seems so. Maybe Dumbledore asked her to give the sword to me, but only to me," Harry replied. "Harry," Hermione shook her head slightly, worry evident in her eyes. "I still think this is too risky." "It's okay. You can tell by the look on her face that I can handle her," Harry reassured her. "Sir," Hermione turned to look at Gandalf, hoping he could persuade Harry. "Be safe. Keep your distance from her and never look away. Also, delay a little longer," Gandalf advised. "It's not necessary," Ron interjected. "We don't have time to waste. Get Gryffindor's sword as soon as possible and leave this place." "Believe me," Gandalf patted Harry on the shoulder. "Shout or make some noise if you need help." Hearing this, Harry's calm heart immediately started racing. Before he could ask more, Bathilda's urging voice came from the stairs. "Come up quickly, Harry Potter." Harry swallowed nervously and climbed the steep, narrow stairs. He pulled out his wand and illuminated it with a Lumos spell, which brought him some sense of security. Bathilda led Harry into a room on the second floor, then turned around and closed the door. Gandalf took a deep breath and said, "Ron, go and monitor Bathilda. If you notice anything strange about her, attack immediately. Don't hold back." "Huh?" Ron looked confused. "Why? That's a dead person. I used to work as a forensic examiner, and the smell of death on her body is unmistakable to me." What is a forensic doctor?" Ron asked, still puzzled. "You can think of it as someone who specializes in dissecting corpses," Gandalf explained quickly. "There's no time to explain further. Hurry up." Ron pursed his lips, took out his wand, and ran up the stairs. Although he had many doubts, Harry's safety was more important right now. "Sir, what should we do?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Pack your things and take all the books, information, and photos you can find. Be quick," Gandalf instructed, throwing his backpack to Hermione. He then tapped his staff hard, summoning a white magic circle. The dazzling white light spread from the tip of the staff, instantly illuminating the entire dark first floor. Hermione immediately opened her backpack and stuffed the photo of the blonde young man into it first, followed by several books on the table. She also found some letters in a drawer. Initially, she felt very guilty, as what she was doing seemed no different from robbery. However, when she saw the large, mottled bloodstains on the wall, she realized they were in a trap. They were deep into it, and it would not be easy to come back if they missed this chance. They had to take all valuable information before evacuating. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the sound of fighting was heard upstairs. Looking up from the first floor, there were irregular depressions and cracks in the ceiling. "Sir," Hermione looked at Gandalf anxiously, "I've packed everything I can. What about the two of them?" "Wait a little longer," Gandalf said solemnly. "They will encounter this kind of situation again in the future. This isn't too dangerous now, but it will help them gain some experience." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a large piece of the second floor collapsed. Harry and Ron fell through the hole. Fortunately, there were a few quilts and a pile of clothes to cushion their fall, so they were not seriously injured. "Harry! Ron!" Hermione screamed, trying to run to help, but was blocked by Gandalf's staff. Just as Hermione was about to ask a question, she saw a black figure jumping down from the second floor. If she had run faster, it would have landed on her head. "It hurts so much," Harry groaned. Ron hurriedly got up, Gandalf, hurry! The snake is here, he said incoherently. Nagini is the Horker, UX. I saw it, Gandalf replied, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked at the python hissing at Harry. The snake seemed to ignore everyone else. Another Horcrux, finding it felt like a stroke of luck. Following Harry was indeed the fastest way to locate the Horcruxes. With this thought, Aaron immediately used his telekinesis to restrain Nagini. Snakes are great. I like snakes the most, Gandalf said with a smile. He approached Nagini, nailed the staff 7 inches into the ground, and pinched the snake's head with both hands. Nagini roared angrily, opening her huge mouth to show her fangs, but she couldn't reach him. Congratulations to the host for finding the Horcrux Nagini. You will be rewarded with 1,000 magic points, a sweet voice echoed in Aaron's head, making the smile on his face uncontrollable. Should he kill the snake now? 500 magic points were quite precious to him at the moment. If he missed this opportunity, he might have to wait until the final battle to encounter Nagini again. However, he had some concerns. He had recently told Harry and the others that he did not have the ability to destroy Horcruxes. Killing Nagini would be easy, but explaining it would not. According to Dumbledore's plan, Nagini's Horcrux was supposed to be the last one destroyed. Sir, let's get out of here quickly, Harry gasped. Nagini's purpose is to keep me here. I can feel Voldemort. Ah! A sharp burning sensation came from the scar on Harry's forehead, and he screamed in pain. Come on, he might already be outside the door. You should have told me earlier, Gandalf cursed. Suddenly, he burst into action, moving with incredible speed. He turned into an afterimage and grabbed Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Boom! There was an explosion, and the 4 of them disappeared into the void. At the same time, the door was blasted open by a bright light, and Voldemort walked in quickly. Seeing that the 4 had escaped, a hint of anger flashed across his face, and the flames of rage ignited in his scarlet eyes. It seems you failed, said a man in black and purple robes, walking into the house with high courtesy. You let them escape. It was just good luck, Voldemort replied, calming down. I was ahead of them every step of the way. Escaping was just a matter of survival. Explain it however you want, but I only promise to be loyal to the final winner. You are not qualified yet. I appreciate your pride, Yak. In the future, you will find that choosing me is the best decision you have ever made in your life. Wait and see, Yak sneered. This rude remark did not anger Voldemort. Instead, it made him appreciate Yak more. Jacques Mons, an elite member of the Ministry of Magic who had joined just a month ago, was the last member of the pure-blooded Mons family. His talent was astonishing, not even weaker than Aaron Gaius. More importantly, his outstanding political talent and unique insights aligned with Voldemort's worldview, outlook on life, and values. After learning this, Voldemort had deliberately held a small meeting of Death Eaters at Malfoy Manor, hoping to recruit Jacques and entrust him with important tasks. Although less than half of the invited Death Eaters attended, it was still a significant gesture. After all, it was the first time a Death Eater meeting had been held solely to welcome a newcomer. However, Jacques had refused without hesitation. He had directly stated his attitude. Being loyal to the Ministry of Magic meant contributing to wizards, while working for the Death Eaters meant working for Voldemort. The former was not dangerous, one just had to do their job well. But the latter involved facing enemies lurking in the dark. This angered the dozen Death Eaters attending the meeting, as it sounded like a wrong interpretation that did not support the Dark Lord. They all drew their wands, ready for confrontation. With Voldemort's acquiescence, Yak was attacked. However, in less than 10 minutes, he had defeated more than a dozen Death Eaters. Yak was merciful, refraining from using deadly force. He simply chuckled and left Malfoy Manor. Voldemort did not stop him. In fact, he felt a rare excitement. He aspired to become a god and needed a spokesperson to maintain the stability of the magical world on the surface. Originally, this position was intended for Aaron Gaius, but Aaron had refused his offer. The appearance of Jacques Mons, however, presented another possibility. Determined to secure this talent, Voldemort took action. The next day, Voldemort personally sought out Yak, taking him to a secluded forest. Despite defeating Yak with overwhelming strength, Yak still refused to pledge loyalty. Voldemort, however, was not annoyed. He had always been patient with exceptional talents. After appealing to Yak's emotions, reasoning with him, offering benefits, and issuing threats, Voldemort finally convinced Yak to agree to stay by his side. Yak agreed to become Voldemort's loyal servant only if Voldemort emerged as the final victor. Until then, their relationship would remain purely professional. Yak would assist the Death Eaters, but only if there was an order from the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort readily complied with this minor request. After all, Sinix was merely a puppet. Once the situation stabilized, the position of Minister of Magic would be reserved for someone truly talented. To demonstrate Yak's importance, Voldemort instructed the Death Eaters to respect him. While it might be an exaggeration to say Yak was second only to Voldemort, his status was certainly at the core level, on par with Bella and Crouch. Chapter 620. The wand was broken. Harry felt lost as he stared at the broken pieces of his wand. Guard safely. Protect everyone. Expel muggles, he muttered to himself. In a deep forest covered with snow, Hermione carefully applied various protective spells to their tent. Ron held the radio, listening nervously to today's list of victims. Nearby, Gandalf lay on a deck chair, fishing in the glacial lake with a high-end fishing rod, a pot of hot black tea beside him. System, open the personal panel, Aaron Gaius commanded. Okay, host, the system responded. Magic Energy Body 7-6, Primary Magister. Mind in 376, Primary Magister. Total, 2752, Intermediate Great Magister, a rare existence in the magic world. Talent, rare in a lifetime. Magic Energy increases by 4 points every day. Body increases by 2 points. Mind increases by 2 points. Items, Resurrection Potion, can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic Carpet, Captain Jack's Compass. Magic Points, 50. 1,350 magic points. It's not that signing in isn't affordable, but following Harry Potter is more cost-effective, Aaron thought to himself. He had only left Hogwarts for a little over a month, and his magic points had jumped from 2 digits to 4 digits. The trip to Godric's Hollow had been dangerous, almost bringing him face-to-face with Voldemort, but the benefits were worth the risk. After some contemplation, Aaron decided to increase his magic energy by 2 points. As the magic points dropped rapidly, he clearly felt the surge in his magic power, bringing him one step closer to becoming a high-level mage. However, 1,248 points were deducted, leaving him with just 102 points, barely above 3 digits. System, open the mall interface, Aaron instructed. A curtain of light that only he could see appeared before him. Magic category, at sleep spell, 600 magic points, can make the opponent fall asleep, blank. At Heaven's Punishment, 2,000 magic points uses the resonance of one's own magic power and the surrounding magic power to create virtual life from items containing magic power. At Purification, 300 magic points, releases pure light, dispels darkness, malice, and negative emotions. Material category blank. At Catnip, 2 magic points. At Cork, 1 magic point. At Feather, 1 magic point. Item category, Razo Mask, 2,500 magic points. The wearer can summon the Shadow Legion Blade Group. Note, collecting 10 masks can control the Shadow Kingdom. At Firebolt, 50 magic points. At Pig Spell, 1,000 magic points, causes the holder's eyes to emit destructive laser-scorching light rays with an unlimited long-range emission energy distance. At Sealing Jar, 500 magic points, with sealing ability, can seal up to 3 people. Blank. Aaron glanced at several blank product columns on the panel and decisively started refreshing. He first focused on the item category, locking the blank column in the Dark Spiritual Stone series for a designated refresh. Tataru Stone, 2,500 magic points, the energy component of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Tribe, one of the 5 Dark Spiritual Stones, Haiti Division, Reincarnation Bloodstone, Black Magnet, Dark Moonstone, Tatar Stone. Its humanoid form is that of a soul-calling demon, and its best magic is mind-reading and mind-stealing. It can easily hear other people's inner thoughts. Next, Aaron turned his attention to the blank product column for magic. He invested more than 30 magic points, eliminating a lot of junk and useless items, and finally managed to get 2 favorite skills. At Time Stop, 1,000 magic points, pauses time, making time stop in a certain area. The specific effect is determined by the user's own strength. At Form Magic, 800 magic points, changes the size of oneself or other objects. The specific effect is determined by the user's own strength. Seeing these two magics, especially time stop, Aaron was very excited. What is a magical skill? This is a magical skill, he thought. However, the additional explanation, it is determined by the user's own strength, tempered his excitement slightly. Aaron felt a sharp pain in his head. He understood the implications of the situation clearly. The larger the range of his time stop ability, the greater the energy consumption. The stronger the target, the weaker the effect, or it might not work at all. As for changing size, there were certain limitations. With his current abilities, he couldn't become a giant nor shrink smaller than a molecule. Then there was the matter of materials. He didn't want any of the catnip, cork, or feathers, so he refreshed the entire column. Materials: brand new parchment, 1 magic point. Gill pouch grass, 5 magic points, allows underwater breathing. Sunflower seeds, 1 magic point. Werewolf teeth, 2 magic points. Deer antlers, 2 magic points. This selection was better than the previous one, at least it looked more useful. After refreshing them all, he had exactly magic points left, back to double digits again. Aaron shook his head sadly and then checked the task panel. The first 2 tasks hadn't changed much, but there was a new third task. Task: find Gryffindor's sword. 600 magic points will be rewarded for completing the task, and there will be no penalty for failing the task. Do you accept it? Aaron didn't hesitate and decisively chose to accept. Although he didn't know where Gryffindor's sword was, he was confident he could find it by following Harry. Not to mention, he also had a treasure-hunting compass. All in all, he was sure to earn those 600 magic points. "Sir, Harry is not awake yet," Hermione said anxiously. Aaron slowly opened his eyes and transformed back into the wise and calm Gandalf. "Don't worry, he may be having nightmares again." "I'm worried about something else." Hermione hesitated for a moment and took out a wand broken into 2 pieces. It was probably broken when they fell downstairs. You know how much he values this wand, seeing it as one of the keys to defeating the Dark Lord. If he knew his wand was ruined, he wouldn't be able to accept it. "Humph." Gandalf rolled his eyes. "This may not be a bad thing. At least he doesn't have to pin his hopes on the so-called twin wands. The twin wand will only show mercy to its brother wand. The solution is simple. Change the wand. The Dark Lord did this long ago, but still failed to kill him. Didn't he think about the reason?" "Harry may have thought about it, but he obviously doesn't have much confidence in himself," Hermione said with a bitter smile. "After all, the opponent is the Dark Lord. How can he not kill a newly adult wizard?" "Sir, I wanted to ask if you could fix it. I tried the repair spell, but it didn't work." "Repair the wand with the restoration charm?" Gandalf laughed. "Hermione, this joke is not funny. The repair spell is not omnipotent. It cannot cure some injuries, and some items are difficult to restore to their original condition. This is common sense." "I know," Hermione nodded, frustrated, "but I can't think of any other way." "Then don't think about it. If it's just a minor wound, I can repair it, but if it's broken into 2 pieces, if you light a fire later, you can burn it as firewood. That can be its final contribution." "No!" Harry's screams of pain suddenly came from inside the tent. The 2 looked at each other and rushed back inside. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked. "You've been sleeping all day." I dreamed about my parents." Harry's voice was weak, his back soaked with sweat. "I saw the whole process of him killing them." "Drink the medicine," Ron said, digging out tranquilizer pills from Harry's bag. "We have to eat sparingly. There's less than a third left." "Understood." "Prodigal son?" Gandalf murmured subconsciously. He had given these potions to Harry, but didn't expect him to consume them so quickly. "Where's Voldemort?" "Don't say his name, okay?" Ron said helplessly. Fortunately, Gandalf was fast enough. If it had been another second at night, we wouldn't have been able to escape. "You're welcome. That's what I should do," Gandalf said, spreading his hands. Ron hesitated, his hands fidgeting. "Sir, I don't quite understand," he said. "You seemed to know from the beginning that Bathilda Bagshot was dead. Why did you let us go back with her?" "If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't catch the tiger's cubs," Gandalf replied. "It was indeed a trap, but she might not have had what we wanted at home. But then again, didn't you 2 ever doubt her?" A half-buried old woman wandering around in the snow at 2 or 3 in the morning. Does that seem normal to you? And her house. There was a thick layer of dust, untouched for at least a month or two. More importantly, she, a wizard, could light a candle without a wand, yet she trembled holding a match, worse than a muggle. We're not aurors. We can't see as carefully as you, Ron said, curling his lips. That photo, Harry interjected, suddenly excited. The blond young man in the photo is the one who stole Gregorovich's wand. That's the harvest, Gandalf said, snapping his fingers and giving Hermione a wink. She pulled a brand-new copy of The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore from her bag. I took all the information about the Bagshot family, Hermione explained, but the only thing related to the blond young man was this book. It was given to her by Rita Skeeter, but I don't think she received it while she was alive. As for the boy in the photo, Hermione turned the book to a page showing a young Dumbledore and his handsome companion laughing. Albus Dumbledore with his friend Gellert Grindelwald shortly after the death of his mother. So, Ron swallowed hard. Is Grindelwald the thief? Is the mysterious man looking for Grindelwald's wand? That should be it, Harry nodded. Also, the symbol on the tails of Beetle the Bard is also Grindelwald's symbol. Could it be that Dumbledore wants us to find Grindelwald? Absolutely not. I'm sure that wand is not in Grindelwald's possession, Gandalf said. But he must know where the wand is, right, sir? Harry asked. Yes, Gandalf confirmed. Oh my God, Harry sighed in despair. What kind of mess did Dumbledore leave for me? All the information on Bagshot's family is here. The mysterious man doesn't know the identity of the thief yet. I think he won't read the book written by Rita Skeeter, Hermione said. Thank you for your comfort, Hermione, Harry forced a smile. So we still have some time. But not much, Ron added, and whether to find the Horcrux or the wand first, that's the question. Look for Gryffindor's sword first, Gandalf suggested with a smile. If we had Gryffindor's sword yesterday, we could have at least killed that snake. But where do we start? Harry said anxiously. We have no idea where to find it. You will find it, Gandalf reassured him with a kind smile. Since Dumbledore left the sword to you in his will, he will definitely find a way for you to locate it. As for the Grindelwald logo, I think he was trying to tell you something through it. Harry was thoughtful, pursing his lips in silence. There's one more thing you might need to know, Ron said hesitantly. Your wand. Wand? Harry was stunned for a moment and reached into his pocket with his right hand, but found nothing. Where's my wand? Where's my wand? Ron looked at Hermione, who bit her lip hesitantly, but still placed the broken wand in front of him under Harry's gaze. Harry stared blankly at his battle-hardened wand, feeling as if something had left him forever. The last time he felt this way was when Hedwig died. It was his first wand, and it had saved him from Voldemort several times. I tried, but I couldn't fix it, Hermione said aggrieved. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? This has nothing to do with you, Gandalf said unhappily. Isn't a wizard still a wizard without his wand? Sir, Harry said on the verge of tears. This wand, it's different. What's different? Gandalf hummed softly. I have said before that you rely too much on that wand. There's only one key factor that determines the strength of a wizard from beginning to end, and that is magical energy. Harry struggled to find a counter-argument and said bitterly, then I need to find a way to get a wand first. That is indeed a problem, Gandalf replied, rubbing his forehead. After a moment of hesitation, he began rummaging through his backpack. His hand opened a red magic circle within the bag, and he pulled out a black wand. Found it. This is... Ron blinked in surprise. Why do I feel like I've seen this before? Aaron's wand, Hermione asked, equally surprised. Why do you have it? Gaius gave it to me, Gandalf said, maintaining a serious expression despite the obvious fabrication. He has pretty good divination skills. He saw your broken wand in his crystal ball and handed this one over to me. I thought it was unnecessary, but I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. However, he asked me to warn you that this wand is only temporarily loaned to you, and he has the right to take it back at any time.